Discord_for_streaming.
These battles
Welcome
differ
to my
depending
channel.
on the icon encountered, and every showdown is unique, right down to gameplay. Players will experience everything.
S.W.Frost 1 is now live.
To a heavyweight
Streaming
match
7
with
days to die.
devastating attacks that
Uskrs.
encompass the entire
Happy
battlefield.
Easter, folks.
Fight Bahamut too? Holy shit.
These massive scale boss battles are entirely seamless, and I can promise you heart-stopping, controller-gripping excitement.
Oh my god,
I can't
this is
wait
so
for you
cool.
to get your hands on the game for
Holy
yourself.
fuck. The way you dodge in the game looks really good too. Holy shit.
But if you can do it, then so could I!
Yeah, the scale of this is just fucking crazy. You're playing as the Phoenix, fighting Bahamut in the sky. Bro, this is fucking nuts. This is some Godzilla shit. Oh my god. Look at this. I really want to see what the hard mode for these are going to be. Is this the closest I'm ever going to get to playing Star Fox again? This game's insane? Yeah, I know.
Restreamed it. Welcome to my channel.
Like, in my opinion, I think this is the coolest one. This is not. This is actual gameplay, man. Holy shit, so smooth. Yeah, I know. Well, they're like, listen, we're making these NFT games. We've had a few L's lately. Yeah, this one's got to be really good, guys. I wonder how many of these there's gonna be. Oh, he dead there.
So every
Excuse me, can I ask you a
We
question?
don't talk to old people.
Old people? Why I gotta be old? I just want to just ask you a question.
We're not interested.
Can I at least get your name?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, well, y'all have a nice day. Wow, females, man. All the same. All the same. Oh, she coming back. Excuse me?
This your car?
Come here, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Is this your car? I want to know if this your car or not. For sure, for sure.
Why don't you spin around for me? Yeah. Y'all comfortable over there?
Yeah, we all right. Exactly.
I mean, I don't mind talking about money. I just want to know, like, what I'm getting myself into. So I don't be getting myself caught up. I mean,
Right.
so basically, this is just about, I mean, it's basically about money, basically.
Basically.
I mean, you're a real estate agent, right? And you say that you work at a sports bar. So, like, what you do at the sports bar, like, you make a lot of money there?
For sure. I
Like-
mean, it pays the bills plus more.
Like, what, tips?
Yeah, that's what I get paid off of tips.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what are you looking
Wait,
for?
let me see.
I'm just looking at the diamond.
Okay.
It's nice.
I mean, Medellin cartel. You know what a cartel is?
As long as you got it like that, as long as you put your money where your mouth is.
the way. So how much money we talking about? Like, are you charging me for your time or?
For sure.
So am I already been billed right now for these few minutes right here?
We've been in the car for at least 10 minutes.
Well, 20 since you stopped.
Right.
So what's like, what y'all offering me though? I mean, we gonna
A good time.
a good time.
For sure.
So,
Some food.
okay, cool. You mind if I take a picture of y'all real quick? I mean, y'all are followers. When my rich friends run across y'all, they'll know to run back the other way.
Gold
You know what I'm saying?
digger.
Yeah, gold
We're
diggers.
not gold diggers.
Y'all not gold
We're
diggers.
not gold
All you talk
diggers.
about is my money. You call it a rental car.
You said I
trying to
thought we
figure
was on
you
the same page. Yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on. What did y'all say that y'all was on your way to?
We was gonna get some
food
hookah. Yeah,
and
get some
and
food.
drink.
Hookah, hold on for a second. Hold on. 1 second, okay? 1 second, seriously.
One.
No, I happen to know where a real good hookah spot at. I'm finna show y'all real quick. I know this bomb hookah spot. Come here for a second. Let me help you out.
Hey, hold on now.
Yeah, I know a hookah spot that's not far from here. Come here.
Where is it?
Come here, I got you, baby. Hookah. We gotta get some hookah. We gonna get some hookah.
Right. It's some tequila.
Go that way. Keep on going. And don't let the cars hit you, gold diggers.
Wow.
Okay? Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Hookah spot my. Y'all be getting no hookahs for me. Talking about, is this a rental car? Rent this.
01
Gold
Ella.
diggers.
Welcome to my channel.
Man, these females be hella thirsty. Had nothing to say to me until they seen the car. Guys, if y'all want me to keep exposing these gold diggers, go follow me on my Facebook page.
I don't know. Oh no. I've seen that. Okay.
Everyone,
Holy
what did you think?
shit.
Thank you for taking the time to join us today. Final Fantasy XVI will be available worldwide June 22nd, and there's still plenty that we've left to reveal. Battle content, side content, endgame content, and more. We hope to bring you more on these aspects of the game in the near future. Also, I'm truly excited to finally be able to reveal that Final Fantasy XVI's main theme was written and performed by one of Japan's greatest recording artists, Kenshi Yonezu. We've still got a lot more in store for you in the coming weeks, and I hope you'll all pre-order the game and join us in Valisthea on release day. This has been Naoki Yoshida,
I'm gonna play this
producer
one
of
for
Final
sure, man.
Fantasy XVI. See you again soon.
Hell yeah, this game looks fucking awesome. I don't know who that is. This is fucking nuts, man. This is crazy good. Like, I remember whenever I first heard about Final Fantasy 16, I was like, oh, it's gonna be another one of those, huh? This is crazy. This is so good, man. Holy fuck.
Draftsnat. Welcome to my channel.
Coon. Raccoon.
Here we go. Let's see this new game. A lot of people have asked me to take a look at this, and we're taking a look at it.
Hey everyone, what's up? I'm the game designer of this game,
Okay.
and I'm excited to have the chance to introduce you to the game developed by our Ironcore game team called
Okay.
Perfect New World.
That's great. I played New World, and now we're playing Perfect New World.
It's an MMORPG with a variety of interactive
What the fuck is that?
gameplay modes
Oh,
like battle, exploration,
cool.
and socializing
Loot looks nice.
all rolled into one.
Wait, did he just slap that girl's ass?
And socializing all rolled into
What a game. Oh, what a game. Just right whenever he said socializing, too. Holy shit.
Into one.
This is the WoW killer.
We're gonna have a 5-day closed beta test on Steam. I really hope that all the players who love action MMORPGs can participate in this test.
That's cool. Holy shit. I can't wait to
fun
do a raid and like 5 people do that at the same time.
Experiencing all the different type of gameplay that will be available during the test.
This is cool.
And when you're done, please share your thoughts in the test.
This looks really nice. This is I mean, this passes the vibe check. I'm not a massive graphics Andy, but this does pass the vibe check, I would say. Good scale, yeah.
And when you're done, please share your thoughts and suggestions with Dev's team.
I feel like there's auto-pathing. Doesn't matter to me.
Let's work together to make it an MMORPG game that everyone loves.
Okay.
So, let me introduce you to this brand new game world.
Let's see it.
And the gameplay that you can experience in this testing period.
Alright.
Our game is setting in a world of Eastern fantasy.
Yeah, it's like one of those dragons.
With various things full of regional characteristics.
Okay.
You will discover a large number of unique Eastern elements.
This looks nice. This is great.
Such as the fishing village.
Oh, they... Speaking of New World, isn't there like a town that has that exact thing? It's in like First Light or something? It's the exact fucking thing.
Sanctuary. Magnopolis.
Oh, wait, what the fuck?
Sanctuary. Magnopolis.
That's incredible. I love that. Wow. That's actually cool. I haven't seen this before. This is really cool.
Lost Temple. And Jokopolis. That will
Oh, wow. Holy fuck.
be available in this upcoming test.
Uh-huh.
This place are full of annual challenges and many mysteries waiting for you to solve. In this test, you can experience 3 different classes. Like the Galeblade.
I see that.
Berserker.
Wait, isn't this just the exact same thing that they have for Lost Ark, where the difficulty thing? Wasn't this like literally the exact same? So it's basically Lost Ark, but... Well, I mean, I don't have to be a furry to be a Berserker, though, right? I mean, I don't really care that much, but still.
Sword.
That's cool.
First, let me introduce you to Galeblade,
Okay.
who comes from the Elven class. You know.
I feel like this is basically, so far, this is like Lost Ark if it was developed in Unreal 5 and it wasn't isometric. Like, you have the basic attack stunning the mobs, the character intros are the exact same, and again, I like Lost Ark, so this is not a, I'm not using this as a, like, I'm not shit-talking them.
She's not just a pretty face. She's got some serious fighting skill to back it up. She excels at using high speed and continuous physical attacks as well as floating combos.
What the fuck? Okay, cool.
You see, Berserker has a base lineage and give them immense strength, allowing them to easily wield Giant Sword. This sword can transform between sword and axe depending on the user's control. They can unleash powerful charge attack and devastating physical strike over a wide area.
That makes a lot of sense, you know, like you're tired of using your... Wait, hey yo, that's the exact sword in Lost Ark. Bro, that sword is in dude, that's the exact same sword.
The Sword of Mystic Sword is his signature weapon. He can use it to defeat enemies with great agility in
This is
combat,
cool.
especially in mid-range battles, where he uses sword aura and fire to earn the victory.
Okay. Cool. Very cool. I'm picking this class. I mean, you guys know I'm gonna pick the warrior.
You
Okay.
can also create a unique
So let's see, what do we have here? We've got just a few, okay. This is a pretty decent customization options. Alright.
appearance for your character, customizing different skin tones, hairstyle, the
Yeah.
patterns.
I'm just seeing if there's a boob slider. It probably isn't on this menu. It's probably on another menu.
Make your character stand out with one of a can look that all your own.
Yeah. True.
Next up, let's talk about the combat system in Perfect New World.
Okay.
We have implemented a skill release mechanism that's free of lock-on targeting. This means you can freely construct your combo by linking your skills together and achieve different defeating effects.
Okay.
You have option to chain together ground attack and overwhelm your enemy.
My understanding of game dev, I know a lot of people are bringing this up, is that optimization of frame rate is one of the last things they do. So if this one isn't even in a playable demo, it's not a surprise that they don't have that min-maxed.
Or launch them into the air and unleash stylish floating combos.
Cool. Very cool.
And depending on how you execute your moves, you will get different effects from each skill you use.
Cool.
We have also designed a distinctive talent system for each class. By selecting different talent branches, you can alter the effects of your existing skill and the energy mechanics of your class.
I think that's pretty
creating
cool.
A variety of personalized combat styles.
I mean, again, I think a lot of this is really going to depend on how, like, the combat in this game looks good. Like, again, the combat also passes the vibe check. This is good.
On your journey, you will encounter mystical creature known as spirit beast, native to the perfect continent.
Totally fine with me. I don't
With
care.
their innate spiritual power, they resonate with you and assist you in defeating powerful enemies. Each spirit beast possesses unique skills that can be harnessed by player and can even be used to transform player into spirit beast for attacking enemy.
What the fuck?
Spirit beasts can be found in various corners of the perfect continent.
Okay.
Pay attention to the hands on the map and seek resonance with them.
Yeah, I'll look it up on
During
Maxwell
the
too.
exploration of the West map, you will also come across various random events. Solving them can lead to unexpected rewards, so keep
It's really kind of hard to tell, like, what this is going to be like because of just how bad the frame rate is.
an eye out. For players who enjoy strategy and puzzle solving, we have prepared more challenging game content.
Cool.
If you want to try no combat gameplay alone, you can challenge Magnopolis.
This is really smart for them to do this. I'm glad that more MMOs are focusing on solo content.
It's filled with parkour and puzzle elements. If
Okay.
you want to try team combat, head to the Lost Temple. It greatly tests the team ability to work together. First, be careful not to knock down by rolling stone.
What happens if you get hit by it? Oh, it doesn't say.
Of course, in addition to cooperation,
Oh, is there PvP?
you can also engage in a passionate confrontation with other players.
Cool.
The arena can also deepen your understanding of class skill and improve your combat strength in dry of high-speed action gameplay. Now that you have reached the point, we believe you have a good understanding
Oh
of
shit, you can
content.
fly. Wow.
If you are a
I mean, this is fucking great. Yeah, wow.
loyal MMORPG player, make sure you don't miss this testing opportunity. We will improve the game based on all feedback we receive from this testing. Every suggestion you provide will be an important cornerstone for the development of MMORPG games. Your feedback is essential and very valuable to us. Let's team up and build a perfect new world together.
Cool. Okay. Great. It's on May 4th. Yeah, I'll play this. Sure. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? There you go. I'll link it for you guys. There's a video. And sure. I mean, if it's fun, if it's good. I mean, it seems like they're trying to make a good game, and fuck. Let's see how it is. So they're getting sued for their name in the US by Amazon, right? Oh, I have no idea. That's up to them. It's not my fucking problem. So yeah, being closed beta, you might need to sign up somewhere. Yeah, I'll figure it out whenever it gets closer. But it's the same team as Neverwinter and Revenant from the Ashes. I didn't do Revenant from the Ashes. You don't mean Remnant, do you? Yeah, I didn't play Neverwinter either. Made by Korea, it's going to be extremely grinding for sure, but this looks fun. I think that there have been a number of games that have been trying to kind of be the next BDO. And we haven't really had a game come out that actually fulfills that. There have been a number of like kind of close and decent games, but there hasn't been a game that's like as expansive and good as BDO that kind of replaces it. Because whenever you think about it, BDO's been out for a really long time. Ever since like what? When did they come out in Korea? Like 2014 or something? 2015? I don't remember. So yeah, it makes sense to see people trying to make a new game. So yeah, I really hope it does well. Main problem with BDO clones is they still have the same problem with BDO with worse content. The performance is atrocious and the quality gameplay is usually high settings, very high on PC. Yep, I think that definitely is going to be it. And minimum 32 gigabyte of RAM. I don't even know how much RAM I have. So might have to get a new computer to play this. But it looks like even whenever I do, the fucking quality wasn't very great. But yeah, this looks good. And please no gender locks. Besides that, it seems amazing. Yeah, I'm also a fan of letting people play whatever they want, regardless of gender lock. I think that's so ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know why we still have gender locks in this day and age.
Vlad1.
Seems silly to me.
Welcome to my channel.
Aha. Klasičan Uskrs. 1, 2, test. 1. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. Alo. I jebik. Ček da probam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Izgleda se čujem. Samo Vlada mene...
Znam te, brate, čujem.
A, sve u redu.
I ja te čujem, ili evo, slabo te čujem, malo te pojača.
I malo pre da te čujem.
Slabo me čuješ, a ne, jeli?
Svi te čujem ove. Svi te čujem, pojačao sam te.
Ček. A sad? A? Preko.
Instructions on how to recompile it and play it on your iPhone. Honestly though, it's a bit above my head and I couldn't do it. And a few people in the comments tried to as well, but couldn't seem to do it. And one user showed here. When Harvest Moon came out, I never would have expected that it would become one of my favorite games of the 16-bit era. I think I picked it up because it bore a superficial resemblance to the 16-bit JRPGs that were my favorite thing at the time. But unlike those games, it was completely unconcerned with saving the world. You just live your life as a humble farmer, plant some turnips, meet a nice girl from the village, and marry her. It stood out from the pack by being a fun, engrossing, and downright addictive experience that you didn't fight or kill anything in. But what if you said, forget about all this wholesomeness, and you said, yeah, you know what, let's throw in a little bit of killing. But according to an old internet rumor that's resurfaced somewhat recently, such a game does exist. But we can't seem to find it, and a lot of you have been messaging me about this game, so for today's episode of Gaming Mysteries, let's take a look at the evil farming game. Never in the history of this channel have I received so many messages and emails to cover a single topic. Except, you know, maybe Chris-chan, but I'm never gonna make a Chris-chan video. These messages spoke of a farming game like Harvest Moon, but with a twist. You have to kill your wife and hide her body from the police. And now, this is a story that's evolved a lot in the time since I started working on the video about it. In that time, my friend Nexpo made a video including this story, and it greatly signal boosted the search. This led to a lot of new leads, and I imagine that by the time I'm done editing this video, there's going to be even more information about it, but I want to get out what we know so far. The earliest instance that I've seen of someone talking about this online is on r/tipofmyjoystick in April of 2013. Sparta 213. This game was kind of like Harvest Moon. I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's kind of like Harvest Moon with a twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night you get into a fight and you end up stabbing. Now the game revolves around you farming.
Nema simbolike, to je tad bila moda. Plašt su nosili pastiri i lovci. Plašt je kao ćebe. Ako se recimo odeš u planinu da loviš kao lovac i ono zanoćiš, možeš da se recimo popneš na drvo ili skloniš negde u neku većinu uz nešto i da se obaviješ plaštom recimo da ti nije ladno. Ili ako počne da pada kiša, isto plašt ti pomaže da te ono sačuva od vremena. Ako si pastir, isto tako. Ista funkcija, samo što si ono uz ovce, jel? To je tad bilo mode. Isto putnici su nosili plaštove. Opet što raskosni, isto kao sve u životu, jel tako? Što lepši plašt, to je znači da si od, ako imaš svileni plašt od šarenih boja, znači da si ili plemićke porodice ili si trgovac. Pošto tad nije bilo puno stvari koje se mogli nositi kao po modi, koji imao lepši plašt, taj je kao bio ono od boljeg, pa da, bogatiji ili od boljeg statusa.
Pogotovo ako je bio ona ljubičasta. Purpurna boja i to je bio carska boja.
Pitao si zašto?
Samo je car smeo da nosi tu boju.
Pitao si zašto, eto ti. Znači nije mogo svako da nosi plašt. Now we are gaming. Šta je ovo? Ovo ti je DLC. Mislim da sam platio euro i po DLC za ovu igru.
To?
Ma da. Recimo jedan nivo dobiješ i 4-5 karaktera.
Ide li u crkvu? Ide.
Umeznik jer ovako napravio ovaj početne baze ovako u grupu. Ovo boli.
Te baze.
U faktoriju.
Šta si gledao, tutorial, neki video?
Ma evo, ušao sam na neki server.
Toliko te mrzi da
A
praviš?
da li je Beka ikakva vera postojala pre njegovog dolaska?
Naravno da jest. Rimljani su bili mnogo božci u to vreme. Ne para. Već sam siguran da je islam postojao pre hrišćanstva, ali nema veze.
Nije.
Ozbiljno nije.
Islam je nastao, ja mislim, u 5. 6. veku.
Opet sam se zeznuo.
I to je sekta.
Misliš otuđeno od kao druge vere?
Sekta po sekta.
Jes. Sekta, druga, treća religija u svijetu. Kako onda sekta? Kad nešto prestaje da bude sekta...
Oni su samo otpali od tih.
Kad nešto prestaje da...
I pravoslavna crkva ti je isto katolička. Pravoslavna crkva ti je isto katolička, ali katolička znači pravedna.
Dobro.
Samo što su oni rimokatolici, a mi smo pravoslavni.
Kao što sam rekao, neko vozi Ferrari, neko vozi Lamborghini.
Mi smo ortodoksno katolički, kao što kod jevreja imaš ortodoksni jevreji i to. Sine, o čemu mi pričamo?
Nemoj s Milanom o religiji da pričaš, molim.
Jao, majko moja. Pa mi smo ne 50 godina u zaostatku, mi smo 150 godina u zaostatku za Evropu. Le.
To ne igraš na ruskom serveru neko?
Ne, pogledaj.
Šta pogledam, tvoj stream?
Ne, ovo što se stavio.
Da, kontan.
Šta je to?
While you're busy mining your own with two counter-rotating augers in front helps this farmer.
Ovo mi se sviđa,
To mi je jasno, da.
Šta
A kakva je vera bila pre Hristovog dolaska, tačnije?
Ili u Mojsija.
Čekaj, u to vreme je vera bila poprilično jaka, hoću reći to.
Pa ili si bio sveštenik, ili pastir. A dođemo na isto. Dođemo na isto. Pastir. Čuvaš ovce. Nema razlike.
I know this is so vague, but it's really hard to remember something you forgot.
Also, it had to be before mid to early 2015. Graphics were not 3D.
I'm 100% sure it wasn't a browser game. Now, I've never played this game, but it sounds cool as fuck, and it sounds like something I would really want to play. And others felt the same, as it was a very highly upvoted post, and Ahmad stickied it to the top of the subreddit. And people began to get some more leads from Sparta 213. Oh my god, that's pretty intense. What was it for? PC? PlayStation? And was it modern or from a long time ago? After the year 2000, I believe, but definitely before 2016. Do you at least remember if you were ever in high school or college when you played this game? That might help round down the timeline. When you said it definitely wasn't a browser game and it was made after 2000, what made you jump to those conclusions? Well, I can remember that it wasn't as browser game, it was too high quality for that, and it was made after 2000 because I don't think that society would have been okay with something like that. I also just have this sort of gut feeling that it was after 2000. Are you sure farming was the focus of the game? Yeah, I am. Why did you have that in mind? Nothing in particular, just keeping the possibilities open. One of the games that people suggested this might have been was called Wild Season. Wild Season was a 2015 farming game that was presented a bit like a more mature Harvest Moon. However, it contained no such murder plot. There was also the suggestion of Scapeland. However, Scapeland is a bit too recent and it's also in 3D, looking nothing like Harvest Moon. Other users suggested that it might have been an RPG Maker game, which definitely seems like something that might be possible. Granted, no RPG Maker game could ever top Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sonic-styled RPG.
This is the prophecy of rotten darkness. Let's get down to business.
Another user suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. At this point, the most likely origin of this game is your dreams. It's the exact sort of thing the average dream will create. Something you enjoy / think about in real life. Harvest Moon crossed with a terrible incident you have to suffer through in guilt while nobody around you actively notices and are just generally probably suspicious of you. Everyone has the guilt dream. This looks like yours. You probably mixed it up with real life, as everyone does sometimes. With how odd it is and how much actual gameplay and art they'd have to create to get it off the ground, I highly doubt anyone actually made this. And while I do agree that this is an awful lot of work for something that would presumably have been a free project by an indie dev, the dream explanation doesn't really pan out for me. I've definitely had dreams that put me in an unlikely situation in a video game world that I was familiar with, but nothing that was ever so believable or realistic, or even that much felt like a video game that I would bring it out with me into the real world and think it was real. I always feel like my dreams personally are a lot less coherent than people describe their dreams as being though, so maybe that's just me. Either way, the dream explanation would seem a bit more unlikely. As a couple of years later, a user named David Spade AMA would come looking for a very similar game, PC, Evil Farming Game. There was this game I used to have downloaded in about 2006, before I upgraded my computer and lost it. It was a farming Stardew Valley style of game, where you murder your wife, and then you try and pretend you never killed her. And that was the whole game. Farming to make sure no one finds out you killed her. There was a fishing minigame, and I specifically remember fishing up evidence of your wife's murder, and then you pass out. Another user was quick to point out the thread from all those years back. This is one of the top posts of all time on this sub, and it remains unanswered.
Nemate sukin.
Ej, nemate suza kanula, tebe čekala sam. Sad ćemo s krskom.
Znaju, jesi kunec igra 7 dečku?
Ako ćeš da igraš s njima Hunt, igraj Hunt.
Morate zavišiti, da igraš Last Epoch.
Pa, teo sam, ali...
Šta si stio, Last Epoch, jedan da ću ja s njima ono...
Eto viš, gotovo. Igraj s njima Hunt, igrat ćemo posle.
Ajde, beka, prekidaj.
Neće umrit danas.
Ej, evo, ja se vratim.
Ne sam.
Lazo!
Dobro već.
O, Gedinovački.
Tu je i stari.
Isus Vaskes Gedinovački.
A ko je taj čovjek sad?
Jedan čovjek na to spavo. Aj šalje, beka.
Neće dugo trajati.
Časa neće dugo trajati. Kume, kako da makneš šifru s Windowsa, brate?
Šifru s Windowsa?
Imaš tamo tutorial.
Moraš da napraviš user koji ne traži šifru. To je lokalni account.
Ali već postoji šifra, naš.
Ko je stavio šifru?
Ja stavio, jebo me pas, jebo me kao oni glupani, ne mogu zapamtiti šifru, jebeni.
Oni nisu zapamtili šifru, ovdje ti znaš...
Pa ne moraš da pamtiš, ti je zapiši
Ali
nisu.
znaš šta je fora, Vlado, pošto moje djeca znaju moje šifre, znaš, a ja znam šifre koje svima kad napravim profil stavimo, razumiješ?
Da?
Da,
Ne znaš svoj.
i ja stavio nešto kao zapamtit ću...
Naravno da nećeš.
Ljan, mogu ga dati, i važi vidi, možeš jutro ujutro kako se probudio sam se reka, a ja...
Pa dobro, tad je to... Ne, nego to ti je dobro izgledalo kao ideja kad si bio.
Da.
Je bio pijen.
Bila je dobra ideja, da.
To je ultimate plan, samo...
Da nešto kažem što može da ti reši taj problem, ja...
Jogurt, tako, svako jutro jogurt. Reci, Vlad.
Ja vadim znanje od Kristina, gledaj da na internetu skineš Sergej
Stefanovski? Ne.
Znam, da sam čuvati šifre.
I od njega da napraviš neki bootabilni flash. U tom delu kad se bootuje to, imaš neki program koji se zove Keylog ili nešto slično.
Da, znam.
On bi trebao da ti...
A ne, Vlado, slušaj, ne, Vlado, ja šifre znam sve, razumiješ, ili fora imam jedno 10 šifri, sve znam, ali nije ni jedna od tih. Jer što kaže kum, u taj moment mi je ovo izgledalo, znaš, kao logično. Znači moram da se razvalim,
Čutaj, to tako je logično bilo, jesi je
Znači, kao kad popiješ malo i sedneš za volan i izgleda ti dobro. Sad ti izgleda dobro.
Tu se za minut.
Čuješ, Vlado, razvalim se dobro i kao ono, ajde da udari jednu šifru. Ti izgleda kao pametne. Koju ću šifru? I bat, eto. Jel, znaš šta je fora, Vlado, napravio sam jedno 20 ljudi mi je tražilo akaunt da im napravim. I napravio sam ja, da.
Koliko sam šifri resetovao u životu.
Slušaj ovo, Vlado, i svima sam stavio iste šifre, svima. I dolazi mi čovjek i pita me kao, jebote, polomis telefon, žeća prebačim ono s Google-a, znaš, ja rekao, jesi ja pravio akaunt, jesam, koja je šifra? Kaže, ne znam. Ne, Lovčans 93. Ja rekao, ne znaš? Ja rekao, zato što je Lovčans 93 najlakše, znači imaš velika slova, 8 slova, 8 naš znakova, 2 broja, razumiješ, sve je tu. Sve što jedna šifra može da traži. I onda i samo ukucam tu šifru i to je čao, zdravo. Boriše, Hristos vaskrse, Boriše.
Javio se.
Vaskrse, iskreno.
Tiče sam siguran se javio.
Prpate sada, prpate Borisa.
No ne znam ko je taj
Prpa. Prpa Mića.
Pa nije Vaskrsa, boli me kurac, jebola.
Nemoj samo da me pusti to.
Šta nemoj samo da...
Neće mu se ništa loše desiti. Boris, slušaj, Boris koristi hrišćansku taktiku, jeste, ako Bog postoji i prašta, oprostit će mi jer sam nevernik, razumeš? Znači mogu da pričam što hoću. Kapiraš? Vidiš? Eto, vidiš. O tome se radi. Viš da se upravo.
Bojim se ćeš ti da ga sašeš, Borise.
Ne može, kume, ne može. To je greška religije, znaš? Religija postoji samo za ljude koji veruju nju. Ljudi koji ne veruju nju su imuni na njeno dejstvo. Kapiraš? Ako ja ne verujem, na mene ne utiče tvoja vera.
Svake godine vaskrsne drugog datuma, umjesto istog, zečevi nose jaja. Pa sve nas treba Putin...
Ne, zečevi, slušaj, zečevi nemaju veze sa hrišćanstvom.
Zečevi i jaja.
Pa svaki zet, svaki...
Zečevi nemaju veze sa hrišćanstvom, ni sa ovim...
Svako biće nosi jaja, i ti, čak i ti.
Ja slažem sa tobom.
To je sad više komercijalizovano i to...
Ja se slažem s tobom, Boris, da se ne slažem.
To su...
Let's agree to disagree, Boris.
Katolici.
Ja, nisu ni katolici, ja mislim da ti je u pitanju Istar, ona kao boginja plodnosti.
Imaš tu privilegiju.
Nema veze ni sa katolicima.
Da prvi otkriješ da li postoji Bog ili ne postoji.
Nažalost, to je samo vaše mišljenje, a otkrići će pričati kad umre.
Dobro, on je mislio da odeš kod njega da proveriš.
A znaš šta sam razmišljao?
Ej, sto ti je
Ja bih
kažeš.
se molio kume da mi javiš tamo.
Slušaj, Boris, imaš onaj aparat, slušaj, znaš onaj sa elektrošokom, nakačiš ga na prsa i srce počinje ono da...
Ne, to, gledali smo taj film. Da, Flatliners se zove film.
Ne, bre, Halter.
Boris, jesi gledao film?
Da.
Flatliners, kada onaj aparat za stimulaciju srca, kad elektrošokovima zaustaje srce i poslije 2 minuta oživa opet čovjeka i onda ga pitaju da li kao ima života s druge strane.
Pa ja sam Holter nosio.
Pa je. Pa si ti možda nosio
Holter ti nije ništa opasno, ti samo... Nosiš ga 24 sata da ti izmeni otpucaj srce i krv.
Učitavanje Holtera, beka.
Jesam.
Srce jebote.
Jesam. Nosio sam kad sam htio da idem u vojsku.
Stavi tu malo, ajde. Stavi malo.
I Holter i radio sam ono opterećenje srca i...
Ne rade, ti Halter nosio možda, si izdolje.
Bruce Halter, neka kume, neka Bruce Halter.
To si nosio. To si nosio tamo.
Halter, jes. Potreba da nosi ženske stvari.
Kad sam vidio da Ivanović nosio.
Nemojte se zabaviti.
It might have started with Ash and then kept going, but that might have been another site. While it's possible that David Spade AMA simply went back through my joystick archives and decided to start a wild goose chase, it seems a little unlikely to me. It's just such an obscure thing to try and be back and turn into a whole internet thing. He also addressed the RPG question. What graphical and era details can you add? Also, do you know if it was an RPG Maker game? Was it a standalone game? Did you download off the web? It was not an RPG Maker game, and I do think it was freeware, downloaded off the web and not a physical disc. It was its own game, downloaded off what I think was the developer's website, and there was a ton of messed up stuff on the website, like r/watch people die type stuff. It had a weird art style. I remember the game Y2K is what made me think of it. It was pixel art during gameplay, but had cutscenes too, which I don't remember if they were voiced. The question of the game's escape plan was brought up once again, and while David Spade said this wasn't the game, he did say that the cutscenes might have resembled the graphical style. A lot of people at this point wound up comparing the story to the creepypasta. To put it briefly, the Candle Code creepypasta played itself out as a forum thread. In the thread, various users pulled details about a creepy TV show named Candle Code. The fact that it was a creepy children's show and people couldn't seem to find it was central to this story. Personally, I can't help but think that if that were the case with this story, there would have been more specific details. But really all we had at this point was a vague overview of the plot, look, and game mechanics. David Spade AMA denied this claim and said it was definitely not something that was either for children or pretending to be for children. Another game was suggested in this thread as well.
On to radi društva, ne radi on to radi... Ti ne kapiraš, Boris. To on radi ono prijatelja, razumiješ, da se ovako družimo i to, ne zato što se njemu igra stvarno.
However, these elements do not include the murder of your wife or hiding the body from the police. Instead, the game involves you going into a creepy dream world at night where the crops that you farm can help your gameplay. It seems like a really cool game, but it's not this game. The search for this game would heat up once again later that month, December of 2018. When someone posted, and long-time viewers of my channel are gonna groan when I say this, so get ready. A Redditor claimed that he had this game on his old laptop, but the laptop wouldn't boot up. The hard drive on the laptop was messed up and needed to be recovered. Avoiding the police after killing your wife and living a normal life. Hi all, first time hosting. Today I found my old laptop, but sadly it won't boot up. But it brought back some great memories, particularly a game I'm about to describe. So at the start of the game, you killed your wife, but after that, you just lived as a normal managing your farm. However, it had a twist. The police could come at any time and find the body, so you had to constantly be wary and move the body. The laptop was built in 2001, and I bought a new one in 2003, so it would have been between that time.
Ne znam kako onoga nisam ubio, ona je
And I
mrtav
think
trebao
I
biti.
may have gotten it from uTorrent, but cannot remember to read. Hope this is enough info. Many thanks. Commenters gave suggestions on how to recover the data, how to fix the hard drive, blah blah blah. You know how the story goes.
Welcome to my channel.
Many thanks to all those offering to recover my hard drive. I'm actually in the UK, and a lot of the offers came from the US.
Šta je kupio, Uskar
The
ublje?
computer store opens Wednesday, 2nd January.
To je možda namerna sabotaža, samo znaš.
See if they can get it to boot up. Many thanks again. It's
Znaš,
very
bila
good.
došla da bude jače od
Edit. Laptop checked in earlier today.
Ah.
Quite busy, but should have it updated.
Da bi
Friday.
nešto spustio, moraš prvo da ga digneš u vis.
The laptop is buggy. The dampness / moisture of the storage I placed it in is knackered and all. Any final suggestions?
Sad je
Edit.
srpski dinar
I'm
jače.
retrieving quotes from professional data recovery firms. Update. The platter of the hard drive is damp and it's been deemed unrecoverable. I'm really sorry to have built hopes up. I'm sure you are.
Beka, kako se, šta se tradeo, ili šta, kako ste umrli, nije mi jasno.
If you Google farm game where you kill your wife, you'd get a game called Moira. If you do that search now,
Nije mi jasno, imaš levering jebote na šodne, šta je bilo?
So Moirai is a defunct mystery game which does take place in a farm village. You're searching for a missing person in a cave and you find them dying, and when you encounter them, you can choose to either let them live or to put them out of misery. Although it is a farm game that potentially involves murder, you don't kill your wife, you don't hide the body, and the police don't look for it. Also, it was made in 2016.
Beka, zbilja i ti si se
It
zakapnuo, a jebo
looks
matere.
nothing like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley. So that's the end of that lead. And now, this right here is probably
Za kampova si se bio, vrate, za sve pare jebote.
Thanks to the video that
Jel to ono kao kad je Vombuz reka, ajmo mi da zapalimo ove leševe da izađemo. Taj rad, a?
One of these new leads
Ništa smešnije u životu nisam vidio.
It was back in April that Westy3 had made a post on r/tip of my joystick looking for this same game. It also had a few more details about how your wife is killed. So I vaguely remember a game located in a farm. I think so. You had a wife, but in like the first 10 minutes of the game, you had to stab her, kill her, or drown her. Maybe there was also an electrocuting outcome, but I'm not sure. Stabbing was also straightforward. You stabbed your wife, hit the body. All the other houses came to investigate, and you had to tell them lies to get them away. After that, you would go on with your normal life, do work, etc. However, at any given time, the police could investigate again for the body. I think there was a big story/action scene afterwards, but I can't remember after a certain amount of time. Since I probably stopped playing since I was a kid back in the day, I hope this is enough to go by. One interesting detail about this post now is that remember, one of the other posters mentioned a cutscene where you find evidence in the lake. But this still didn't get as much further in the search, and most of the comments were just kind of like, oh, this again? But after the release of Nexpo's video, some Redditors decided to try and contact some of the original OPs who made these posts. And a Redditor named Zoran Va managed to get in contact with Westy3. Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question about the mysterious farming game about killing your wife. Sure. Do you remember if it was another game for an emulator? Many of us are still trying to find this game. Downloadable 100%. Okay, thank you very much. By the way, I'm going to my uncle next week to get the game.
Zbilja, Beka, poslije reši te kućne probleme, nemoj sad dok
Was
igramo.
it on a disc, or perhaps a USB flash drive? Hard drive on his laptop. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another hard drive in play. There's no talk yet of this one being a bugger, but as of recording of this video, he hasn't gotten back with the laptop. Another Redditor named IvyLeaf33 collected some of the more informative comments in Nexpo's video. There's a bunch that you can see on r/slash/that farming game, but I want to focus on the ones that have what I think are the most promising leads. One of the leads pertains to the word Ash in the edgy website that was mentioned in the older Reddit posts. Okay, might be a stretch, but in 2008 to 2011, there was a shock site that was popular in my region, Balkans, that had a URL like Ashen Remains or Ashen Remains. It hosted metal songs, if I recall, and had shock videos of murders with metal music in the background. It was hosted with a Swedish or Russian domain, I think, and it wasn't a .com domain. It also had an abundance of images, but lining up with the Reddit posts, it didn't...
Šta je? Let's step up, what's...
Ljudi. U kukuruze sam vidio crni.
Crni more.
Čekaj nas.
Neko prilazi.
Znam da prilazi. Gdje?
Tragu.
Ne, daj malo samo cijena.
A, da nas prebacimo, ajde.
Mislim čisto da ne masiramo mi njih, da možemo pričati.
Pa stavi se ga ovom.
A kad je to ido slede, bilo ovo kod mene u krasi, to se vidi. Nego da se radi, je? A to je se zmečati van.
Yes.
Ja, i onda glupe. Ja si vrati zatim poglasati, znaš.
Azim. Welcome to my channel.
guess.
Siamo tirare.
Follow your feet.
Dobrodošli.
Evo, izvinjavam se.
Ništa sam ovdje puštao. Ajde, šapo, večera.
Pravi tamo domaću supu. Ideš sad u mašine za poljoperu. Si ideš sad u mašine za poljoperu?
Jesam neki. Izgleda kao da je došao iz budućnosti.
Stigo poziv.
Ne. Teleporti se na mene, pošto ćete vratiti u grad.
Tu sam ga, javio se.
Kažem, teleportuj se na mene.
Ti su tišli tamo. Okej.
Jel imaš ovaj quest, The Lesser Refugee?
Da. Find the sign gold lesser refugee.
Sad. Sad. Ima ovdje neki rift, ne znam jesmo li bili tu.
Nisam.
Mogu da setim.
Evo ovaj golem je... Ja?
Znam.
A gdje je bio glavan? Najgore mi je ulici kad moram da stanem dok se kosti na mjestu. Uf. Ja ima tamo nešto.
Ovo redi svaži čitavu mapu. Ovdje ima neka vrata.
Ja ne moram prođem. Ne znam kako si bio prošao.
Možda je pitanje drugo vreme.
Moram da odem do Gejalića.
Pun inventar. Nekih questova se sjećam, nekih ne, neke sam odradio.
You have downloadable games which are indie development. I remember playing a really cool monster truck game and a Mortal Kombat fan game. Hope this helps. Edit. A friend of mine told me that it's most likely Ash and Bones. The name Ash and Bones to me seems to trigger some kind of vague memory, but I don't really recall it clearly, and nobody I read has been able to find either this website or an archive of it. A few other commenters pointed to it potentially being on a disc that was included with the gaming magazine. This was a really common practice at the time, and I used to love getting those discs in the mail. One commenter suggested that they played this game on a disc they got from PC Gamer. Another commenter suggested that they were from Austria and played this game from a German magazine. As a result, a number of Redditors are currently pouring through German game magazines and PC magazines at the time. There was even a user, Aaron2005X, who had a gigantic archive of German demo discs. Another Redditor named Zeri discovered a archive of a German computer magazine, Computer. People are currently looking through these archives, but as of now, no one has found the game. Finally, literally as I was about to record this video, there was another neat post by a Redditor named S.W.Frost. He had a different account of this game that raises a few questions. Full disclosure, Nexpo's video brought me here. Make of it what you will. I have been searching for a game since at least 2010 that aligns near perfectly with the details given in these posts. The consistent details. The game was created no later than 2004. I had it on a laptop prior to getting my first tower in Christmas of 2004. The game came from an Shady game website. Sorry, I don't remember the site. Ash doesn't strike a nerve. The game is isometric 2D top-down. Zelda A Link to the Past style player. There's a cutscene. There's a cutscene at the start of each day that explains the backstory.
Da, ovdje gore sjedim. To je moj predlog da odem na drugu mapu.
Details that have not been mentioned in relation to the game I'm searching for. The game had reap in the title. Reaped, the reaping, reap what you sow, something along those lines. Images are low quality pixel art, something you might see created in MS Paint. Cutscenes are single spread textless comic/storyboard style images. The layout is a farmhouse /
Nekad vidiš monsteri da stoje u mjestu, jel' tako? Kad ih ubiješ, pa da.
Ako ih ubiješ cijelo ja, a nismo na istom dijelu, ajde kažemo ja.
Evo, to se dešava i u Diablu non stop. A Blizzard ima bar para za server.
The win condition is to fully decompose the body. Conflict with other testimonies. There is no fishing.
No da ne prizivam Singa više, pojavit će se iz ničega.
The other screen was the layout explained above. The focus was not on managing crops. It was a story device towards decomposing the body. There was planting and harvesting, but you didn't gain directly from it. The game had little to no text outside of the start screen that I recall, so it would be hard to deduce bad translation.
Dođe ne preuzivam što se nam ljuzu igre.
Which immediately makes you think back to that game Reap and Sow. But once again, that conflicts with the game he's describing, and when people showed him Reap and Sow, he said, no, that's not the game I found. That being said, if this game does exist, I'd be willing to bet money that the title does in fact include the word reap. It's the perfect word to describe a game that combines farming and murder. A farmer reaps crops, but personification of death is the Grim Reaper. It's incredible wordplay.
39 na manu, ćeš ovo?
And the contradicting elements of the story that he pointed out also make me think back to a theory that a few other posters had. Perhaps there's either two versions of the game, or people are conflating two different games. Although the original posts claimed that this was definitely not a browser game, a number of people said they swear they played this on either Newgrounds or Hunger Game. It wouldn't be completely unheard of for a Flash game to be made and then a more fleshed out and fully developed version to come out. But as of now, this is all the information we have about this game, and as the story develops, I'll keep you updated.
Ja sam takav našao kao onaj Beastmaster, ali kao Beastmaster nisam mogao da ga upotrebim. Ne treba mi toliki mana pool.
Long answer. of Annihilation.
Oh,
If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend that you check out my first video on the evil farming game. But in short, there was an old video game similar to Harvest Moon that people remember. But this one involved killing your wife and hiding her body from her piece while you go about your day farming. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at the game that people thought was the evil farming game, as well as how it was found and the ramifications of this discovery.
Ja mislim da ti to možeš iskoristiti kao tank.
Znaš šta je najjača fora, ja ovako već nosim. Ja znaš.
Možeš to napređivati.
Ma jedi na to.
What happens a lot is they'll run out of steam and then all of a sudden someone will come to the community brand new.
Imamo lama na
the community full momentum once again.
Imaš ovaj deo mape i to ti to.
It was Redder named Simone's room, username Slumber. He just knew that she played this game before and had to get involved in the search. It begins with a post she made on May 1st to r/thatevilfarming game. I downloaded and played this game sometime between 2014 and 2016. So, I've played this game, and it frustrates me to no avail that I can't find the site I downloaded it from. Around 2015, I only had a shitty little laptop that, at best, displayed Binding of Isaac Evil. So I would download games from a few free PC game sites. This is where I downloaded this game. The site was not hidden or obscure in any way. It would be the top results for either freeware games, free PC games, or abandonware games. These were the three search terms I'd used to find games. One of the sites I'm 80% sure I used is freepcgamers.com. A site I might have used is this, freegamesdl.net. The site I actually downloaded the game from looked more similar to the latest site, but it was much more simple. Mostly white with no banners or the like. Every category would be listed on the left side, and the content would be listed as separate blog posts on the right. The site was not a piracy site. It was a site offering legally free games. It is not more released after I played that game for quite a lot of time. I was trying to become an indie game dev at the time, and basically
Nemaš teleport, piše waypoint locked. Kad klikneš gore, ne otvoriš mapu i pogledaš na Lost Refugee, piše waypoint locked, uopšte nismo ulazili tamo.
Imamo na ga otvorimo ovaj waypoint.
It was not an advanced game. I know people compare it to Harvest Moon, but that is giving the game way too much credit. It was a very simple pixel game with weird graphics that would invert color and make static sounds.
Pa onda uskoči ovaj rift, ajde vidimo ovdje. Znači, čekaj, nešto nismo uradili tamo, znaš?
Pa imamo skill gore u onome, možemo ovaj fight Temple of Etera.
Ne, Temple of Etera ti je desna, mislim. Levo ti je taj Lost Refugee. Temple of Etera ti je glavni quest. I sad mi se mapa zatvorila. Ajmo levo. Ej, je po. Sad je fora kao svi su mrtvi neprijatelji. Kako sad odem levo? Full mapa mi je zatvorena.
Dođi, ajde znam sam.
Simone would spend 14 hours the next day trying to figure out what site she got it from.
Ne desno, već levo ti je side quest, desno ti je main quest, to pokušati kažem.
Ali dole misliš na vrata da uđemo?
Na vrata levo. Ne desno, kad otvoriš mapu, levo orijentisano ti je, ja mislim, side quest, desno ti je main quest. Temple of Etera, ja mislim da ti je skroz desno. Samo pogledam. Da.
Every single horror game that was on Game
up
to 2017, as well as doing similar searches on itch.io and Newgrounds. She recalled that in my original video, someone in the comments section had mentioned a game called Ashes to Ashes. And although there was a game on Moby Games with that title, it was a shooter that would definitely not be it. There was a game that turned up called And You Will Be Fit for More Than Ashes that caught her attention, but that didn't seem to be it either. Since a lot of people claimed that they'd seen Markiplier play this game at some point, she went through his whole back catalog to no avail, as well as John Wolf, who mainly plays horror games. She had already put in an absurd amount of hours into this search, noting that she had no day job and nothing but free time to look for this game. And on that note, a couple days later, she would make another similar posts with more websites and more games, including Reap What You Sow, which did come up in the initial search.
Jest, ovo ti je Laser Refugee, ovo ti je side quest.
Similar enough to some people's description of it that it's very likely
Levo.
that a lot of different people are remembering different games and
Portuj se na mene, ja sam na ulazu u dungeon.
farming game blob. And the more the search goes on, the more I think that this is probably true. At this point, she had also gone back to Markiplier and John Wolf's catalogs, looking from their very first videos up to videos 3 years ago, and then going and doing the same with Jacksepticeye. The only game that even briefly gave her pause, though, was one game that Jacksepticeye played in 2013, a game entitled My Only. It's a pixel art game where you kill your wife at the beginning, but that's pretty much where the similarities end. She also took notice of the thumbnail of a game called Don't Escape. Although this is not the game, she said that the thumbnail reminded her of the thumbnail from this game. Although she noted that her memory of this might not be perfect, so don't think the Evil Farming Game's thumbnail looked exactly like this, but rather it just kind of triggered a memory in her, so she put it there in case it does. At this point, I can only imagine the sheer mass of indie games throughout the years that she was exposed to in this search, and she commented on that at the end of the second research post. As a final note, during my search, I found many games that are lost to time. Games that only have a mention and a screenshot to it, with the dev long moved on and no social media. But personally, I find the journey fascinating. I get to see games I've not seen in 15 years, and get to look at games I've never seen before.
Otvoren ti je gornji deo mape, jel tako?
I appreciate the experience. But it was her next post that was the post that would bring a flood of messages to my inbox saying that the mystery is inside. 2021. I found it. It's called The Red Sun Sets Over the Fields of Grain. It's an app. It was removed from the App Store at one point for violating their respective terms of service. That is why it's so hard to find and why so few played it. For over a week, I've spent 14 hours every day searching, but I finally found it. I am a very tired man, but a happy one. So let's take a look at this game.
A šta bi sa...
Does appear to be
Ti znaš da će njihovo igranje Hunta trajati još, na primjer, 15 minuta, ne duže.
As the developers described this game, it was intended to be a commentary on simple...
Možda prvo desno.
Life on the farm is not as simple as it once was. You return home...
Još 15 minuta, pa toliko im daje.
Life appears to carry on as normal after killing, but is everything truly...
Nije, ne igraju taktično.
You forget your
Igraju na juriš i na urlikanje.
Can you ignore the glaring reminder of past?
Samo da jučer nisam poslušao bio ono zadnju patu, ja bi pobio sam.
Smartphone video game.
That's absolutely mock.
Rather than simply tap away and watch the gold coins increase, the Red Sun Sets pushes its users to carry the burden of the main character, establishing a strong link between the player and the character that the player controls.
Znači da aktivala da ode kod recimo.
The game itself, as was mentioned in some posts, could not actually be downloaded to play. At least not from the App Store for a
Pa i onaj mačak isto po zvuku znakom.
rules that were partially cataloged by the developer. Unfortunately, this app violates several of Apple's app security guidelines, such as, and these are direct quotes, if your app is plain creepy, it may not be accepted. If your app was cobbled together in a few days, it likely will not be accepted. We will reject apps for any content or behavior that we believe is over the line. What line, you ask? Well, as a Supreme Court justice once said,
Mislim da
and we think
pojma nam da
you
ideš.
will also know it when you cross it. Apps portraying realistic images of people
A ne zanima te levi donćeš.
shot, stabbed, tortured, or rejected. Apps that present excessively objectionable or crude content will be rejected. Apps that are primarily designed to upset or disgust users will be rejected.
No.
Thus, the app will never make it onto the App Store in its current state. And this is
iPhone
something
idemo.
worth noting here,
Pitam.
because although it might seem at first that the app was taken down from the store, so
A ovo ti se lupuje, ne moraš da praviš takav krug. Znaš?
Ne, lupa se, nema. To je Josh.
Meaning that the only people who would have ever
Vidim.
played it are people close to the developer or somehow involved in this tool. And if you want to play it, the developer upload the files and the instructions on how to
check it out and don't pitch the polish.
Honestly though, it's a bit above my head and I couldn't do it. And a few people in the comments tried to as well, but couldn't seem to do it. And one user, Shotuni, noted that the code was so old that they would have had to download another program to transfer it over and then be able to play it, and that process just didn't seem to be working out. However, another user, Stardews, pulled the game's image assets and uploaded them to an imager gallery. And these images reveal the story of the game. Apparently, it begins when you walk in and find your wife cheating on you. The guy sits up on the bed and looks at you and crazy but pretty graphic for this kind of pixel art.
Ovako,
Also in the art
vidiš,
files, for some reason, a space
ima ovaj sprint pravolinijski.
of a guy who kind of looks like him. That being said, there's also a few things that don't quite match up to me. Gameplay-wise, it doesn't seem to resemble Harvest Moon at all, outside of it being a farming game. The menus and whatnot remind me a bit more of like a lemonade stand.
Što neče, fora. Ovome se nisam nadao. Tome se nisam nadao.
It's very unlikely that this game is ever actually on the App Store or played by anybody outside of the developer circle. But that being said, it is kind of strange how strikingly similar this game is to what was described. Some people thought maybe even that the developer made this game as a response to the search for the game, but it was actually made before Sparta 213
Evo ti se
Sparta 213
tunel do
was the
tunela.
first person to post that he was looking for this game, and who would a day later come to this thread to respond. It breaks my heart to say that this isn't what I remember, and I've never owned an iPhone. That being said, this is the absolute closest thing that anyone has found. And there is a very real chance that this could be it, and that I have false or unintentionally fabricated memories. I am shocked at how similar the two really are.
Možeš se mene teleportat ako hoćeš, ja sam sprintao gore.
You found something that, to my knowledge, nobody else
Nisu
had
tišu
for
desno,
years
znaš?
of searching.
Gdje je desno?
And that in and of itself
Imaš tu
is a feat
desno.
that I was beginning to think was impossible.
Nema ovdje ništa.
Jačva se, ima jačvanje.
Nema.
Simone updated her post saying that she might have jumped the gun.
Ima beljone jačvanje.
Ajde, sačekat ću te ovdje, nema.
I'm not done so. Editing. I got
Na mojoj mapi nema, nemam pojma.
and it declared this game as the game too soon. I had just taken my sleeping aid and was about to fall asleep while doing some last-minute research on my phone before bed when I found the game. Got a bit too excited, didn't think about the title too much. I apologize. I should have clarified that through my research, I've come to the conclusion that we're not looking for one singular game, but multiple. People's descriptions vary sometimes drastically and contradict one another. For example, in Sparta's later clarifications in AMA, he states that the game he played was focused primarily on farming and was very story-heavy and had a village and villagers. Basically, it was a long-play RPG. But the game I remember, and many
Osim ako
other
ne prođeš kroz zid, jebi ga, ako prođeš kroz zid, onda okej, onda sam ja pogrešio. Pošto vidim da nisi prošao kroz zid, ništa.
With little to no text or additional characters. Basically, a short play arcade. These things cannot be true at once. Or at least, not within a reasonable doubt. I don't think the search is over, but we have found a corner piece to the puzzle, and can now start mapping out a frame of EFG game. And I think the multiple evil farming games theory is most likely true. There's probably one very specific game that Sparta is remembering, and that some of the people who also remember it are remembering, but it's very possible that a lot of people who think they remember Sparta's game are remembering a different game, or one of many other games. Because you have to think, when the original Harvest Moon came out for SNES, it was notable for the fact that it was an RPG with no violence. I mean, in any other game that resembled it at the time, basically the object was, you know, you hit things until they die, and you do that until you get stronger so you can make things die better. Surely there were a lot of indie devs that had that thought and made a project. So it's basically a certainty that there were many evil Harvest Moon type games that existed. In any case, Simone would continue this search over the next few days, searching things like developer forums, school projects, abandonware sites, ROM hack sites, fan sites, obscure game reviews, and listing games of note she'd come across such as Dear Red, Wishbone, and a Harvest Moon parody called Darkest Moon. Ultimately, though, at this point, Simone had been putting several 14-hour days into the search. And although she kept on finding more and more interesting little things, she wasn't finding the thing. And at this point, she was gearing up for university to start, so the search had to come to a close. But there's still one more lead left for her to look into. And I wish I could see the look on your face when I say this. There's a hard drive. There's always a hard drive. The hard drive on her shitty old laptop that she had mentioned at the very beginning. She still has it, however, it needs one part to work once again. A replacement USB-C to find it. As of me making this video, she has found the part that she needs and has ordered it from eBay. However, as she's noted, because she lives in Sweden and
nešto da mi se šokiramo. Ovo je bez mene.
Neki spell, šta?
Ne, može više, neki jebe.
Set item. Jel to?
Bibio, pogledajte, kod mene stoji.
Oh, jesam set item.
To ti je set item. Treba ti 2-3 komada da bi imao taj bonus. Što ti piše?
Da bi imao ovaj dole, ovaj. Pazi, prvi 41% increase minion damage.
Vidim. Daje ti 3 na intelligence, znaš. Piše ti svaki point intelligence ti daje... kako beše ovo? Word retention, improve skill that learned carefully studied magic. Kad mišem prevučeš preko skillova na tom baru, pogledaj. Kad mišem prevučeš na skill, piše ti od čega zavisi. Vidiš, piše ti poison, spell, damage over time, area, intelligence. Na što se scale. Naprimjer, moj Beastmaster ima oko 49, ja mislim da ima strength. I 10 vitality, skroz nebitno.
Daj.
Aha, desno su vrata. You're in the army now. Whoa, whoa, you're in the army now. Ta šaka ti je seksi, je. Čini mi se kao se pomeraju prsteni, je.
otvoreno pola mape, otvoreno pola nije.
Ne, tako igra nekad otvori to, znaš. Ne znam zašto. Ne znači da si bio. Već tako ti je nekad otvoren. Ne znam zašto je to tako, ali... Možda bug, možda po dizajnu je tako. Teško reći. A ovo je kraj mape. Drugi pravac. Ste gledaš global chat? Shield rush is broken.
Rockay City, ima neka igra koja se zove Rockay City.
Jest. I Chuck Norris je Ranger Walker, samo.
Ovo je smije pojavni, ovo je moj jedan udario i njega nema.
Možda mi ovaj dosta pišu o kaliberu jednom akademu. Kaliber. Osjećam da Nenad...
Imaš dobar pojas, reci ti meni.
Nije još.
Ja imam bolje onda. Gledao.
Jeli Nenade, osjećam da vapiš da... stavljaš kaliber.
Ovo je... Čom... Dankiša.
Nešto.
Ovo je plus 200 animo i cast pion.
Daje na cast speed 10%. Više ti belt ima armora nego ostali delovi.
Je, Village-u gospođa Dimitrescu pretvorila u onu ptičurinu.
Da, onu harpiju, ne znam ja šta je to. Jesi ti to preskočio animaciju pa nisi vidio?
Ne,
Da, onaj grbavi se pretvori u onu ribu. A onaj kako se zove Heisenberg, on u nekakvog Transformers. A vidi se da sve panci prave ribi. Iskreno njega nisu ni morali da transformišu ni u što, ali ima veze. Mogli su da naprave da se boriš s njim regularno, opet bi bio izazov.
Kim to?
Pa sa Heisenbergom, zato što ti je on, ako sam dobro skontao, njegova ta kao mutacija kao da kontroliše metal i magnetna polja.
Kao magneto, a?
Pa kao magneto, da. Kad pogledaš cinematik...
Samo otvorimo i pa će da odemo do vode.
Magneto.
Imaš čak mod da skineš za Resident Evil Village. Da zameniš njegov model za magneta. Ja sam umro od smeha.
Gledali sam ona sedmicom bio kazar da ima neki mod za treće lice, za skine, ali moraš i skinove da skineš neki spektakula.
Nije skin nego model, zato što vratno nije postojao model u igri za to.
Da, ne znam.
Vratno moraš skineš model za Itana i za Lumiju.
Ima na ovom sajtu Nexus mod, ali nisam baš nešto.
Ovo, imaš nagradu ovdje, dođi. Jesi otvorio?
Što ima tu?
Chest, dođi vam.
Da čekaj pa da završimo ovo. Kako je taj quest u dobro?
strane brljat. Joj! Stani!
Oj, ogromna mapa, majko.
Imaš dnevnik ovdje. Dobiješ 2 skill point na džabe, znaš? Malo li?
Gdje malo? Kaže mi prazim.
Da li se promenio u questu? Da. Da si dobio bio 2 ona skill pointa, jesi?
Jesam.
Onda sam ja uradio to za tebe. Čekaj samo da pogledamo gore. Ti se možeš teleportovat nazad skroz, ako hoćeš. Si joj istražio pećinu?
To idem kroz kultiste, jel?
Ne. Ne ideš uopšte kod okultista, ideš skroz nazad u Council Member. Council Chamber, to ti je ona startna oblast gdje smo... Kultisti više ne postoje. Oni su kaput. Ako sam dobro skontao, kultisti su ti frakcije ovih survivora, ove kao te apokalipse toga vojde, koji su kao ostali gore i oni su ono kao zašto bežati od haosa, treba ga pregledati i vidjeti šta je bilo sa poslednjima. Koji su probali nas da raskrinju.
Daš obećati o nečeg od čeg ne možeš da povedeš, ne?
Pa, moje geslo je bolje umreti u borbi. Ako već ne možemo da ga pobedimo, možemo da umremo. Pokušat ću. Duše imaš i ono, kako se zove...
Ako ne možeš da pobediš pridružnici.
Ne, to sam reći... live to fight another day. Han Shodan style. I have lived to fight another day. Ovaj čiča treba da ti da, zapravo, neću da ti otkrivam, mislim za jedno pola sata, sat još igranja imaš da biraš drugu klasu. Jedan NPC će ti kao dati opciju. To ti je, ovo ti je kao...
Da je subklasu, a?
A?
Kao subklasa ili...
Pa sekundarna klasa, ali sekundarna klasa ti ima najviše ovih pasiva, znaš. Smeći. Zapravo ti je glavna klasa, ova osnovna akolit koju ti imaš, ona ti je samo kao starter. A druga klasa ti baš omogućava...
Učenik i ima poslije bijen da će kao neke mase liče ili šta je.
Jest. Nekromancer ti je summoner, lich ti je caster. S tim što i dalje imaš petove, samo ono, nije ti fokus to. Jesi pričao sa ovom ženskom tu?
Idem. I kako napišem da se zovu? Rat City ili Refuge?
Pa, zavisi koliko si ljut na njih. Ako hoćeš da im napakostiš, kažeš Rat City, a možeš i Refuge isto. Poželj.
Biću čovjek.
May I tear a smile upon you? Farewell.
To je to. Sad možemo da nađemo ovaj Ruins of Etera ako hoćeš.
Sad ćemo. Samo da ne spojedim po jedan.
Ovi side questovi ti daju najviše ovih pasiva, znaš? I daju ti ove rune slotove isto. Mislim da se ne rune slotove, nego ove slotove za idole. Kad uradiš sve side questove imaš max ove idol, taj inventory.
Jesi teleportio?
Nisam. Sad ću. To je... Nije Lost Refuge i to je Shattered Valley pa desno. Ali tamo još nismo bili. Raportao sam se. Znam, ti na istoj mapi ili?
Jebeno je se. Ja sam stavio da se teleportio tebe, ono mi još i teleportio.
Probaj opet, možda sam bio u onome shield rushu pa nije mogao da nađe tačnu lokaciju da se... Moja pretpostavka je da je to u pitanju. Evo, stojim sad umjesto. Moram da stojim mirno. Viš. Ready, steady, go. Ja sam par puta radio charge okolo, zato što kad mi radi cooldown, samo radimo ovo. Ne tako. Definitivno ne tako.
Bili smo, ja?
A jesmo, eto, ovo je samo za XP, ništa drugo.
Čiže otvorimo koji tam, a?
Ona dolina tamo, bili smo i tamo.
Ne, po tamo nismo tamo.
Kako nismo? Jesmo.
Nismo.
Jesmo.
Ovo je Shadow of Time.
Koji?
Sigurno. Ovo je Shadow of Time, tu smo bili, sigurno.
Jesmo. To ti je Ancient Forest. Znaš kako, otvori mapu, znaš kako radi, otvori mapu i se selektuje Ancient Era i na njemu ćeš vidjeti da imaš waypoints za tu zonu. Jel' tako? I sad ćete ne možeš se teleportaš.
Ima.
Klikneš Ancient Forest imaš travel opciju, znači si bio tamo.
Ono u Ancient Era je bilo naprednije nego u Divine-u.
A to ti je kao ono mit o Atlantidi, znaš. Da svaka civilizacija teži da se uništi. Posle nekog vremena, posle totalnog uništenja, imaš period restauracije i opet imaš kao zlatno doba, pa opet imaš pad. I tako se ukrug. Što s toga tiče, to mi se sviđa.
Mislim da bojavic.
Ti nekom.
Ovdje ne volim.
Čestitaj Jasi.
Nis. Čestitam posle.
Nego.
Ni Jasi pesam.
Dobro ti ga je kao da je.
Satatatara. Ovdje nismo bili, priču sam siguran.
Priključenika već istekao.
Čiri. Jojeva.
Opao mladinac, kakalikat.
Spalo 5 zlata i to je to. Evo ti škrinja ovdje.
Imaš ovdje ovaj kovčeg. A, nema ništa.
Onda za autobuski da probam ovo da pošaljem, pa ću ti ja siguran.
Aj.
Evo ti ga taj temple. I ako se ne varam, ovaj temple koji je kao razoren, imat ćeš, mislim da ćeš ovaj temple posjetiti u dve vremenske epohe. Razbite, a?
Možem digneš?
Ne, možda se teleportiš u mene. Samo staviš teleport.
Neću se teleportim kada.
Možda otrčiš, možda se teleportiš, samo desni klik teleport. Ako hoćeš u grad, odeš, to je već što drugo.
Ja pa pokupim ovdje ovaj mod, neće ovdje ovako.
Razbite ovaj, a?
Ide, daj mi jednom.
Pa meni je skinuo solidno health, ali nije mu bio.
Ne vidite si tank.
Mislim da pomaže to što imam štit.
Ajde, dukuje.
Ne, nego svaki imam onaj chance to block i chance to deflect i parry, tako da bi trebalo da pomogu. Imam i retribution tipa, mislim da se aktivira na 30% njihovih udaraca, vraća nazad.
Mi imamo i levo neku oblast. A, desno nam je krest.
Levo? Nemaš.
Ima.
Nema.
Ima, vidim na mapi.
A vidiš samo kao deo od druge mape.
To ću pogledat što.
Evo ga ovaj retard opet ne prelazi on. Piše ovim neprijateljima periodically becomes rampant. Nabusti je sebi ono kao veličinu i damage, ja mislim. I tih par sekundi kad je nabustan ako te dekne. A vidiš što sam.
Sad je 2 golema.
Vidim, to specijalizacija neka jedna.
Ne, obično ovako. Običan skill koji je specijalizovan samo posao idealan i pojedin.
Ne vidim. Evo, izgleda se ga kao kesu.
Inventar mi je puno.
A kad skupljaš sve?
Samo žute.
Ne skupljam čak ni sve žute. Skupljam žute iteme koji imaju 4 afiksa. Većina žutih itema ti ima 3 afiksa.
Skupljam da bi...
Imaš onu Rune of Shatter. Rune of Shatter košta da se kupi 2000, a možeš i da je nađeš random. I s njom obično radim Shatter na rare itemu koji ima 4 afiksa. I onda dobijem 2 do 4 onaj kao ta mala šarda. A šarda dobijem, da. I onda mogu s njima da upgrade nešto drugo. Samo kažem, skupo je da se kupuje, 2000 košta taj jedan Rune of Shatter. Kovač ti prodaje svaki put kad odeš u grad, mislim. Neki glavanj, ja? Thou shall not pass. Vidim da mu te eksplozije rade film.
Idemo unutra, će se potrebno prvo jedan.
Kako hoćeš, znaš kako možeš? Ja obično uđem na tu mapu...
Aj se čekajte tu dok ja uredno.
Ne čuješ me. Obično uđem na tu mapu i onda otvorim teleport, vratim se u grad. Tim redosledom.
Evo, unutra.
Pa to ja uradim. Ovdje nema šta ni da se ubije. Imaš tamo teleport. Onaj stone, možeš s njim da se vratiš u grad. Ja da. Ovaj hram, da bi mogao da prođeš kroz ovaj hram, treba da 2-3 puta uradiš vremensku tu manipulaciju. Moraš da skočiš kroz neka razdoblja 2-3 puta da bi... Da mogu da aktiviraš kao to. Gdje je taj, evo ga. Council Chamber. Ja se vraćam u grad. Bolje ti sad se vrati. Kad se vratiš, imaš samo gore da ideš, ka severu. Skroz ti je nebitno, ti mapa otvorena dole ili nije. To znaš da si već odradio. Ne moraš da budeš toliko pedantan. Ti valja ova knjiga, što?
Ušaj počinim.
Kad kažem knjiga, stvarno mislim na knjigu.
Jok, evo ću ti dati.
Ne potreba. Hvala. Ček da vidimo. Nemoj da vraćaš. Prodaj ili... Eto, ovaj lik ti ne bi to napisao. I love PoE, I consume a lot of PoE content, but I just don't have enough time to stay up to date with it myself. Need something like this or Diablo 4. Yes, previše sistema ima u Pet Effect Zone. A nemam ja toliko života. Nisam streamer profesionalni da ja imam vremena se ja zajebavam s tim. I guess.
Greetings. 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 Do not dwell on me.
Evo me.
Ćemo li? Gdje smo stali? Temple of Etera. Se ja sjećam, treba da pobedimo bossa u ovome Temple of Etera. I kad pobedimo njega, spoiler warning, mislim da nas teleportuje. Neki mistik nas teleportuje kroz vreme kao, to jest ili nas samo onaj kamen koji imamo, taj epok, taj piece. Teleportuje nas nazad kao u zonu koja se zove kao End of Time. I tu pričaš sa jednim čičom i taj čiča ti da kao opciju da biraš drugi masteri. Da, to ti je posle bossa ovoga establishmenta. Kažemo tako. A svejedno, ti moraš čitav hram istražiti. Si bio desno?
Nisam.
Mislim da ti je hram simetričan. Ne mogu se sjetiti tačno. Mislim da je simetričan manje više. Jest, simetričan. A većina hramova jesu simetrični. Po dizajnu. Ok, ovo ima neki most, ajde. Nije baš toliko simetrično. Tu sam ja počistio. Sad čekat ću. Idem kupi stelu tu. Eto, makar para ispade.
Ja, gold mi je bitniji nego neki predmeti. Koji su useless i koji će opet predmet za gold. A samo mi uzimaju mjesto u inventaru.
Ako si primetio, nemaju baš neku cenu. Artefakti pojedine.
Ovdje napravio sam ti cijelu. Pazi, ovi bacio AOE damage. Gledaj po noge. A pre sam gledao ket mi pojao ko ništa ne bio.
Ovaj izgleda kao da su ga iz Diabla izvukli, pogledaj majke ti. Pogledaj ovaj model, vidiš? Samo ljubičast. Vidiš mu dizajn.
Dosta su izvukli iz Diabla. 5 Excel, Game Down. Nisu izmišljali toplu vodu sad ovo.
A to sam ja rekao. Ne moraš da izmisliš toplu vodu. Mrtav. Interesantno, ovaj nije imao health bar. Mislio sam da je glitch.
Nisam ja vidio, to sam si ja pitao.
On je kao neka iluzija, ako sam ja dobro skontao. Ali mislim da ima health i dalje, i kao iluzija. Ode... Šta je health, no? Da. Pokupi ovaj health potion na healovac. Imaš hot...
Jedan udac je mi skinuo preko 200 health.
Tako nekad bossovi imaju teba.
290 health mi skinuo.
Ako prevučeš mišem preko ovoga, imaju tu skrivene mehanike, to ja nisam znao dok nisam igrao na 3 sati. Imaš endurance i imaš ward. Ward ne znam kako radi, ali znam da je ward radi na spellcastere, kao što si ti. Endurance ti redukuje one shot ability koje ti bossovi rade. Naprimjer, ja imam endurance 75, što znači da kad dođem do 75 HP-a, boss ne može više da me one shotuje. Prima manji damage na 75 HP-a. S tim što mogu da sa određenim artefaktima ili abilityima da povećam taj threshold, naprimjer na pola health-a. Kad mi skine pola health-a, više ne može da me one shotuje, naprimjer. Dobijem bonus damage iz na primjer. Ali to ti radi na ovim one shot abilityma, ne radi na ono dot damage over time. Ako ti neko baci poison ili neki ability na zemlju, a ti se ne skloniš, ne pomaže nikakav damage daje. Ima par slučajeva koji su onako malo sumnjivi kad određeni neprijatelji bace neki, ja sam se isto ono zabezeknuo, kad ti određeni neprijatelji bace ability na pod, a ti ono, kao ono, znaš, kao ubijam ih, znaš, da, volite ovo, znaš, i odjednom samo umreš, zato što su nabacili, na primjer, 3-4 oblaka nečega, a ti nisi registrovao i samo umreš.
To se ne da se prišao u nosim.
A dobro, u Wolcenu uopšte nije očigledno. U Wolcenu toliko se ekran napuni tim glupostima grafičkim da... Ne znam. Vidim samo svog karaktera. Volio bih kad bi mogo da isključim pola tih gluposti, samo da vidim šta radi. Stani tu, odmah se vraćam. Zato što moram da pogledam ove lance ovdje, znaš. I kad ih pogledam, sad će nam pisati da moramo da aktiviramo barijere, znaš. A to je levo i desno, ja mislim. Jedna je kod tebe, druga je skroz desno.
Ovo zajednič. Ovo si sad čekaš, bar ne završimo ovo.
Ma jo, samo sam interaktovao sa tim lancem na sredini, znaš. Da ne bi se vraćali 2 puta bez veze. Jer ne možeš da interaktuješ s tim.
Aha, ako nisi pričao.
Ako nisi, a nije ne pričaš, nego kao pogledaš šta se dešava. I onda on kaže kao, ok, kao ne mogu sad ništa da uradim i onda dobiješ objektiv drugi. Kao što ćeš vidjeti. To su ti mission triggeri koji nisu automatski. Moraš da dođeš do toga da bi ti on promenio objektiv. Tako je skriptovano. To ti se zove finesa, na primjer. U Diablo 4 sam gledao, ljudi su na primjer u beti rekli da imaš, jedan od objektiva ti je očisti dungeon od monstera 100%, na primjer, ili 95%. Međutim, dešava se...
Jedan monster se zavuče negdje.
Jest. I onda kao Blizzard je kao sad sa ovim zadnjim patchom što je bio za Diablo 4 što sam gledao, za tu betu, rešili su to tako što mobovi sami krenu da te traže, znaš. Ono. Znači ne moraš ti da ideš za njih, doći oni po tebi.
Ako nema Demon Hunter...
A imaš rogue, to ti isti kurac.
Demon Hunter je bio cheat.
Jednako je Demon Hunter broken klasa, pa po loru ispada da je najjača klasa, on je specijalizovan za ubijanje demona. Šta ubijaš tokom igre, uglavnom demone. I... Undeade, ali ne toliko undeada koliko demona. Ajmo nazad kroz vreme.
Išao sam opet.
To je to. Reaktivirao si. Pazi, pazi. Kao što rekao, postoji potencijal za ove kao... Imaš jednog bossa, neću ti sad otkrivati, ali... Jedan boss ovdje je urađen tako da moraš da skačeš kroz vreme da bi izbegao neke njegove kao napade. Tipa krene da ti kuva, da kažem tako, AOE. I ako ostaneš, ubit će te, 100% će te ubiti. Međutim imaš kao time, kao taj, kako to, dilatacija vremena. Imaš da skočiš kroz epohu, kroz vreme i u trenutku kad on treba da ispali ability, ti skočiš 1 sekundu kroz vreme u drugu epohu. Ako ostaneš predugo, on krene za tobom. Ako ostaneš tačno 1 sekundu i vratiš se, ability taj AOE koji ispali, on prođe i vratiš se u sekundi kada to ne stane. I boss ne ode za tobom. A ako staneš predugo, on ode u tu drugu epohu za tobom. Mislim, ja sam provalio šta se radi, ali nisam znao da moraš samo na kratko da ostaneš tamo. Ako i druge bossove rade na neku sličnu mehaniku, igra ima stvarno potencijala dobro. Naprimjer, nisam primetio da takve, nisam toliko igrao Path of Exile, pa ne znam, ali nisam primetio da Path of Exile ima tako duboko mislene, da moraš zapravo nešto da uradiš. Ima da vrtiš neke točkove i neke gluposti. To sam gledao u određenim dungeonima, to ima, ali što se tiče bossova nisam primetio da ima nešto da se razmišlja puno.
Još je velik map.
Ovaj hram.
Da. Ja bi morao da idem nazad. Da kažem sad gdje sam bio, gdje nisam bio.
Prati mene. To validno.
Glupo je to što im se srčita mapa, bre. To treba iz mene.
Prati men. Budeš tako išao ima da ideš već praznim mapom. Ja generalno izbjegavam da se teleportujem u grad dok ne očistim čitavu mapu.
Samo bio sam pre.
To znam.
Ima ovdje da se stavi više ništa.
Ako skupljaš koplja i dvoručne mačeve i dvoručne sekire, brzo si inventar napuni.
Looking for fun_bot_master. Welcome to my channel.
Dole, desno možeš doći. Definitivno. Išao je passive point, sam sačuvao. Nisam teo da ga bacam ni ništa. Čekam da dobijem drugu klasu da bacim nju.
Ovdje možeš se sjetiti.
Pa možeš da vratiš određeni broj pojena, to da.
Možeš se vratiš.
Možeš, ali onda si unlearnuješ određene skillove. Ovo ti je vjerojatno najbolja šajna koju sam vidio dosta. Imaš i tu i onu koja ti daje random shardove. Pa isto dobro.
ćemo nazad, a?
Gore desno. Severo... Šta mu to dođe? Severo istok. Da, severo istok. Nema, to je sve prazno. Doduše vidim jedan deo mape koji je... Da. Tu možeš naći malo neprijatelja, tu nismo bili. Bar ja nisam bili. Ali to je baš mala deonica.
Sad idemo gore. Tu desno možeš.
Možeš teleport na mene ovdje, se čekat ćete.
Evo sad ću.
Ili trči ili...
Sad ću sve bot. Ebe.
Što se vraćaš desno. Znaš da na tab imaš mapu koja je providna, to znaš? Ili na M, na koje ti dugme već. Nemaš minijene, sad si solo. Evo i stigli se, nema moguće. To je to? Aktiviram. Evo, gdje se vraćamo. Ajde, dobro. Kilometar. A ovo je gratis boss, a? Za razbit brigu. Kada imaš neki travel ability da se pretvoriš u lokvu krvi ili tako nešto?
Šta?
Kada imaš neki travel ability da se pretvoriš u baru krvi ili tako nešto?
Nije, ali ne koristim to.
Zauzima ti mjesto za summon slot, ili?
Da.
Nas. Tu je krema.
Minuti naš još.
The original game Sparta 213 remembered, or for that matter, any of the other people who came around in time since and thought they remembered this game. I think it's extremely likely that if she does have this game on her hard drive, some people are gonna be like, yeah, that is the game, and some people are still gonna be looking for a different game. And when this does happen, I will keep you updated. But that's all for now. Thank you to Simone for putting such a ridiculous amount of time and work into this search. The evil farming game has been found. No, for real this time, no fake out. But there is a catch. You see, as it turns out, the evil farming game wasn't actually a game after all. Rather, this was a very specific piece of content that Sparta 213, the original poster, was remembering. And after this piece of content was found, he did confirm that this is it. I can already hear the rattling of the torches and the pitchforks.
Vidiš da se lanci dižu, vidiš? Kud narodna vojska prođe. Sigurno sam da tako nekako ide.
Evo ga, boss ovdje.
Desno?
Napravio još ostao, mislim da je ovo. Dobro. Kogo što bi voli.
Desno, levo. Oho. No što se pitam? Op. Kako brzo idem.
Ovo će se nam da vjerojatno da se ne jumpamo.
Ao. Ja, evo ga. Long live the Emperor. A ovo nije čak ni Imperator, znaš, piše ti Vojci Papit. To što čini mi se oko 1000. godine kao taj Imperium of Men je kao došlo do tog stadijuma da su kao usavršili tu manipulaciju duša, znaš. Da su postali kao besmrtni, ali kao u formi skeletona. A ovo ti je već kao 1200. godina kad su već oni koraptovani. Jao, odjebi bre. A to je to.
You seem a little disoriented. First time here, traveler. Don't act so surprised. Countless other travelers have come and gone from here. I must have looked that surprised my first time as well. This is what is left of your timeline, and many others. Welcome to the end of time. When you rejoined the Epoch, the Void plunged your timeline into darkness. The Epoch saved you and brought you here, away from the Void's grasp. Whenever a timeline is shattered, if its traveler had rejoined the Epoch they had taken, most of them don't last much longer. Jumping around timelines is a dangerous hobby. If you want a better chance, you should find your friend, Gasper. He might be kind enough to show you how to tap into your true potential.
Nazwę. Pričao sam ženskom. Priča. Rekla je da popričamo sa Gašparom. Bukvalno se tako zove.
Take care.
Oh, yes?
Ne, u te nema koristi. Ta uvek priča o zagonetkama. Ne, vamo. To ti je forge.
Znamo da si izbejazni, sad ću rođen polako. Učiništiva se.
Pa pogledam.
Ovo da se master pojene.
Sanduk ti je ovdje, to znaš.
You may find a treasure, my friend.
Evo ga i varovic.
What brings you here?
Kaže, ko je to? Nana. Who's Nana? None of your business. Suck these balls. To je ona varijacija na ono these nuts. Nisu baš mogli tako vulgarnu šalu da napišu, ali dobro.
Oj, vego onaj djelic.
Zapravo, nije ovo. Sad ste reći.
Your potential is infinite. Countless alternate versions of you have come and gone, only to drift away into nothingness. Some of them were strong. I have been here for a long time. Long enough for time to lose meaning. I have absorbed the faded selves of too many other Gaspars to count. In the process, I've become adept at guiding the shades that if you allow me, I warn you. Then close your eyes and focus on the potential you wish to wield as I guide the shades to you.
I cannot do that.
Good.
Kume, gdje si kume?
Še raspade se društvo starne. Posle. Malo kasnije. Ti ćeš igrat definitivno i bez mene, ali...
Pa da, pa to svakako bilo pitanje da li želiš da se pridružiš mom igranju.
Malo kasnije. Definitivno. Ne,
nemoj to da radiš,
nemoj to da radiš. Ne.
Sad si počeo sesiju ili šta?
To zajebi. Sedno će otići kod tebe posle.
Ma, včeraj tamo Nenada bre.
Neće li ga včera. Bilo je fino dok si igrao Counter Strike s momcima. Counter Strike. Gdje je? Otišao vam je vođa.
Stavi Blood Moon enemy. The number of zombies that can be alive spawning at the same time per player duration Blood Moon Horde. However, max spawn zombies override. Max. Čekaj, moramo to ostavimo. Max zombies, da stavimo da dođe grdilo zombije.
Već je došlo bilo grdilo zombije, ne vidim što je problem.
Malo je novo.
Nije koliko može.
Da, gledaj, piše ti ovako. Also note that the game stage set the maximum number of zombies per party.
To sam ti rekao.
Game stage values can result in lower number of zombies than the Blood Moon enemy count setting. Change this setting has a huge impact on performance, changing at your own risk.
Da ne bude igra secka, ne radi kako treba, to je na mene stavljeno tako.
Ček, player block, IL block, loot, basic J, Blood Moon range, što znači Blood Moon range? Set the random range that Blood Moons will happen, 0 is off, 3 would mean the Blood Moon can happen up to 3 days later than normal, nećemo to. Blood Moon warning, dobro, Zombies Day Speed Walk, Zombies Day Night Spring, Feral Spring, Zombie Blood Moon Speed Sprint, Zombie Feral Sense Off, Percent Profile, Brand must give the first connection with the always change your profile picture, ne. Claim dead zone, claim dead zone, claim dead zone, claim health online, claim... A gdje je ovo, brate, pojačavam broj zombije?
Čega?
Player kills...
Broj zombija ti zavisi od game stage-a, već sam ti objasnio.
Dobro.
Što imaš bolji gear, što si duže živ.
Što je, hoćeš da me prepadneš, kume, pa ne može. Roždraće nam ovo.
Da, znam. Pričao sam sigurno. Ako ne počneš da betoniraš, hoće.
Pa izbetonirao sam sve. Što bi ti...
Treba postaviti zamke isto. Znaš da imaš zamke koje stavljaš okolo.
Znam.
I see that many sent we build the seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the epoch. The rest will be up to you.
Beluzi, šta sad možemo sa Belusom? Šta ti on daje? Smelting speed, tebi ni ne treba, vidiš, Crucible i to. Ti možeš šta hoćeš. Daje ti speed samo, znači 50% brže.
Možeš ti bez, nije problem. Jedino što ti treba je onaj Crucible da praviš steel.
Take care.
Znači za Crucible ti treba steel, dobro.
Obrnuto.
Hello, Trap.
Evo me.
Yeah, he's back.
Ti si da nešto za mene, a?
Šta ne rade? Ne rade, baš sam pokušao sa kuma da okrene proti tebe, ali ne može.
Ne može, ja sam kameni.
Ne može bez pištolja.
Sve toga imaš 2 levela da me stigneš, ako se ja dobro sećam.
Koja?
Tačno tako.
Ma kaki, bre. Kaki, bre. No što, kumara, no što? Čekaj, samo da vidim šta ćemo da smeltujemo ovdje tu neke.
Sada vidim.
Jel dalje postoji...
Što?
Postoji li dalje auger, da. Da, motor tool parts, to imamo, bicycle handbar, steel, možda se napravi. Nemoj trošiš ove forge steel,
Šta god. Što bi ga trošio?
Ne prepadneš. Pa ne može. Sve ovo je smelter da se topi. Sve što može da se topi. Ne, brate.
Si uzeo specijalizaciju?
Jesu.
Kome ti to kumarama?
Ovdje nemaš ništa da radiš u ovome monolitu, tu end of time. Nemaš ništa da radiš, nikakav quest do kasnije. Kasnije ćeš se vratiti.
Si ti nakopaj nešto ruda, ne, a?
Ne. Iron možda. Možda.
Gdje ti?
Možda kod mene inventara.
Farewell. Greetings.
Još se ovo pojačao ovako.
May Terra guide your travels.
Šta, muzika, zvuk?
A da.
Hello.
Čak i ako sam bio smanjio ovaj master volume na kompjuteru, ono i dalje se jači.
Ma ja ga smanjim na 2%, 5%, tako nešto. To je neki sound mixing.
Yes.
What do you want?
Yes. Be well.
Pričao sam sa svima osim sa Karicom. To sam ostavio tebi.
Če popi Miju.
Polako, polako. Nije lijepo napravio te koliko se gradi se tako. Oprosti,
A manje šeći stavio, treba stavio još šeći.
Ja da napravim. Ima bade, mlečnik, šta ima šta. Utorim umjesto ora.
A trebao da stavi i keks.
Znam ja šta se sve stavlja. Ona napravila
Da, 90% baze je u tombe.
Red kološlem.
Hello. May a Terra guide your steps. Greetings. May a Terra guide your travels.
Ovo levo je krica.
I see. Yes? Stay safe.
Kaže ti da odeš do Forge. Ne krivica, već ova njena kao druga po komandi.
Tako mi traka, ti su moja krivica. Bombeka nije izgorio kompjuter.
Koji si uzeo klas?
Neke mase.
Mislim, prepostavim.
Mislim da je još jedno skrevat, ono i daje 50% damage-a.
Na minijene.
Da.
I cannot do that.
Što je OP.
Yes.
50% od 1500. A 500 damage, koliko vidimo, ovo nije malo.
Nije. Ja sam uzeo paladina zato što pasivno daje 30% damage auru, znaš. Kaže, you and nearby allies passively have 30% increased damage and 15% elemental resist. Tako da sam uzeo da buffujem.
Blast fire damage. Čini me. Da te čekam ili ja?
Ja sam tu napolje, izašao. Izašao sam iz kampa napolje, čekam ti ispred vrata.
Evo ja sam dole, šibam se.
Gdje se šibaš?
Bišu sam ja ceo kill već.
Ja, prošao je pored mene.
Joj, Nenade.
Ja tu si čitao nešto.
Batali, to igraj sa mnom, ovdje igraš kaj. Čaj. Baš ti Nenada, brate, i taj. Kako zove ta igra?
Pa imaš lak fix za to. Zovneš Gardinovačkog. A? Ne, zovneš Gardinovačkog.
Kada će doći Gardinovački, pa će ligat?
Pa neću igram, čoč.
Šta da igram?
Ma, one ako hoće kan da igra.
Ko vreće, šta je stavno?
Jako nije vatno nišće dobro. Gdje ga Milan?
Nema ga Milan. Dobro, nisam mislio tako.
Valjda otišao na ručak.
Jel ti Necromancer daje onoga kao jačeg minijena?
Onoga sa kosom.
Ne, Abomination bi trebao da ima.
To neki nas.
To prepostavljam.
Neću da je spice analizujem posle pojene. Ovo sam dodao čisto onako na prvo vježbe očitano.
Nekad imaš na skillove tipa da daje nešto. Ne, nekad imaš, na primjer kaže skill radi 50% damage-a, ali ima cooldown recimo veći.
3 sekunde i to.
Da. Znaš, takve stvari treba pročitati. Ne na prvu reč.
A znam, to i kažu.
Imaš skill, ja imam pasiv. Kaže, daje block effectiveness, stun avoidance i block chance. Međutim kaže, ali ne daje više od 2% na bilo kom levelu. Znači možda napumpaš 5 pojena na to, opet je 2% block chance. I preko 1 pojena nisam ni teo da stavim na to.
Cement mikser za 5.000, majku ti jedan.
Šta si ga pravio?
Ne, našavam kod tradera.
I naši pare.
Koji će mi kurac kada nemam.
Pa možda ti jeftinije da ga kupiš. Pravi se sporo beton, ako nisi znao.
Dovoljno.
Ne znam. Igri to di se gri. Zavisi koliko betoniraš. Jer ti ne praviš samo beton, ti na primjer odeš da kopaš rude i dobiješ 20.000 kamena. A ti od 20.000 kamena možeš da napraviš onaj cementni prah i možeš da dobiješ pesak. Bez da kopaš pesak i bez, znači ja taj cement.
Nenade!
Mogu li noću?
Ajmo da se robi, ajmo.
Igrat ćemo noćas.
Ne noćas, sad.
Evo ti odmah ako hoćeš.
Odmah.
Možemo napraviti pauzu ovdje.
Odmah!
Eno ti tamo checkpoint.
Pa ne igra mi se. Dovoljno mi se ne igra.
To verujem da ti se ne igra. Meni se nikad ne igra Hand, da mislim.
Ne igra mu se, a igra se ovo posle podne celo večer, onda zaspi, onda...
Ma da, polerant bre. Da igra je bre Hunt smrdljivi bre.
Kak čovjek?
Smrad.
Ja ne verujem.
Ajmo ovako, odigraj par mečeva sa Guardijem, a kad se ja vratim kasnije od kuma igrat ćemo Let's Step. Hoćeš tako?
Aman kad ja legnem da ospavam.
Hoćeš tako da napravimo plan?
Ajde, ne.
Ajmo prešao misli bolje.
A?
Ajde.
Sve kažeš?
Sad čekaj ga do 5 minuta 10. Je li ti to dosta? Je ti to dosta ili si kao, imaš koncentraciju kao Milan?
Koncentracija odmah sad ili juče, znači, ali dobro, znači.
Stavno dole.
Nisi ti vidio neči što s kume, pre neku noć, pričao mi, bilo ponoć. Pričamo, tek Milan se probudio, znaš, kao to za vampir.
Nije, došli crkve vam.
I kaže Drakuli kao, ajde, igramo Hand.
I ode.
Kaže, čekaj jedno 10 minuta. Ne, kao, nemam ja vremena, idem.
Ali čekaj, bolji je bio ono pre 5-6 dana kad je rekao, ajmo, isto bilo 12, pola 1, kaže, samo da pozovem Makića. I kroz minut je počeo da hrče, jeli?
Ali blago njemu što može tako da...
Nije blago njemu,
Ja se mogu da zasmijem tako dok nisam krenuo da radim ovaj posao.
Mi su počeli poweri da te kare.
Imaš ovdje kovčeg ili ja?
Kakvi poweri? U čemu je ovdje reč?
Poweri, kare, dobro.
Dobro, kare, a?
Kare, da.
Karadidu.
Karadu.
Karadu, poweri, sve zvoni.
Na zdravlje živije.
No, zdravije. Taj kume, pio neko ladno pivo, pa...
Ne pijem.
Kladio malo ili...
Ladne?
Ja rekao od ladne pive nešto, znaš. Nije, a?
Jantrici, duški, snežni. Persi, tečni ti.
Hoćeš li ovdje da napravimo stanku? Ovdje ti je checkpoint. Nemoj da se levelaš bez mene. Znači. Mislim, nije problem, možeš ti, nije problem. Onda ću ja da izvadim onoga Beastmastera level 70 Nema da jedeš prašinu za mnom.
Kosoviću, ko te ne poznaje.
Skupi bi me platio.
Ko te ne poznaje, taj je srećan čovjek.
Može i tako. Može i tako.
Čuš.
Nego za kumar.
Čuš.
Taj Boris je.
Kume, šta se pije danas? Šta je na rasporedu?
Danas? Ništa.
Da, ništa.
Kako ništa, majke?
Danas straight.
Sad ću.
Zašto, jeli, kume, zašto? Govori.
Moraš odmori neka, Boris.
Ma, ajte, može. Gde ti mladost bio?
Pa tamo gdje će mi starost biti.
Gdje ti mladost kad moraš odmarati sad?
Šta ću?
Ja u tvojim godinama destilerija se molila dan odmora od mene i kuma, jebi ga, ne mi da se odmara.
Možda ćeš morat da restartuješ igru.
Dajte, odmorite više.
Ti?
Šta nam je?
Zašto?
Pošto sam isključio iz anti-cheat.
A?
A radi igra brže bez iz anti-cheat.
Na kom se pališ na logu, jeli? Ne rade.
Ušao sam se platio među trojke.
O, stije Turci, a?
Da. Ovo duške znate ovo.
Idemo na stije Turci, a?
Čekaj, idemo na krv.
Idemo na Mars.
Stije Turci.
Definitivno izgleda kao da igra brže radi oko.
Čekaj da šape ženu. Plesova. Patrijarh!
A što će mora? Mora, vrati. A isto kaj i ti.
To ti je bolje ako znaš onaj vic. Na prevozu kad baba dođe
Ciganka je.
mladića jednog i gleda hoće li ustati, ovaj ne ustaje, kaže sine, kaže u tvojim godinama sam ja ustajala starijim od sebe. A
to
ovaj
ti sad
odgovara,
leđe bole.
sad i ne možeš da stojiš, jebi, ne.
Sad leđe bole.
To tako, i ovi mlađi što idu da spavaju, oni to s razlogom rade, znači da ne bi morali stare dane.
Jeste.
I da spavaš.
Nam je išao da smo upalili, ja?
Odmah je namirisao, hoćeš hanta, Milane? Zašto?
Oli hunt?
Aha, hoćeš da legneš u vodoravni položaj malo, jel? Hoće sluša muziku, bre.
Nisam znao da je raspevan postao.
Bum, traš, pas.
Ajmo, čikašone, ajmo! Poslao sam ti invitacion. Evo i Nenad zaspo izgleda.
Halo?
Alo, ne rade. Alo, ne rade. Ne rade. Zaspao li si? Morat ću kisipa me domaćicu.
To je kao robotik s lečkom, šta je ovo?
To staviš ispred vrata i to bije i gura ih dole, znaš.
Sledžamer.
To ti kao hidrolik. Kogod pređe vratima, klepi ga i gurne ga to.
možda udaraš s njim, rekao mi, šta pričaš?
Da, može i da se udara. Mislim da je intelligence skill. Možda ga postaviš na zemlju, znaš?
Sledgehammer.
Kad boriš s Sledgehammerami?
To je ona serija. Kao Sledgehammer.
To je luda serija, znači.
Malje.
Sledgehammer. Ima onaj Magnum, šta je on, jebo mater.
Jeste Magnum, kad priča s njim.
Siglo
kad priča s njim.
Prila glavu, postala koji on, svećaš toga, te epizode.
Ne.
Ona njegova što je uvek kao glas savjesti, ona njegova Mercadora, pa udarila glavu, pa postala isto koji on, naočar za sunce, Magnum, jebe mater još gore svima.
Dobro, to je parodija.
Ne rade, o ne rade. Jav se ne rade. Više njih je ovdje primilo te Milanove osobine jebovce.
Evi ga, ima više kada te nađe.
Nova te Milanove osobine.
Nenad je Afrika.
Kao što sam rekao, ali je svako mu valio kurec.
Stop homo.
That's absolutely marvelous.
Pa šalji tu ploču, više izgoreja i ti ta ploča.
Pa šalje ili pošalje?
Šalji, pošalji, kako god hoće. Boris.
Oni.
Šaljemo tu ploču svegati. Da mogu da napušavam ovoga malog.
A znaš koji sam imbecil jebote, da sam rekao Drakuli prekjuče da je pokupi, pošto je išao u isti servis, da je ploča. Ja zaborio da mu kažem.
Zaboravio si, da.
Pa jest.
Ja vala pa radim noć u konju jedan jebote, ne mogu ja baš da funkcionišem u 9 ujutro.
Što ne može da funkcionišeš? Nego nećeš.
Hoću. Ali rekao sam Drakuli sad kad bude išao da mu premontiram.
To te ti kilometar. Si to upalio auto, šta ne?
Biciklo.
Biciklo je za kilometar.
Veruj mi da...
Jes?
A?
Da.
Posle sam Mariću poruku olala, on napiše istinu olala.
Ko je Marić?
Pa onaj Boki Marić to piše ovdje kad dođe na kameru.
Ona je bez noga?
Nije cajko.
Ne, imaš bučera, on ima
multiple sklerozu.
Aha.
To nije zebancija u pičku.
Tebi ne može to nikako zakući sabori se naš.
Nema to kod mene ništa od toga. Mene možda zakući eto tako taj kamen. U bubregu može ortak da me ubije kad mi pogleda zebancije i tako. A ove bolesti te dečje vaše se to baš superom kačikom 3 puta i neću dobiti ništa.
Neka u tebi ima 12 promila non stop.
Ja sam ti ko one slike kad ga pitaju koliko treba da pijete vidno alkoholisani, koliko treba da pijete, stuvate 2,5 promila, a on kaže pa 2 dana ništa. je najjača provala. Pa 2 dana ništa je. Da se spusti na 2.
Uj da se spusti.
A pitao je lika jednog alkoholičara, kaže koliko dana treba pijete, naduvate 2,5 promila, kaže on pa 2 dana. Osjećam da nisi shvatio.
Kako se shvatio?
Ima toliko alkohol u sebi da mu da...
Bravo, Nenade, bravo.
Abstinira.
Bravo, Nenade, bravo. Mislim da ste puntni od tebe, pogledaj sliku kupu.
Čega sliku?
Ovo je Ivanović ko da... Čas ga čuješ jako, čas ga ne čuješ uopšte.
Pa ne svi čuju za stima, ne?
Jeli, Lamborghini neki?
A ne Lamborghini, nego Ižas.
A, u vazduhu.
Lepo izgleda ovaj. To Lamborghini neki.
A to ga parkira tamo.
I go lišu.
Ma pitam te koji je auto jebote.
Lamborghini, brate.
Lambo. Klip na YouTube, klik Ferrari 812 na autobahn. Objasnio čovjek ubrzanje je.
Šta na autobahn mi vozili Ford Fiestu 200,
Nije problem koliko dostigneš brzinu, nego ubrzanje objasnio čovjek sa Ferrarijem. Ono je nerealno. Formula. Original formula. Znači, poslije tog klipa da imam $500.000, zadnji bi dao na Ferrari.
Si pa bi jedan pogodišnje u njega.
Pa bi ja i 2 put nedelju.
Si pa bi kurac 2 put nedelju.
Jeo bi onaj kreker, onaj za $69.
A zaboravio sam ti kažem, znaš odakle dobijaš Ford stil? Z bandera.
Aha.
Ta jebilo ne rade.
No ti me ševio.
Što se smiješ?
Treba ti francuski ključ i skill,
Ako
ali
ne piješ.
možeš uzeti finu količinu Ford stil.
Ma ne čupaj ako možeš da čupaš.
Nemam ja... Da bit će jedan Ford stil, ako imaš onaj skill, sad ćete reći to ti intelekt. To ti je... Koji je to, majko mu jebem? Griz Monkey.
Jebem ti mate, pukla mi igra, ječi.
Griz Monkey?
Nenade, tu!
Jesam. Pojeo ti kučić.
Ne.
Me pojeo?
Koji je majko mu jebem? Ima jedan koji ti daje više...
Aj, zakiluj me jebo.
Pa gdje mogu ti zakilujem kad te ubojio? Opet pucaj ga.
Hunt? Nikad. Nikad. Ko to laže? Taj grad je savršeno, ono je neko da mi vređa igru. Milanovu igru.
A zašto ti nisi bio pored mene kad je mene kuća oborila, nego si video i opet multitaskuješ, jebe.
Mena voli da te gleda da se mučiš. Da te muče, bori se naša.
Ljudi,
ja jebi ga. Pobi govna, sad i diži me, jebi ga, evo, rekoneksiram se, jebi.
Salvage operation, perception skill.
Ubi me. Ma da.
Dobijaš više motora, električnih delova i od bandera dobiješ više.
Da, lik me nije ni šanio. Lik me nije ni šanio.
Pa viš da jeste čim si mrtav.
Nije ni šanio mene, samo puku.
Mora da zna da ni šani, vidiš.
Jesi ti živ ili?
Pa pisalo mi je da sam je live, sad evo rekonektujem se, ako se rekonektuju, ako me nije taj ubio.
Vjerojatno isto. A, počeli su da DDoS-evi igraju, jel tako? Da.
Da su počeli, da?
DDoS.
Idi spavaj, ajde.
Ajde s nama.
Zašto si rekao da ideš da spavaš, uči si moraš da spavaš. Idi spavaj, ajde. Idi spavaj, ajde.
Igrajte, brate, što ne igrate sad zajedno?
Ajde sad, nemojte da...
Ajde sad, nemoj se nas ustavljaš.
Ajde, beka. Evo ti boriš i nema.
Tek da su mogli na onaj drugi nabog.
Misliš da ti se ne pokvari, ne daj Bože, Kejdi?
A evo, boli smo već unakazio.
Šta ima veze?
A jo, kakav si ti, Nenade, kompleksaš.
Provaljen, a?
Kakav kompleksaš.
Evo sam ja htio do 100 kilo ligen sam, ali...
Ne vredi ti, ni to ti ne vredi. Da imaš 200 kilova fore, opet ne može.
Da se vratim u menu.
Ti ne kapiraš.
Hoće da se dokaže Drakulić.
Ne možeš dokazat ništa, zato što ti ne možeš...
Ti bojiš da te ne banuju zbog tog što se loguješ na 2 naloga sa iste IP adrese.
To jednostavno ne zovnete neće Drakulu, nađite
pošalji ponovo.
Ja imam 4 naloga. Pošalji ti jedan ono...
Pošalji ponovo, Nenade.
A?
Mora pošalje bojim svega, ne.
Slušaj, to što on radi to nema pojnte, zato što po teoriji vjerojatnoće džaba ti to radiš.
Što da fino njemu ne uzmete i ne popušite mu, vred.
Kome? Čemu?
Imam mali.
Imam maljenki.
Biće vam dovoljno, ne?
Jel ima maljenki?
Podijelit ćete vi to, bratski.
Ima maljenki.
Nije vamo dovoljno.
Ja igram igračinu. Mada.
Ajde, kosu se glave zbog Miona, ajde.
A poslao sam ti jebote.
Mione, budeš li me pokušao da me dižeš dok sam okružen ljudima, idem escape live.
Neki mi ne bilje sve. Igraj bre to kao muško bre.
Kad ubiješ ljude, ili ga je čisto.
Podusloviš čuo, boga li ja.
Poduslovi se i digni ga,
Tako je. Uslovi ga, bek. Odmah ga uslovi.
Male, ja sam kliknuo ready odavno.
Čekaj da napravim build.
Novi account.
Kupi ti Beka novi account.
Kupi Beka novi account.
Bolje ću da kupim još jedan account.
Za koji niko ne zna.
Kaže, kume doće kad budeš došao popijeti kafu.
Što bi ja dolazio pijem kafu?
94. Što se bojiš, kume, a?
Ja se bojim guzice.
Bojiš se, a?
Boji se Ilija da Milan ne uzvrati izbacivanje iz stana.
Totalna osveta, da.
Totalna osveta.
Pa 0% znam da bi ga išutirao na poljutima.
A ne, Milan bi sad uživao, on bi mu tamo demonstrirao internet brzinu sljedećih 2 sata. Sve moguće testove bi mu,
znaš, pokazivao. A to je, jesi moguće to, ima to istine, da.
Ne bi on to drugačije, bi on to, on bi psihičko šutiranje radio, znaš.
Neki nego bi morao da se revanšira, vred.
Jel misliš?
Da, bilo bi izađi napolje i, aj sad se vrati, vidiš kako to.
Aj sad se izađi napolje, ajde uđi, aj izađi se.
A sad možeš se vraćati.
Jedno 12 puta tako i onda kunde reka...
Vidimo se. Sve u granicama očekivanog.
Dobro.
U granicama greš.
Da bi mu ti to napravio uvijek.
Na bodi ga!
Ti rabite kumen s noge na nogu, bret.
Naboti ga Janoš, a?
Znači, prvo bi rekao dođi na maconu. To bi ti rekao. Dođi na maconu. Molim, dođi. Ali s 3 put dođi na maconu.
Mstri, pali mstri, aj.
Nemoj da pečeš.
Kuma ćeš i da... Hoćeš i da...
2000 kroz 400.
Učistiš ovo sa mnom.
Gotovo.
Gde si ti si na 200 metara. Imam ovdje quest.
Neš ti imat bolje od mene, pa crko. Neš. Neš ti imat bolje od mene.
Aj sa mnom, ja idem.
Ne, pusti me ti što, ja moram da odradim ove ta 2 questa da bi ta 3. Kapiraš? Ne računam mi kad radim tvoj quest. Znači moram da odradim ja seriju ti ta 2 questa da bi ta 3.
Nemaš ni sad, ali... Ali tu si negde. Približavaš se, znaš.
Evo Milane, ne mora se zalećiš tu. Ima 2 spawna ispred nas.
To nije istina. Nemoj biti...
Nemoj ti njega da učiš, pogalja.
Nisam to.
Spet je sad ti će...
A vidim da moram.
Ma zna on gde su... Šta ima veze gde su spawnovi? Ajde malo hrabrosti. Šta ima veze što te ubiju čim se startuje meč? Kill spawn.
Ti si tvojom kevlju zasuo celu mapu.
That's absolutely marvelous. Je, bola.
Still water je natopljen Milanovom kevlju.
Jeste.
Stel Water. Ovo neki novi Dracula. Stel Water neki.
Still.
Kaže Dracula fall damage. Fall damage.
Aj jebi ga.
A što moga brate fino, ne dogovorite se ko će prvi, ko će drugi, ne ti mi žlobate.
Nije ga naučili u školi ništa.
Kad sam fall damage ovo jedan dan.
Last days of us.
Jedan dan sam fall damage ovo. Ohoho, neko puca s desne strane. Neko puckuje, ej! Neko puckuje ovamo, bre. Neko puckuje na Dockovi Bay.
Ja.
To ne.
Siso, vidi gdje sam, ja sam ispred tebe sisice jedna.
Šiša, nemoj tako.
Ohoho.
Zašto ideš tako, vrte, da ti veko...
Ohoho.
Moj ne tako vulgarno.
Blancheta, a?
Boss je, mislim, u podremu. Boss!
Ko je boss?
U podremu.
Jesi ti čuo kome da je neko boss?
Boss. Ima neki boss.
Podremu bossi.
Ima neki boss. Milane, koliki je ping danas da čujemo?
A koliko je to?
Šta su tjebali pička i materijal?
Priključili su više od 2 osobe na taj internet.
Vidi vagon ili ti čamac.
Si rekao, sa tobom ljubav ginem, konik na noćnoj straži.
Aj pogini, molim ti pogini.
Otišao je već.
Nemoj komik, daješ mu opravdanje da izađi iz meča i kaže da nema fokus, kapira?
Ti siguran da je to u podrumu?
Ko Nenad koji pare traži, ginem, za tobom, dečko ginem.
Evo ga neki Milan. Popac u koncentrine svud.
A nije to Milan unikatan, to svi rade. Oni Rusi su bili interesantni.
Jebem ti mater.
Nemoj tako.
Već počuo sam ovom. I ovako sam žit.
Tihi peskacije.
Ima
A ne
automat.
znam, 4 metra od mene je
Ima automat, ima automat.
Sa terminusom, jel?
Pa šta?
Ne znam gde je, nisam ga...
I vi imate kičmu.
Terminus Maximus...
Pokažite malo kičme.
Mislim da sam u žvici, bolje nemoj da me dira.
Nisi.
Ti siguran?
Ispred tebe je žice, pazi kad ušao.
Ali uleteo sam u žicu jednu jebi.
Levo od njega, stoni!
Aj, jebi ga sad. Jebi ga, kad su refleksi mrtvi, gotovo je to, nema tu šta.
Slušaj ti, Ivanović.
Skočio ti odozgore.
Odozgore? Odozgore.
Moram da gledam ovaj stream. Čekaj. A ovo Milan igra.
To je njegova ekipa.
Ovo Milan igra. Ovo je vrh.
To je njegova ekipa.
Gledaj ga, sav je zelene. Mrtv.
I ovaj je kao Krilžitvi uspod ispalio. Ma da!
Pa šta ti je...
Lik je uspio da mu metkovi prođu kroz žicu.
Pa prolazi metkovi kroz žicu.
Prolaze, ali i full meter čekajte, ne obično.
Ne, longamo prolazi kroz žicu.
Welcome to my channel.
Hoćeš malo, ne.
Može ako naciljaš rupu.
Ne može, ni rup.
Ja može.
Jesmo.
Nismo, samo se pravimo.
A kako te trpa Borise?
No, ubio si ti čovjeke koji ti kuci.
Šta si ti radio, Nenad?
Koliko si ti ubio, Nenad?
Stvarno, Nenad, šta si radio? Stvarno, Nenad.
Još ti smije, Beka.
Ne znam.
Otvorio ti vrata, nisi slušao. Pa ne znaš žigaš.
Šone, ubio sam ga kizet.
Dobro i?
Šone, bre, ubio sam ga kizet. Ohohohohohoho.
Da.
Take key.
Kriv ti je Boris, Nenade.
Ja sam kriv. Gospodi pomiluj,
Evo je Boris Gadinova. Boris se, što si mi sjebao kada?
Pa namerno, zato što si kreirao novi naloz.
Ja mislim da ga
Bog znaš kad će da ode? Moja duša je toliko crna da neće me zove onaj gore. Neće bre me zove, kaže. Koji ćeš mi kurac moj tako crn?
Ma ideš ti brzo, Boris.
Brzo pošteno. Isto tako kažeš.
Gospodi mi pomiluj. Gospodi mi pomiluj. Malo mi ga pomiluj, malo više mi ga pomiluj.
Slušaj, to je greška hrišćanstva, znaš. Ona okreni drugi obraz i kao Bog sve prašta, znaš. Znači za njega nema pakla, zato što je on grešan.
Nema za mene te kazne. Ne
može.
A redi, što ne kažem?
Redi pa se naredi.
Redi pa se uneredi.
Ko je?
Naravno.
Ti si.
Koji nisi, kako?
Glupane. Treba da nosiš, druže, top.
Top, puz.
Ciganko, ja još to nemam otključeno. Ciganko, novi nalog.
A što novi nalog?
Dobro i? Zbog svirane vojne muzike.
Neka, zbog svirane vojne muzike.
Kakav je zbog tebe?
Rekao, terem ti se na vojnu muziku, a?
Nenad, reče ti to zbog sire i vojne muzike. Što reka, Nenade? To neki smoljinački izraz.
Nemoj da mi diraš Smoljinac, idem sljedeći vikend za Požarevac i očekujem da vidim Smoljinac u restoran koji sam naznačio.
Ma gdje ćeš ga vidjeti, šta ti je? To treba se plati.
Da?
Što je trebalo novci?
Radiš sljedeće subote, jeli?
Svake subote, ja.
Ali možda izletiš ako ja dođem u subotu za požarevac.
A kako da ne, može sigurno.
Ako poslije 12?
Ne, Boris, nemoj budeš ne.
Ako bude poslije 12, hoću.
Pa tako, oko 12, pola jedan.
Slušaj ovo, Boris, ti misliš da on dođe kod tebe, Boris?
Pa sad to baš, ne znam.
Sa čije gorivo? 100 tekeško.
A, ne nade. I Boris, čije misliš ti da on dođe kod tebe, Boris?
Treba će odemo po njega.
Gdje ćeš ti da pođeš? Tebi ža goriva, njemu ža...
Meni nije ža goriva, mene je uživanje voziti
Što će
ja.
2 goriva, 1 auto, tako?
Nema vozačku, šta je s vama, ljudi?
Ko nema vozačku?
A i da ima vozačku, nema kola.
Ko nema kola?
A i da ima kola, brate, nema goriva.
Sad ću 3 karte da kupim, daj ovamo, 3 karte mi napravi.
Nema ni goriva, šta ti je, bre?
Sad ću 3 karte, daj 3 karte. Ko nema pare?
Imam i B i C kategorije, sine. Imam.
3 karte sad ovo. Mora dođe u Požarevac.
Što samo za crne dane?
Crne dane, bekeć.
A jeli, a koliko je vlada Terminator 1 od Požarevca?
Šta mi treba jedan liti? Vlada je 200 km od Požarevca.
Idi ti, jebe.
Ti si šao 200 km
Sad ću još
kod
koliko
vlada.
ja volim, jel?
Ti si šao 200 km kod vlada.
I vi kažete Nenad Škrtica, aj ne zajebavaj. I vi kažete Nenad.
Tam ja beka da je bio neki prevoz do tamo. Znaš?
Da pola gorivo, to.
Pola, da.
Da.
Pa jes.
Tako se ja i Beka vozimo, znaš. Ja platim gorivo,
108 km ima do Jagodine.
Ti me platiš, on vozi.
On vozi.
Nemoj da mi jebete Nerada.
Ne jebemo mi niko.
Šta? Nisam ga čuo.
Aj ti, Beka, i tebi je ža para za gorivo, ću ti. Gledaš da su šlepaš nekim do Novog Sada, baš ti pričam.
Dobro!
To ti tamo kumere.
Evo ti kasad. Belada, znam da voliš pare, znam da voliš pare.
Znam da vara me, znam da laže me.
Ja uoče ljublju džengi, a? Jel' tako ide, Milane? A kako?
Možda za slovenske cigane, tako?
Samo džengi.
Hrane malo drži.
Samo džengi.
Kome? Malo to sve što imam.
Možemo, ja volim novac.
Ili si jeba za pare.
Ali to ne znači da se ne bi ja bojio za neke slučaje iz ubeđenja.
Ne nade.
Kao što je uništenje svih Slovena.
Ili se puknuo za pare, ne nade.
Ja ih ne volim enormno, ja ih obožavam.
A, ne nade.
A, što se rekli?
Treba ci na Stefovi, on ne vredi ovako.
Ja ne volim pare, ja ih obožavam.
Što je rekao ovaj Ivanović?
Ej, ko lupa? Ko lupa?
Evo ti ovo, kume.
Ženski glas lupa negde nešto.
Mora ga početi.
Ne, da prestani da me smanjuješ.
Nije.
Čak da prestanem, da.
Da me smanjuješ.
A čas se čuješ, jako čas se ne čuješ.
Nego me ti smanjuješ, ne mogu. I Nenade, bi se fuknuo za pare.
Misliš da bi te pojebao za keš?
Da li bi imao seksualne odnose sa muškarcima?
Da li bi pravo moje gaće, mače?
Ne.
Ja ti Nenad liči na stranu.
Ma koja zadovoljstvo ovo može platiti, maće?
Ti ja ličim me čip puta.
On je čifut, jes čifutio.
Ja volim u oba slučaja, volim i da ga posjedujem i da ga trošim.
A daću vam ga ja da ga posjedujete, a i trošite ga, braćo moja, samo ga trošite.
A kume, možeš ti nama malo da potrošiš
ja
3
mislim
puta.
da se po onome što ja jedem dalo...
Po Kuranu, šta?
Mislim, ako žele kavija, tu onu...
Kaj, četina.
Žene i kavijar. Žene i kavijar, isto reka.
Poždeljen. Ej, kuje su mi pojeli mnogo pare.
Pa mislim, nisam ti ja pare izbježao.
Da, šta je, Nenade, ti žao
Jesam za last epic, to
je.
jest.
Ti žao, Nenade, što si vratio i prakičo je.
Nije.
Nije ti žao što si ja prakičo, pa si to mora posad još danas, šta? Pa ne žali je tu, jes? Ne ostaje, Beka, ne ostaje. Nego dolazi od tebe.
Ima hilja neđe, bogo mi.
Ajmo na bossa. Na ove, ajmo na njih.
Na njih.
Sef, a?
Zidni sef. Ne veliki sef, onaj što možda padne, nego onaj što ide u blok.
Ne moj, nego gun safe, brate.
Zbog?
Pa zbog sigurnosti.
Od koga? Od drugih igrača. Gun safe pada dole kad mu izbiješ oslonac, ovaj stoji u bloku ugrađen.
A imaš ovaj? Wall safe.
Da, to sam pričao.
Djela ciganka. Ajde ciganko, gdje si ciganko?
Čekaj, ili idemo
na njih? Tamo, što radiš ti?
Mogu ga preme.
Tada ti spring i mekanik mogu ja.
Pošto rekao idemo ovamo na bossa jednu whipping stone.
Ovo da će srce opaliti zbog Milane.
Viši.
Nije rekao ajmo na njih jebote šta.
Viši.
Ovo Nena da će srce opaliti zbog Milane.
Infarkt.
A to je mal sef, kume nema mjesta.
Napravi jedan da viš kapacitet.
Ajde da ih pobijemo.
Ajde da se bijete, idemo da se bijete.
Ono si sam tu.
Joj, da tebi će srce opaliti zbog Milana. Ne rade.
Znao sam, jebem ti mater, čuo sam ga.
Automat.
Kako se skriva govno.
Automat.
Skriva se s automatom.
Da, čuči iza kamena.
Desno, znači na desni ekran ću to da upalim da ih gledam.
Teo sam pod rum da napravim, ali si me zajebao, znaš, zabetonirao si od dolje, nisi trebao da radiš. Teo sam skroz dole da ide pod rum.
Ne mogu da radim više boli se, nažalost.
Ništa, čekaj, ne moram pusti ga.
Da, što gledaš back in stream.
Viš da li će da...
Nije nego mu jede frame-a, ne možeš toliko stabilno da učitavaš.
Beka, secka ti stream.
Znači, bukvalno iza tog kamera, gledaj kako mi noge gledaju. Nemoj da gledaš mene, gledaj taj kamen, Nenade.
Vidio sam ga da je skočio gole i sad se sakrio opet negdje.
Beka!
Halo?
Igraš, ali ti secka stream užasno.
Ne secka, nego mu dropuje frame-ove. Ne secka mu stream.
Zato što je stavio 6000 bitrate, a...
Bitrate nije dobar.
Biterate.
Možeš da lupaš, bre. Mora da ima logike to što radiš.
Mam ti jebem, sakriven da ti jebem.
To ti ima malo kapaciteta, ozbiljno.
Viđu ovo.
To ti ima malo kapaciteta.
Neko se s leve dotrčava, Nenade, čuješ?
Šta će mi to?
Ali to zavisi od bloka u koji je napravljen. Ako blok krene dolje... Znaš? Znači ne smije da padne. Ja sam ćeo dolje da napravim, znaš, da ide ovo.
A ne troši tog vožđe više ludače jedan.
Ne, treba mi 30 da napravim, ašov sam.
Nemoj da trošiš, popravljajte ašove smo dvije.
Za jedan se popravlja, znaš.
Dobro, ali pa popravljaj ga.
Neko ti šuška s leve strane.
A što ti je krov od stiropora?
Znam.
Ne mogu napređiva, ne!
Od stiropora.
Levo.
Ne!
To je drvo.
A ne! A ne čoveče, ne, ali čuješ, ne, samo da kišan upada, nemoj.
Ma da, i on sad dao na sve to, a?
Krov od stiropora.
A čim si se pomerio, vidite.
Moje ga napređiva, pušti ga. E sad ti desetka, beka.
Sigurno neki ekipa s automatom.
Ko je sad? Ko tebe ubije?
S pištoljem, hahaha.
Pa? Pa možda tu ću se ja ovdje napucam.
A vidi gdje Nenad, a ja... Vidi gdje Nenad. A te malo pouzirati.
A vidiš kakav slipac. Mi mu kažemo amo na bossa jednu gdje su oni, on čovjek ovdje.
Što si zašao, što nisi puštio da vidim što se dešava?
Uđi kod mene, mislim.
Gledam ja Nenad.
A ne može Nenad da stream nikuć.
Zapravo, nisi pravo.
Zapravo ne može.
Bolje je nego Beki, znaš?
Beka? Šta bi ovo? Izdate drug, izdate brat.
Da, me oni imaju ovove. Čuči! Čuči ciganko. Čuti! I kako ga se nije ubilo?
Ne znam. To je Romer. Ili pogodak ili full promašaj. A, dometi u pitanju.
A sada, malo pen.
Stani sekundu, nemoj da izlaziš s meča. Stani, stani.
Zašto?
Nema problema, ja ću ti odmah reći.
Pogledaj.
Što ti instinkt uvijek da je ono, Alt F4, aaaaaa. Bar pogledaj šta si uradio. Ne znam. Te vama treba izbaciti taj damage screen, niko nije navikao na to živi. Vidi samo, leave match. Niko ništa ne nauči. Bar pogledaj koliko si uradio.
Milane, nemaš pojma.
Voda, voda, vodica.
Pukao si ga slagom. Pa pukao si ga slagom u stomak, nevjerojatno.
Obično metko sam ga pukao, nije slagom. Obično metko.
Evo ti piše ti.
A nisam imao slag.
Jedan damage, pogledaj ovo. 44 metra, vidiš ovo?
Voda, voda, vodica.
Vidiš?
Nemam slag, evo ti kako mogu li ga puknem sa slagom kad nemam to?
Gledaj, pogodio si ga u nogu. Sačmo, vidiš?
Ček da je puno da bude.
A će nam je beka?
Ne, evo, napravio sam ti klip, samo pauziraš klip.
Otiša.
Gdje će?
Da se ispiša.
Ne, to je on meni.
Ne. Levo ti je inbound, koliko si primio štete. Primio si 150 damage od buckshota na koliko metara, 7 metara, 150 damage u stomak. Razdati. Pogledaj svoj damage. 32 damage za 113 damage. Vidiš? Donji deo tela. Vidiš? Jedan unuk.
Ono je treba da umre.
Pa nije umro, ima je regeneration shot, vidiš da piše i to. Toliko o tom.
Ajmo bez ovo Milana, ne vedi s njim.
Evo vrati.
Mi mu kažemo jedno, on čovjek jeli 10.
Uvijek prsi, ja kažem. Ume, tuli si.
Čežut.
Da je danas stagnacija, a? Ej.
Ćao.
Uz ovu domaću lozu iz Kuševac, iz bure od hrasta.
Kako da ne. To neko... Da ne kažem što umočio u nju.
Nije niko ništa umočio, to je tata od drugara. Tata od drugara peče, znači 50 stepeni otrovnjača. Ne, bljuješ vatru posle.
Mogu ja ti pošaljimo 70 stepeni.
A možeš ti, Nenade, te vaše trotile tamo što vi pravite. Ni ne znate što je rakije.
Ne, vi znate samo.
Za razliku od vas.
Ja ti treba...
Mi znamo da ispečemo.
Srbijanaca, jebao te Srbijanac.
Ja ti treba gvožđiku.
Šta?
Treba gvožđe.
Nisam, Milena. Aj pogledaj meso, nisam gledao.
Melanija, ajde molim te pogledaj meso, igram video igre, Melanija. Molim te pogledaj meso, nisam ga stigao obrnuti.
Ispekli rakiju živač.
Ne, ti si ispekao.
Ja za razliku od tebe svake godine.
Pa u razliku od mene jesi, a... Ja ću ti dovedem čoveka koji je za tebe raketni naučnik, doktor nauka svake rakije.
Znam, taj što pravi tih 70%, da, sigurno je on dobar, evo to me...
Znači nemoj si glup.
Da.
Molim te, nemoj da si glup.
Dobro, neću, I?
Bježi, brz.
Pijete te trotile tamo, te neke benzinjare, koje ne znam ni kako se preimenuju, pi. Ja.
Ti pi duga šarap.
Moj Boris, znaš šta je fora, ko ti kaže nema šećera, taj laže. Kao prvo u rakiju
mora da ideš, to znam i ja. Ne treba da mi kaže niko. Ne treba niko da mi kaže, to znam i ja. Jedan mali deo mora da ide.
Maksimalno 2 kila na 500 kila.
Slušaj ovoga bogalja, ne lupaj Nenade, nemaš pojma.
Maksimalno
ne lupaj Nenade.
Ajde, koliko staviš? 5 kila? Ti normalno.
Zavisi od slasti, do 2% ide. Do 2%.
Ljudi staje džak šećera.
Da, to viđe Boris kupuje, da.
A kad ti je ovaj lažni Crnogorac rekao, to je tako sigurno.
Ovaj Vučićev Crnogorac.
A ne, nego po majici Crnogorac, taj, znači.
Pa nije on po majici Crnogorac.
Pa znam, zato i kažem lažni Crnogorac. Zato i kažem lažna Crnogorčina. Većeg lažnjaka od njega vidio nijesi. A još se sliko za face ka njegoš.
Povredili
ste.
Ja što ću da radim sad?
A?
Ja što ću da radim, povredili ste me.
Hoćeš plakat? A Đeš Ivanović ujebo sliku svoju.
Ja bar domaću.
Polako boli se, polako, nemoj da...
Najbolju rakiju mi daj.
Garnovački.
Volim.
Ne mora tešiš, polako. Gdje sam ja?
Če god se pojavim, Boris, najbolju rakiju mi ljudi daje.
Stvarno? I mene isto. Isto me glava nije boljela nikad, boga mi.
Pa kako će boljet, brate?
Kad je nemam, jel? Možeš to reći.
Šta da boli?
A dobro, ima tu neke istine, znaš, ti kažem.
Znam. Nikom ne znam kako da dođem do ovoga sranja.
Neke istine tu mora biti. A moj drug Nerad izgleda otišao u staru mapu, ja u novoj, a on u staroj.
Čut, bijem se ovdje.
S kim se biješ?
S tije Turci.
S ljudi.
Ti je Turci.
S neko centra.
S ljudi.
Ti je Turci, a?
Nenadu karakteru 7 Days čamuga, znaš koja čamuga, Boris?
Pa to je fora.
Ozbiljno, a? To je apsolutni mamus.
Crni židov.
Arapin pravoslavaca.
Da boj kikovac nas.
Dobre. Čekaj, neš? Nikad on niko kikovo nije, ja ne znam.
Samo je mene banova.
Kikovo te, ja sam banovo te nisam, ne mogu da te banujem.
Što mi je stala you're banned from this?
Sam si sebe bano automatski, rekao sam.
Biti Cajko je video da si ti tamo nešto srao.
A da, Nenad je odmah
I onda je on podržao Nenada.
Imaš, bot je naštiman da kikuje kad kucaš velikim slovima. Ti naravno uvijek caps lockom pišeš.
Si zafalio Cajko, Nenad.
Kaže Cajko, uvatiš me za jajko. Pito ga ja, rekao šta izigravaš ti ovdje? Ljudi se zabavaju, ti baš kao mora se zna red. Jer ajde, rekao majki ti si ozbiljan, jel?
Jel on bivši policajac, šta je?
Pa, budala neka.
Cajko nije nešto.
Kratenčina.
Boli se tu je, pazi.
Znači kad vidim Vuka Nedaliću, meso tu uzeti.
Pitao sam ga.
Da.
Molim!
Što je Nenade?
Ništa,
pazi, hitao sam ga sa šatganom i sa pištoljem. I ostao je živ, jebate.
Dobro, ja vidio sam i ovo,
čuo sam. Jebem ti mater, da ti jebem mater.
Vidio sam ja, Nenade, baš si ga držao na nišanu. Znaš kako ti radi ova igrica, ne, da te naučim kako pucaju tvoj miljenik Drakula i Borisov. Peki. Samo pucaj, Nenade, nemoj da ciljaš, samo pucaj. Ti metković nekako misteriozno krenu i pogode, brate.
A dobro, Drakula ima onaj zanos s leva u desno, onaj zamotaj mišem, ono...
Wanted, Weapons of Fate, Wanted Weapons of Fate, Neja Milojević. Anđelina.
Da zakrivi metak.
Ima taj zamotaj, znaš, ono, vrhunski.
I sad ne znam što to Sonos ili...
Nema veze.
Nije ni vaš.
Ajmo, fuck it.
Citirat ću Milana Belada. Svako sve posle.
Pauza.
Ali što najgore napravi tako te neke gluposti.
I pauza, da.
No, ne obraća pažnju.
Ili skupi zombi na jednom mjestu i ona ti mora čistiš ti. I što ne uzme stamina shot. Ću da gubim slot zbog stamina shot.
Čim ga vidiš, a?
Što bi to?
O, jebem ti mater!
Meter se.
Kill odmah.
Killuj se odmah.
Treba, nije mi skinuo ni jedan čan.
Cornbread.
Neko izubro.
Šta sam planinu zbog cornbreada.
Daj bre!
129 metara!
Iz čega? Da, može.
Svaka mučak, znam da može.
Može do 200.
Greenfield
centimetra.
Da, Sentinel. Snajper inače.
Prvo da me digneš, ako pogineš jebi ga.
Gledam da ga roknem prvo.
Iza nas ubio.
Neš ga vidjeti. Reci mu koliko metara je bio.
129 metara. Nije tamo. Pogledaj kako mi noge stoje.
A to nije iza nas, to je tamo. Ja ti kažem tamo, ti...
Ne, nego tamo je, da.
A tako si stavio, jebi ga, tako si stavio. Pizdu makinu. Gdje tu ima 129 metara čistine?
Nema, ta mapa je loša zato što nema line of sight nigdje, znaš.
Svaka mu čast, onda, evo.
Nema, ne postoji line of sight na toj mapi.
Evo ja sad gledam, 129 metara.
A ti si na krovu bio.
Dobra, aj pusti sad.
Ja, 129 metara iz tog pravca.
Šta to da provalimo, gdje?
Ne, tako na krovu kad se nacilješ kao lepa meta, teško.
Ti vidiš ova dreva, evo ti te dakle, evo.
Otkude?
Gdje si ga bre doneo drva, Opet puca negde s leve.
Ovo je neki čite, ubio unutra se ovoga.
Ono opet puca s leve strane čovječe.
Znaš, ubio unutra čovjeka se. Evo ga.
Gdje?
Evo čovjek metre gore.
A dobro to nego gdje je taj s leve strane, brate mi.
Ne znam.
U žbunju. U žbunju.
U džbunje, Borise, džbunje.
Ko da puca odavde u pičku materiju.
Možda se pomera čak.
Evo ga trči ovdje, vidim ga je. Tu.
Iza nas isvijemo. Evo.
Mrtav. Paks na 100 metara, jebe mamu. A evo ga još neko. A to si ti idi u kurac.
Tako je, Drakula.
Evo ga još neko.
Kako pak Sivojević radi stvari.
Snimi to i Drakuli pošalje, brate. Kaže kakav si kralj.
Naravno da sam ljekra. Kraljević. Svih kraljeva. Koji to šnjuper je imao?
Centennial, je li to taj?
Da.
To solo?
Solo. Gledaj u njega.
Pa di će se taj? Gdje će se taj? Imaš timer 10 sekundi, si ti zaboravio. Ukrenite mu vi leđe. Ako igra solo, budi sigurno da će se ustati.
Solo.
Pa onda ga ili baci zamku ili ga zapali. Ili idi od njega, ne mogu ga gledati.
Ću ga farmati.
Pa onda se ne mrde. Samo se ne mrde. Čuje on korake. On čuje korake. Nek Boris ode. Ti se ne mrdaj, samo gledaj njega. Nek Boris ode.
Uzmi oni vozi.
Ti se ne pomere više, ne.
Ti pazi na njega.
Samo ne hoće pomeraš, čuju se koraci. Samo stani tu.
Ne pomjeraj se, Nenade, ja.
Tako ti se neće stati.
Ne pomjeraj se, Nenade. Čekaj tu.
Pa jebote. Dok se čeka.
Uzmi sa ovoga, sa supplya Fenja i donesi ga.
Čekaj, neko se popeo. Trejdovo sam se. Da jebem ti mater.
Ništa od toga.
Letao sam u zamku.
Ja ti kažem, jedno ti je že se...
Budi spreman da pogineš, pošto se ovaj ustao. Nemaš poison trap da baciš na njega.
Ne, ovo mi je svež nalog.
Pa onda jebi.
Svež nalog. Ima na najbajati, ali ono...
Već otiš.
Jebem ti mater u pičku, da ti jebem mater. Zapališ.
To ti je zamka. To ti je zamka, ne idi, ne možeš ga ugasiti. Poslušaj me. Ne možeš ga ugasiti, pusti ga, ne gori. Pusti ga, ne gori. Ma nemoj da baciš, čekajte da baciš da te ubiju. Si lud ti. Uzmi bounty pa ga digni tako. Pusti to.
A ne može da uzme bounty.
Onda nek izađe u drugi meč. Ne može da te ugasi. Ima 120 health, ubit će ga iz meta. Čemu pričaš ti?
Ubi čovjek jednom.
Evo sad ima bounty.
A nema, treba da ga uzme.
Taj free.
Digo ga je, a nije. Ne, nek si se pomerio malo van dometa. Stvari, pazi, ja sam video jednog, ali vidim da su oba bounty-a uzeta, tako da pretpostavljam da su dvojica. Digo ga.
Dok si ti izaš na krov, da si nišanio bounty, I da si opalio te sekunde kad ti je...
Bacio je ovo bio, kako se zove.
Nema veze. Ako ne nišaniš niko, niti su bounty, opališ te sekunde kad ne stane, mrtav je garantovan. Ne može stigne dovoljno brzo da se pomeri.
Jedan lik ima 50 km. Ovo je te 4 puta umro. Do you wanna peace?
You wanna peace?
Peace offering.
Parks?
Parley. You wanna parley?
We just wanna can want it. You can call.
Pusti ga da pregovara.
To kada se nadu da se još kada se
Tvog nerada.
Što toliko ne zajebava, šta je?
Kakva budala, pa ja ne verujem. Ono je imbecil svih imbecila.
Šta radi taj?
Ono je imbecil svih imbecila.
Šta radi taj majke, ti kroz vodu trči?
Da.
Ubio ga je Nenad.
Ono je imbecil svih imbecila, znači.
Ono je zajebao Milana Belad, izvini Milane, ali zajebao.
A baš je teško Milana zajebati.
Ne, ja sam gledao kad u sred noći po mesečini, znači full mesečina, znači jezero tipa ono, znači 100 metara nema ništa, leva nema ništa resno, on se šunja u čuči.
Naš čika Milan. Milane, tu li si ili si zaspo posle majčinoga mlijeka? Taj ti je nazad negdje u žbunju tamo, ej.
Šta radi?
A?
Nije, to je ovaj što je tu, to je ovaj što je u vodi.
Što kode mi je refleksiju bacio tamo, jebom. A taj je, tog sam i ja ubio, ovog drugog s špirom što je unutra. Tog se ja strajdovao sam s njim, jebom. Taj ima Sparks, pazi. Ima Sporks. Sporks? Here is the Sporks, kako kaže naš drug. Raktaš!
To je možda Milana drug.
Nemoj da ideš po bounty, skinut će te bre, ima Sporks.
Ovaj ima Sporks, a onaj nema.
Ne, ima taj drugi Sporks, ima. Rekao sam ti da ima Sporks.
Šta je to?
Ne znam što je Sporks, kume. Sporks.
Vidi ima stvarno Sparks.
Sporks, kume, Sporks.
Što si išao u vodu? Po bounty, ozbiljno?
Idem samo kume da bačem ko zrno.
Išao si u vodu po bounty?
Da.
Treba si da mu uletiš, brate, mene na prizinu.
Ne može da mu uleti, umro bi da je prišao bliže. Šta ti je sad?
A taj 2 puta ginuo, ej.
Nema veze.
50 kill ti.
Taj je ginuo svajtem komadn. Daj mi dolare, hoću dolare! Daj mi dolario. Imaš neki dolario?
Dobro, jedan tim sam ugasio.
It's absolutely marvelous. Absolutely absolute.
I nije me bacio na 4 ljedice, pobio sam ovog igod.
Da će biti s kućom?
Da ćeš da te baci?
Da će, biti će, s kućom će. Shakira, Shakira. Karisha, Karisha. Ajde skači. Ajde duša skači. Ajde. Ajde Đuki skači. Ajde. Skači Đuki. Čukajlovićka. Ti. Piljac. Kako sam u onom liku zabo headeru s paksom, mislim da ga boli. Ha.
To što nije rekao magičnu reč.
jebeš da je ovo Soler bio?
Soler, ono je bio Soler što je mene.
To je ostao Soler.
Ne, što je mene ubio. Što je mene ubio.
Da, ja sam ga ubio i on je Soler. On čak nije ni sa ovim drugim bio.
Ne, on je bio sa njim. Oni su tim. A od onoga što smo mi. Što sam ga zapalio posle. Je bio
Soler, a?
Da.
Što si išao u vodu, jebote? Lepo ti kažem imaš šporac. Čekao te čovjek jer ima šporac.
Ne znam što se igraš tako s ljudima.
Pa nemam živac.
A bolje si uleteo unutra pa probao nožom da ga...
Ne.
Fajtaš.
Nego...
Treba se uđi da te digne malo, jebi ga se sve kasno.
Al trebao si nožem, ja sam ga ubio i ti si ga ubio.
Ne, heavy knife.
Ajde, ne treba ti heavy knife. Mi ne treba ti heavy knife.
Da si ga prdno na njega ubio bi ga jebote, znači... 2 put je bio muerte, Santa muerte. Muerte, Santa muerte.
Muere, mrtav.
Ili ja?
Jes.
Isplatili se igrati sa čerkom od Itana, onaj vilažbe.
Pa ti nisi ni onaj Met Exodus one DLC-ve?
Pa nisam, to kad budem raspoložen. Nego vilaž sam prešao, a imam ovaj DLC.
Pa ako ga imaš vredi. Ne vredi ga kupiti, ti si guza...
Ej, boss je ovdje.
Zato što imaš third person mod, ne?
I bijel je.
Koji boss?
Skrep bikonja.
Odiš.
A zalepi ga ako imaš čime...
Neću da ga ubijem ja sa otrim. Pusti ga.
Otkud ti sad otro? Dobio? Prošli met sam da ti kažem zalepim u otrovnu bombu tamo gdje je pao.
Bežli, ne moram više agrelan. Jedino mu otrio smačenje pustio. Pazi ti ovo.
On je zatvorio vrata, ladno.
Ne, udari je kao taj kliv, udari je kao više objekata i klep je po točku. Sam je zatvorio vrata, da.
Juhu, agrovani majmune!
Bude tebi.
Juhu, dođi, agriša!
Nemam heavy knife, ne mogu da pocepam u žicu.
Mintka drist.
Odeš, to je to što mi treba.
Ja nemam čime da pocepam žicu, ako imaš, čepaj.
Imaš šo, uzmi pošto imaš antidot.
Možeš sa...
Ne, što ova, ne vidim ga.
Evo ti ga.
Možeš light attack sa nožem, samo moraš da spamuješ. Znaš nada.
Sa malim?
Da, light attack, ne heavy attack. Heavy attack radi piercing, light attack radi slash damage. Slash damage cepa žicu. Light. Ali nemaš stamine, moraš čekati. Light. To je heavy sve. Ti samo heavy radiš, koliko sam vidio. To je light.
A moram ovako viš. Ne sve ne zadržim ni sekundu, nego moram samo da pipnem ono i viš.
Znam. To ti taj delay koji ja pričam.
Idu ljudi.
Ljudi, nisu tu.
Si čuo konjem.
Čuo.
Si čuo Si čuo konja.
Čuo. Šti čuo?
Parkirali su konje u štali.
Kauboj je parkirao konja. Znaš kad onaj uleti u stalnom krivicu. Ko je ono, majmun parkirao konja na moje mjesto. A on ustane gromada, o veliki. Dobro, ajde, ofarbe mi ga još u žuto i sve u redu. Dajte ljude da se fajtamo!
Digni ruke, digni oba dve.
Ubio sam pičelu. Nervirala me. Evo ga tu. Ima dalekometno nešto ili...
Ne.
Verovatno ću ja sa Coldwell armijem na 100 metara da ga pogodim. Ha 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 ha!
Bože moj, što da ne?
Pa može, boostovali su taj... Kako se zove?
Boostovali su Coldwell armije, a?
Ne, kompakt. Kompakt tam.
Pazi ovo ime, pazi kako mjesto je. A opet smo uspjeli smoći, vidim da ću uspjeti sad opet. A jebem te ustem.
Mislim da ne može stojiš tu.
Može, ma 50 stav.
Uteko pička, pucam sa armijem na njega,
a ti kako mjesto, ej.
On uteko, ej.
Samo mora da držiš ovo sve unazad.
Da ne padneš.
Da. Neko umeo.
Oni se to fajtadu, a? Jel izbacilo ovo sveće neku kutiju sa ammunitionom možda je?
Izbacio ti, znači.
A?
Izbacio ti imaš u jednu kutiju.
A gdje bola? Nema, ne vidim.
Kako ne?
Ima.
Nema.
Ima. Evo ti.
Nema. Kako ja to vidio nijesam?
To je Nenad hakovo. Cheat meni s ponovom municiju.
Jedan je ovamo, ali jedan je tamo.
Znači idemo na njih, a?
A idemo na njih, nemoguće backing and forward.
To je taj duh. To je taj borbeni duh, to obožavam.
Iza ovdje, iza ograde.
Dobro. Hitovan. Ti ga dovrtio?
Jesam, no imamo još jednog.
Čekaj da se zahilujem.
Na 270.
Odvali me ovaj. Aha, vidio sam. A mamu ti jebem. Pokrivaj me dok se zahilujem.
Jedan je ovdje, a jedan je malo dalje.
Jel ima šanse ovog da lutam?
Nemoj da ga lutaš.
A?
Što?
Sad ne vidim ni jednog je.
Skine opet, full 360. Nije mogo da otrči 150 metri teko brzo.
Ba daj Nenade, što mi ne reći da si ga minirao?
Ja ti kažem ne može da ga lutaš i ti ideš da ga lutaš.
A kažeš ne možeš, ja kontam nišane na mene.
Pa evo Nenad nišani na tebe. Jesi gotovo, jesi?
A ne, nego ga je stavio žicu.
Skenirajte full 360.
A negde na 255 jedan u 3 pičke materine.
Jedan, znači malo dalje tamo. Koliko je to u 3 pičke materine?
A 100 metara, ne znam, jako, jedva se videla tačka, znači. Pa ti nemaš sekundi više.
Nemam.
Imam ja još dve, mogu skenirati ako ćeš.
Skenirati.
Ispred tebe ovdje, bukvalno na 30 metara je.
Evo mi. Indijanka.
Skvo.
Nije otišao u vodu, tu je zaveda sigurno.
Jedan tamo daleko, a gdje je Indijanka sad?
A si ne pravio full 360?
A nisam, ne, ridim.
Gdje mi je otišao, pitam se.
Si ubio Indijanku?
Nisam.
Bravo je.
Idemo da ne digne ono sobi. I što polako ne pređeš temu?
Ja ne znam, mislim da se žica vidi.
Pa vidi se.
I možeš da ga uvatiš za
glavu. Ali nisam ni gledao, znači gledam s leve strane da ne puca na mene i prilazim i...
Staneš, ne znaš što, i ti Milan stanete sredinom njega.
Da,
posred njega i lutate.
Posred njega.
A može da ga lutaš i...
I za glavu, i za nogu, i za ruku, bilo šta što je interaktabilno. Nevjerojatno. Dobro.
Digo ga je. Idemo da pobijemo ova govna.
A gdje je ova indijanezerka sad jebote? Ti si je hitovo...
Nisam je hitovo.
Nisi?
Samo sam pukao prema su nje. Ide, ovaj begaju kad go, a idemo kad ima.
Jebote, zašto mi i dan danas nekad zaseče kad mi napiše ime compounda mi zaseče?
Pogledaj gore na ovo.
Gore na šta?
Na kulu. Tu, odakle negdje me pogodio. Prozori su cijeli. Ajde mane njega, idemo na bounty.
Jebi ga. Sad si me zajebo.
Na Speedwayu je bounty.
Nekad zaseče kad piše ime compounda, nekad ne. Uopšte mi nije
Nikad.
Pa i Rumun kaže da nikad.
Samo ne sve na compound su. Tu zgari, jedno pretječava i desno. Dođi on. Polako se tu.
Čujem ga negdje. A jebem ti mater da ti... Nemam ništa da ga udarim! A jebem ti mater! Aj! Govno! A daj bre, Nenade, pa to me ostavi!
Šta si se napravio?
Pa ništa, otišao mi sve u kurac mi otišlo.
Što si izvadio nož da ga udariš?
Pa nisam nož, izvadio sam onaj kombo govno jebote.
Nož, boys, nož si...
Ne, imam ono govno, bušilicu i...
Koji bušilicu? Daj da im tu bušilicu.
Evo, ovo govno imam bre.
A ona samo light attack. Kula.
Lako je to reći, znači light attack.
Pa samo pipneš miš.
A znam!
Bez da ga zatežeš. Ma da, odakle?
Odakle taj gađa? Ne uleći unutra, ne vredi.
I šume.
Ja moram da ulećem na ove unutra.
Aj.
A daj bre, da li moguće ga 2 puta promašuje? Si ga ubio?
Yes.
A?
Yes. Unutra, polako.
Nemam više healova.
Dva čovjeka, jedan je dublji u compoundu, a jedan je tu unutra.
Hitovo sam ga.
Jedan je krovu. Kako se rovo? Napolju ti je. Otično digne svoga, boji se.
Znam, brate mili, ali ti vidiš bre koliko ja healtha imam.
Što se radi? To Nenad opet umro jebote.
Čuti.
Gdje mi je kumara?
Jedan je gola na krovu, pazi. Ovaj bega. Pa da. Kad sam se zaglavio, ono... A šta me ubilo? Htio sam da preskočim i ne mogu da preskočim.
Kome s leđa puca sad?
Metes.
Eno ga na krovu.
Sjebo si me s onim kad sam ismakao ovih 25 kevota samo tako.
Na krovu je neko govno, brate. I neko s leve strane isto dolazi.
Nema smisla.
Ništa nema smisla.
Neko sa leve strane dolazi, neko s leve... Boli se.
Ima nekog s leve strane.
Krenuo si ko Milana daješ false information.
Ima na krovu i jedan ovde, brate mili.
A neko si mi dolazi i ja sam pogledao tu i ubio mi onaj u razgovoru.
Kažem, jedan na krovu i jedan s leve strane, brate.
Izginem u pati u pisu. Da li imaš full sekunde, skine full 360.
Jedan na krovu, tu i jedan ovde negde.
Ovo ti išao da digne svoga.
Eno ga na krovu.
Ma, nema smisla. Ajmo pauzu. Ne možeš i to da izneseš.
Čekaj, nemoj da mi odlaziš još.
Pa
nemoj da mi odlaziš, ajde, strpi se.
Ajde.
Sam ti rekao nemoj da mi odlaziš.
A na kuću i 5000 vencu.
Dvojica.
7 put izginuo, napadima me čovjek. To je Milan, tako gleda na puci i ona se povuče, pa pucaj sa mnom, evo te.
Ja moram na krov da lutujem ovog, ja nemam ništa. Pod uslovom da me ovi ne skinu. Gde si zaginuo, evo ga. Ja.
Na koga?
Puca na mene od uzdole, bre.
Od uzdola.
Unutra je, ej.
Ovdje kod mene. A. I onda se vrati, dosta.
Nema već taka je.
A zgojao mi 25 kilo, ti si sjebao u cipu. Nema se.
Nije mislio, nije stio to, ajde.
Kada imam health-a ništa, evo. 75 health-a sam imao.
Znači 3, 4, 6 puta sam umro zbog tebe bolesti.
Jeste, zbog mene. Počeć ko Milan, majke dvije. Znači, danas si Dolby stereo, evo. Danas si Dolby estereo. Nemoj te deči.
Znači, ako kreneš da pucaš, pucaš, bez obzira, pogodio, ne pogodio.
Pucaj, bre.
S kojim smećem se ja ovom headshot na krovu. Zaboj si ti video.
Nije to smeće, to je dobar utoka.
Hoće ja kaže da si ti smeće, ne? Hoće kaže da je Boris smeće.
To je jako dobra utoka, Boris.
Coldwell Army?
Utoka?
Da.
A to rekao utoka?
Samo ne vidim da li meni da li je otključen. Cadwell New Army, sad ću da ti pokažem kako se igra.
Jel' tako?
Sad ću da ti pokažem, evo.
Sad ću te ja
Sam je KD Spos 1.9 na 1.7.
Naučit ću te ja.
Ma dobro, ajde jebote, KD boli me kurac, meni je 0.71, bio mi je 0.5 dok sam igrao s Milanom, jebi ga, svaki dan, tako da, šta me boli kurac?
Mene je to duševna rana.
Duševna rana ti je K-Day?
Da.
K-Day?
Ajde.
Čekaj! Da vidim šta ću uzjet.
Hoćete počera, Boris, viš ti to? Kak je to? Smrade.
Kako?
Hoćete djebe, brate.
Ko bre?
Ko?
Moj drug Nerad.
E.
Ma kak, bre, ti lud, bre. Nerad je za razliku od nekih čovjek.
Da. Kojih?
Pa Milana...
Mene.
Ivanovića i tako.
A, od mene mu nije teško bit bolje.
A?
Od mene mu nije teško bit bolje.
E, vidiš kako sve znaš. Vidiš kako si ti pamet.
Znam ja.
Kume Ivanoviću. Kume Ivanoviću.
Was ist das? Das ist Bombens. Was ist das?
Das ist was?
Was ist das?
Was ist das?
Das ist Bombens.
Oho.
Was ist das? Was ist das? Das ist...
Sad će biti s kućom. Sad će ovaj Nenad da me natera da stvarno kupim za 2 evra novi nalog. I da nabijem KD na 7.0 evra.
KD, pa isto ću kao Nenad proštati.
Kako?
Mene je kada je bio 5. Preko 5 dok nisam krenuo ligne s vama.
A zato što si igrao sa sve onim jedinicama, a znaš da igraš, a oni ne znaju. I onda naravno da si...
Ko zna da igra? Nenad zna da igra. Gdje Nenad?
Javala.
Ćete, ovdje se ne.
Joj, treba mi neke kanđe ženske da mi počeš u leđa nešto me zurabe pičkovati. Morat ću da pozovem Stankovićku da vidim gdje je, bogo mi. Gdje je bogo joj? Kume, što ne igraš Warzone? Warzone.
Kakav bre Warzone, čoč?
Pa malo da Warzone-iš, jebate.
Kak je bre?
A? Ništa?
Ja sam one man army. Ne, igram ja ove, igram ove čeče igre, ne mogu ja to. To previše.
Ajde s pingom s ovim retardiranim Huntom zadnjih dana.
Mili.
Koliko ti je sad ping, Nerad?
34.
Meni 55, jebate. Sad ću morat stvarno da respektujem ruce.
Ne vidim šta ti tu toliko teško gledaš. Jedno dugo je pritisneš i opet ga pritisneš i to je to.
Ja znam, nego mrzim.
Ja to prvo radim. Pre nego što pozovem tehničku podršku.
To je takav.
I ona, Stojanović, to i to. I kažem, misliš da bi ja zvao vas, ja to prvo nisam probao. I ona...
Ljudi.
Ona, dajemo pauza.
Aha, gospodine, sada ćemo to da vam rešimo. Djeco, zatvorite vrata, alo?
Gdje su ti ljudi?
Čulo se odavde kako lupaju nešto je... E sad, u kom pravcu otišli jesu?
Hoćeš ti šta? A? Ajde, probaj.
Fearless information. A zašto voli si tako?
Da?
Zašto daješ lažne informacije?
A šta ćemo ako budu u crkvici, a?
Ništa, će pobijemo.
A tu su, naravno.
Gdje su?
Ti nisi čuo, majke ti. Crven trag, pa da ti kažem, tu su je.
Tu su, nada, tu su.
Benti molačenja. Okani se mene.
A bez mene si mu rekao.
Drag je u kućici, ispred Metaheda, a oni su vjerovatno iza kućice.
Već ću da se znam.
Hitovo sam ga.
Jedan je unutra.
Mater, ovdje mi je utrčao, ali ne znam gdje se sakrio.
Kako ti kažem da je unutra.
A ovdje je jedan utrčao sad. Ti kažem, ne slušaš me. A brate mili! Kako je preživela govnara?
Pa neka je došao, šta sad?
Obuči se!
Nek.
Već sediš u gaćima.
Hoćeš da me prepadneš? Pa ne može bez pištolja. Aj ne, će se šlogirat zbog ovog hanta.
A ne može, uleteo u 4 zombija i 2 igrača, ne može.
Ne može, Nenade. Džabe ti, Nenade, ja znam da bi ti volio da igraš te high ranking games, znaš, da budeš kao ono, bolji od svih, ali nemaš ti za to materijala.
Sere, a?
Nema materijala, znam ja što on radi.
Sere, cinzine.
Gledao sam ja to. A to te obuzme, Nenade.
Hoćeš da kažeš da bude opsednut, a?
Da.
Jeli?
Da.
Hoćeš reći da bude opsijednut. Narđant. A daj mi neki narđant, jebote.
Da, bolje što me ubio iz zombi nego oni.
Ubio te zombiš, a?
Da. I to njih ignorišu i džave što ih oni pucaju, oni ne mene.
That's absolutely marvelous.
Konačno Heavy Knife, sad će da koljemo ljudi.
To. Mara što stenješ kada će se uscereš. Jeli kume?
Ne, gledam mlađe, ovo mi nešto ide govno.
Čekaj, to kad gledaš nešto onda stenjaš.
Zato što on traži od mene nešto, kidašnje.
Kidašnje ne, a?
Da.
Ne, šalio sam se.
Pa danas neki praznik, šta je danas?
Šalio sam se, ali čuo sam od juče od Petra. Milena, ima nešto slatko. Milena, meni se nešto jede.
A to stigo Kosović, a?
Ja da radim, kumek. Evo, Boris pita, stigo Kosović neki.
Ja sam još uvijek kod svoje kuće, Boris.
Tačno, on je kuće već svoje, šta je sve.
Pa, znači kod tebe, jel tako? On se to osjeća kako kod kuće, jel tako? Čim viče Melanija, ili to neki kolači, tu vrstu? A?
Da.
Stigo Kosović, vidim ja. Ali ostavio uključen stream, je. Ali ostavio uključen stream.
Glas, Lukavic.
Da priča
Šta će mi
Kosović.
treba?
To je light up, čovječ. To da nema ni penalti na kretan, znaš? Sav heavy gear koji nosiš, jeste da je najbolji armor, ali najviše te penalizuje, najbolji ti military gear u toj.
Military Gearson.
Možda
Živo, stil sačkanaš.
chest plate, ali stil je isto teško. Nema ništa kupati.
Neće onda i nešto.
Pa ne košta.
Što ti rame napalje.
Ko? Kosović?
Da.
Iz tvoje kuće ti istuširao napolje.
Šta da radim?
Kako to? Šta kaže Melanija na to?
Ajde polako biće.
Jeli, šta kaže Melanija na to?
Pa kaže, ajde polako biće.
Ajte obojica u pičku vaše materine i vi, kompjuteri i video igre, jel?
Može.
Mi je ona Beladu izbacila da je njegova žena.
Pa da. Pa i tebe bi šutirala napad, šta ti?
Što?
Čuš.
Tako koška je glavna u tvojoj kući, a?
Pa
Hoćemo na 2 ili na 3?
Milena, Nenad je rekao si kokoška. Ona je nešto, Milena stiska se za pare. Samo me pogledala i rekla, koji bre kreten, koji...
A jete govna više.
Zeza. Kokoška je glavna u kući, to sam mu rekao, on kapitan nije ništa.
Gotovo je sad, Boris, ti, Nenade, sad ti ga zavodnio šalo, brate, ne može sad.
Šta si tu možeš?
Ej, Nenade.
Šta je?
Kod mene ljudovi.
Ma, taj Nenad mene nalupa gluposti, ja se bojiš.
Negde ovdje si.
Normalno da ženi nisi rekao cijelu istinu, ali... Razumljivo je da ti kod Crnogorac to ne možeš.
Da. Znaš ko je Nenad? Nešto bi za 100 dinara bulju da. Što?
Stižeš, ne rade?
Ja sam tu i... Ja ljude ne vidim.
Ja sam rekao što sam kod koza da ih nahranim i vrćam se tebe nema. Ja tu sad čekam, ja tu sad čekam. Da. Konačno ima malo hrane, vidi.
Eno ga.
Ovdje se povećava maksimum health, mislim. Svaki put kad se lažeš povećava se health.
Da, vidio sam.
I što pucaš kad imaš siguran hit?
Ha, stojao je u mestu, znači morao je biti siguran. Ali ovo je smeće od pištolja, očigledno.
To nije smeće od pištolja, no ti ne umeš da pucaš s njim. Polako, polako. Polako, dve ekipe su tu.
Znam da su dve ekipe tu.
Zamuku.
Evo sam sebi ovdje, luk.
Gdje, kome to ova mikrofonija tako? Hitovo sam ovog levo je. Ključ to kume lebati ako je kod tebe. Ubi jednog.
Ja ću nakon ove pauzu.
Čekaj, ubio sam jednog. Jebote, još jedni dolaze odande.
Mali to, idi ubiješ ovog da me digneš.
Gde te ubio, odakle?
Vidiš kako stoje noge.
A vidim, ali to...
Izvole ti dolaze, pusti se to, pusti ga. Možeš dakle me digneš.
Ne mogu.
Možeš po... Te Ivanovi. Vidiš da možeš.
Joooo, kako ne vide ovog levo, ja nisam ni onog u desno.
Vidio sam. Kakva lakčina jebote, kakva lakčina. Dosta. Dosta su mene fajn, malo. Ću dođem do 1-0. Dosta.
Pa hoćeš, to je plus.
Ne.
Što uradi to ne rade.
Aj, kakav si čovjek.
Crni ne rade.
Kakav si čovjek. A što igraš s tim nalogom? Igraj s starim jebote.
Ne, sad moraš to filtravit, ne rade.
Radit ću. A kad budem igdje sam.
Pa zato što mu uleću govna neka tamo, ne, bez imena, neki Nonami. Nonami i neki mu...
Danas sam se tovom i s avionom sa 2,5 pa ona na 1,6.
Pa to je sjajno.
Dosta.
That's absolutely marvelous. Ne radiš, ti si sitna duša, evo. Ajde, uključi lepo stari nalog da igramo. Uključi lepo stari nalog da se igramo, bre, ko ljudi, bre. Škaki, hoće mi pravimo neki ručak, Nenad odusto. Nenad susto.
Nenad, dodaćiš da išutiraš mačku teras, šta imaš u dvorišta, a?
Zašto mi to radim?
A?
Ja nisam kod ti to da mučim životinje.
Ali otić komšiju. Melena!
Melanija! Melanija, je li stigo Kosović?
Ne.
Ha? Rekao je kum.
Da nas ne bi trebalo da se ide nigde.
Gdje mi je ono?
Da se ide kod kuma, boga mi. Od koga se to čuje, taj retardirani odjek, jevo?
kod Nenada, koga bi se čulo.
Nije kod Nenada, to se čuje kod tebe.
Dobro, Ivanoviću, što to radiš?
Nenad je, čuš ja. Bio mi dolje.
Slovensko ribico. Jel jedete neke ribe? Šta se deš?
Danas se jede pečenje, Boris.
Jel tako, a? U čast vaskrsenja ne znam koga, jel?
Ti, Boris, nećeš jesti ništa, ja?
Ne, ti ćeš mi reći šta ću jesti.
Kum je pojao svu mađaricu, brate.
A?
Sve ih je pojao. Ja rekao dajem jednu mađicu, ono pogleda sve pojao čovječ.
Pojao ti džetsu? Kume! Kum pojao džetsu, joj, nesreće, joj!
Čunicu stavimo, malo mu je bilo.
Pojao mu džetsu, jel čuješ ti ovo ne rade? Ne rade!
Šta ja tu mogu?
Kum mu pojao džetsu!
Ilija, što si pojao sve?
Ilija, zašto si pojao kumu džetsu? A nju nije odavno. Što vidi Milena, kaže nju nije odavno. Kaže Melanija, nju nije odavno.
Da vidimo sad.
Kaže, nju nije odavno, a? A, Nenade, čuo ti ovo? Nenade.
Živo, brate.
Čuli ti ovo, kaže, nju nisam odavno.
Što je brži?
Kaže, nju nisam odavno, joj, cool.
Naravno su domaći. Ali vi u Beograd ne znaju što je domaće, Milena, oni samo jedu ono što isteka rok trajanja.
Tako je, mi samo lidlujemo. Mi samo lidlujemo.
Ko to?
Kuma moja, ja kažem, bravo, jel praviš domaći korak? A ne, to mi je petljavina oko kora, kupila sam rozen korak, one tanke kao flis papir, svećaš što ono, što Kristina jednom poslala Mađaricu, onu, da mi koramaš s razlakom,
Hungarijanku, oho, Evropa, a?
Možeš li se potruditi onako, ako ga već praviš, jel?
Ako pravi za imaju nešto, a?
Što power je bolje? A zašto? A ne, struje ne radi. Jesi ti normalan? Ne, daj, ja ću mesanoga, daj mi to, dosta meni.
Zini.
A, ček, ne mogu da zinem.
Ova Mađarica trebalo stoji bar 2 dana da upiju kore. Ili čovječa.
To znači da ga prekidač u daljini može da ga aktivira.
A zašto bi to radio? A zašto?
Nenade, jel ti meni veruješ? Ja sad kad bi čuo da Melanija pravi palačinke s domaćim džemom od šipurka, ja bi sad upalio alfu i došao za zločinac.
To nećeš čuti onda.
A zašto? Je to tako teško?
A to možeš tamo kod Nenada da jedeš šta je to voće što raste u divljinu našu, kod nas samo ova domaća voća našu.
Nemate šipurak?
Ne znam ja šta ti je šipurak.
Ipak jebote, ono druže jebote. Jer stvarno ne znaš šta je.
Ti misliš na onaj drugi naziv srbijanski, ringlov?
Ne, nije ringlov, je nešto polušljiva je.
Ringlov je šljiva, a ne, to je to, šipak, bolje se.
A nije, šipurak i šipak, to ti je nešto ovako. Evo ti tamo u General. Nema lepšeg džema i pekmeza od toga jebo mater.
A to je šipak, šipurika, ajde kako hoćeš.
Pa šipurak, šipak, kako hoćeš.
A to li zove ringlov?
Ko bre zove ringlov?
Ovi gdje bogalji oko nas.
Ringlov je polušljiva, ona crvena jebote, žuta.
mi zovu Ringlov čoj... Ajaj.
Ringlov je nešto sasvim drugo, brate. Ringlov ti je ovo.
Znam ja što je Ringlov, brate, ali zašto oni zovu Šipak Ringlov?
A nemam pojma. Nego, kažem ja, kad bi Melanija sad napravila palačinke sa šipurkom, ja bi odmah došao.
A nema, brate.
Kako nema?
Nema, mi to ne pravimo, brate.
Dobro, ima li nečeg drugog umjesto šipurka?
A, nema sad trenutno ničega.
Jel ozbiljno?
Iđo što radi.
Ima neke plazme i eurokne.
Iđoš, a?
Može i to je jebot. Ko bre?
Meno, kom? Šta veš ti? Hoćeš isključiš?
A šta ćeš isključiti?
Hoćeš da isključiš
Seven dies to die.
S.W.Frost, zašto direkt X11?
Seven dies to die.
Vulkan?
Piše not full support.
Ole, bolje od ovoga sigurno.
Znači ništa palačinke kume, a?
Ma kaki.
Ej jebi ga, ja tamo mislio se reskiram goriva.
A,
svega i da dođe malo.
Eto što oni Beku, nek te Beka ono ugosti, brate. Beka je vazda za to.
Ma de taj će sad reći, izmislit će da ide na cijevi, tako da.
Probaj ga, ide.
Ne vredi. Sad će reći spavam. Nenade. Pantiću. Pantiću! Nema Pantićevićus.
Ne, brate, neće više niko žut javiti. Srozao si ga na 3 zvezdice.
O moj kd.
To je novi profil koji je platio 2 eura, ja. Skupo ga je košta.
DDDK.
Živaca ga je košta.
Ja ne bi imao sa živaca kretati iz početka. Pa ne znam šta je. Tučavam sva oružja ponovo. Znači, tačno bi se tamo ubio.
Stare ću cure rastjerati sve. Verni boćanac.
Evo ga, Šimo ti pjeva na kompjuter.
Ohoho.
Ohoho,
neko pjeva. Ohoho.
Alo.
Ohoho.
Kumara 6000. Welcome to my channel. Aloha.
Ohoho.
Jedi masanac.
Ohoho. Ohoho.
Stavi na uši.
Ohohohoho.
Alo, Kime! Iži što traži.
Game Boy kaže, a?
Dajte slušalice na uši.
Gdje ste tupađije? Na.
Neko kaže tupađije.
Da, pa je tupađije. Znaš što su tupađije?
A to su glupi ljudi.
Boloks.
To su glupi ljudi.
A što radiš to, Johne?
A šta radi, evo, ništa, brate, šio, i pokušavam se šetim kako se zove igra koju sam igrao. Kratos je, God of War je, bote, živo.
Čekaj, je li to Mlađani Kosović, je li?
Jeste, Mlađani Kosović.
Jeste, mladi izdanak.
Mlađani Kosović, kažu normalniji primjerak Kosovića.
Mađe, to samo na papiru, vjeruj mi.
Kažu ovaj stariji goreg nema, je. Ne znam zašto to mišljenje tu se vrti na kanalu. A Mlađani Kosović. A iz prve ruke da čujem.
Pa, šta znam, brate, svako je lud na svoju stranu, eto ti nemam filozofski odgovor.
Kažu ovaj stariji tako nešto još
Ako želiš da se isključiš iz ove zebancije, pritisni zvezdicu na tastaturi tamo na
A ne smeta, opušta. Nisam ja toliko tankih živaca kad ti.
To starijem govoriš?
Da.
Hvala.
Znači stariji je sad proklinje sve živo što je ostavio uključen kompjuter, jel?
A isto bi bilo da sam bio kući.
Pekarija sam bio...
Dobro je ovo kad neko oživi, jebote, piješ, jedeš ceo dan u pičku, mate. Dobar ovaj praznik.
A s čemu razlika između standardnog dana i ovoga?
Znam, više pijem. Znam, kalimekta, što bi rekao Batistuta u onoj reklami. Znam, kalimekta.
Ovo je strašno, Petar. Ovo je ležeća pozicija.
Petrarka.
Si gleda kako je udesio prostorinu?
A jesam, onu krčmu njegovu.
Krčma?
Krčma u planini. Kak je to? Gurstak.
Great. The one with the horns is back. What does he want now? I hate that guy.
He will be back.
Nenade, jes tu?
We really gotta go back down here again?
Do you see any other way?
No.
Then...
There isn't a way back up from here, you know.
I know.
are wasting our time in this area. Time to go.
Whatever.
You boys look like you're gearing up for quite the journey. There's an abandoned temple in Midgard that a fellow dwarf converted to his personal storeroom. Packed it with all sorts of treasures he collected during his travels throughout the realms.
Throughout the realms? Which ones did he go to? What did he collect?
Fafnir was a, shall we say, aggressive collector of magical artifacts. The more he acquired, the more he desired. There was no realm too dangerous, no relic too hazardous. He once ventured deep into Niflheim for a whetstone of all things. Huh. I bet that was quite the whetstone.
Does this story have a point?
Yes, it does. I just happen to have an entry stone to Fafnir's storeroom. You might find something useful in there.
Neat. Thanks, Sindri.
You're very welcome. Oh, and if you find that whetstone, well, it sure would be nice of you to bring it to me. I'd advise caution if you're heading to the storeroom. Last I was there, all manner of nastiness had taken up residence.
Won't your friend be upset if we steal all of his stuff?
Oh, no. No, not at all. He's dead. I think.
Oh, sorry.
No, no need to be sorry. These things happen when one travels from realm to realm, collecting priceless artifacts that don't belong to you. Master Atreus, how may I serve? What shall it be? Nothing to your liking, I see? Where shall we begin? dear boy? What did we miss? Well, that's something. Now, there is something else to tell you.
help me if you would hold the light up so I could see where I'm shooting.
Use your ears. Adapt.
Yeah. Standing here a while. Plan on carrying the crystal everywhere like the last one?
If need be. Shoot.
I know how it works. Finally, we can use the same sand bowl that brought us down the first time. I want to get out of here.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Can't be.
What did it say?
That we made a grave mistake. Did we help the wrong... Let me guess. You're gonna be smug and say you told me we shouldn't get involved.
That is enough.
Can we go now?
Do you remember the answer?
Yeah.
Boy, read this. Boy, what's that say?
Only time you want to talk to me is when you need
Do you want to tell me something?
I said, the only time you care to talk to me is when you need me to translate for you. If Mom was here...
If your mother was still alive, we would not be here at all. Atreus.
Forget it.
Fine.
Where do we go? Where do we go now? Sweet child, where do we go now? Where do we go now? Sweet love,
Kesiksi. Welcome to my channel. Alacidra. Welcome to my channel. A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
Še ker imam dobro pesmo. Eno pa rešavati. Ideš napolje? doći. Privatni detektiv.
A koga beka proba?
Come inside, boy!
Najjače mi je kad beka krene u svojoj osi da se vrti ovako.
As always though, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend you watch my first videos on this topic. But to summarize, people remember there being a game like Harvest Moon, except instead of merely tending to your crops, you killed your wife and hide her body from the police, all the while still maintaining your farm. The search has been going on for several years, and that brings us to today. It's only been 2 days since the release of my last update video on the evil farming game. It's been about a year and a half since I made my first video on the topic, and since then the channel has grown significantly, bringing a lot more eyes to the search this time. And sure enough, this lost media winning streak we've been on this channel continues. This time, it was a viewer named Aqueous Snake. After having watched this last video, Aqueous Snake remembered something. On June 6, 2015, Vine
You know what?
Sauce Joel, Varg Skeletor, streamed a game called Global Defense Force. At some point during the stream, Joel is talking about games his friends used to rent, one of which being the Nintendo 64 game Body Harvest. He remarked that the game was great, but the name was weird. He says it makes him think of Body Harvest Moon, like if there was a Harvest Moon game with corpses. So he starts to riff on this idea of Body Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon, it's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with I don't know, like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue kebab rack. You impale her accidentally, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't mean that. And at the same time as you gotta rescue, you gotta manage your farm, raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta hide the body from the cops sometimes, from health security checks, and yeah.
This bit from the stream would then get clipped by a YouTuber named Tuskal, who would create an animation over Joel's narration, dramatizing what the game might look like. This stream occurred 1 year before the original post made by Sparta213 looking for the farming game. Aqueous Snake would then post this animation to the farming game Discord. With Joel's clip being so similar to what was being looked for, it quickly made an impact. Simone Brun, who you'll remember from the last video, made a post to the subreddit about the animation, saying that she's sure she's heard this clip before. She realized that she had come across it around the time that Sparta made his first post in 2016. Someone else who was looking for the game had posted it to Twitter, and whatever game it was that Simone has on that broken hard drive, she believes she found around the time she was looking for the game back then. At the time, she had mostly stuck to small circles on Twitter and was kinda disconnected from the Reddit search. She believed that people were looking for a Vinesauce fan game based on this concept. Based on the Vinesauce fan game theory, user PM Me Your Ears made a post in the Vinesauce subreddit checking if there's any knowledge of such a thing in their community. The only response came from a user named Crush3000 who suggested that perhaps people had heard this clip and it implanted the memory of the game in people. After all, memory can be funny like that. And this was a theory that PM Me Your Ears had already been considering, having made a post in the Evil Farming Game subreddit about it. And this was a theory that was further evidenced when user Kyle O'Reilly was looking through the AMA that Sparta had done last year. In the thread, he was talking to someone about sleep issues he'd been having. Sparta 213. I didn't really have dreams on the medication, so I don't know. It could have been a standout. The insomnia is gone now that I stopped taking the medication. Kinda nutty if you ask me. Flame the Hedgehog. Well, glad to hear that you're getting better now. This has all been such a strange event, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was one outlier half-dream while watching Vinesauce. Who knows? It could have been a Terminal 7 dream cancer. Sparta. Nothing could be ruled out. Additionally, PM Me Your Ears had dug up another old message in the farming game Discord, posted by user Zella, all the way back in March of 2020. Zella had sent Sparta a message and received the response, "Thanks for reaching out, man. Sorry for the late response. I honestly have no more information than that already presented. I've just chalked it up to being dreamed up by me in a half-awake, half-asleep state while watching a live stream." The stream in particular would have been a Vinesauce stream, if you really want to scour, but that's hours upon hours of footage. And Zella had posted that interaction with the caption, "Time to start searching for Vinesauce streams from early 2016, which I guess would have been just a little bit too late. Deprachan, the mod of the Discord, immediately sent a message to Sparta to see if any of this information jogs anything, but Sparta wasn't responding. So at this point, the members of the Discord server are searching through any Vinesauce they can possibly get their hands on, looking for anything that might possibly resemble the game, not ruling out the theory that maybe someone did make a Vinesauce fan game based on this riff. So they're looking through old streams, old fan art, talking to people on the Vinesauce Discord channel, but it doesn't seem to be turning up much of anything. And then finally, in the afternoon of June 14th, a few hours before I'm recording this video, Sparta responds. "So guys, I just got around to looking at the Vinesauce animated video that someone found, and as anticlimactic as it may be, I believe that this is likely the source of the game. It fits everything exactly. And I used to fall asleep all the time watching Vinesauce videos." I can't help but think back all the way to that original thread that Sparta made, and that one person in the comment section, Mikori, who had suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. I mean, granted, they also thought that this dream might have been tied to some deep-seated guilt that Sparta had in his life, and you know, not just falling asleep watching Vinesauce. But still, that was one of the first people that was on the right track. So now, with the original farming game mystery solved, Sparta's original game that he was looking for turning out to not be a game at all, but a Vinesauce stream, where does that leave us? There still are some other games that this reminded people of. Simone has something on her hard drive. And something that really stands out to me, thinking about all the memories that this story triggered in other people, something that came up a lot was the fishing minigame. A lot of people seem to remember a fishing minigame in this, yet Joel's stream had no mention of fishing anything. So even though the fishing thing had nothing to do with what Sparta was thinking of, some people remembered a game like this that had fishing. As I said in the previous video, there probably are a lot of different things that people are remembering because of this. And additionally, there is a fan-made game in the works. The Evil Farming Game Replanted, made by Jeremy of Whistleblower Studios. It's currently slated for an October 2021 release. Anyway, thanks to everyone who was involved in this search and helped bring it to an end. Although it's really anticlimactic for this to have turned out to not be an actual game and to have just been something that Joel Weinsaw said as an offhand joke, it feels good to have some kind of resolution to one of the channel's long-standing mysteries. We're really on a winning streak with these lost media stories, and I feel like a big part of that is just how big the channel has grown. Since the first time I covered the farming game, the channel has almost doubled in subscribers. And ultimately, the big break in the case wound up just being to bring it up one more time and have the one guy, Aqueous Steak, think, hey, wait a second, I remember this. At some point during or around the year 2008, a Redditor from Finland named Tansa H purchased some new fabric curtains from a local store, some pop art featuring a repeating pattern of 8 celebrities. Tansa picked it up thinking it was a cool design, but after a few years thought, hey, I don't actually know who most of these people are. Let's find out. So in January of 2020, Tansa took to Reddit's r/tip of my tongue to find out once and for all who these people are. One by one, Reddit pieced it together, not just figuring out who these people are, but finding the exact photos that the images were taken from. Each celebrity except for one. Celebrity number 6. Looking at this image, you probably have a lot of ideas of who you think this is, and so did I. So did a lot of people, as can be seen through this absolutely gigantic list of possible suggestions. So for this episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at the mystery of celebrity number 6. The thing about celebrities, you'd think that by definition they'd be pretty damn easy to recognize. But you put a few hundred eyes on this person, celebrity number 6, and nothing. I guess you just stencil away enough of the facial features on a piece of pop art and all of a sudden it becomes less and less distinct. The distinguishing features disappear and they could be any one of hundreds of different similarly beautiful people. So let's start with the identities of the celebrities we do know. Celebrity number 1. Adriana Lima, a model most known for her work with Victoria's Secret. This photo was used for the XOXO brand, possibly taken as far back as 1999. Celebrity number 2, Josh Holloway, most famous for playing Sawyer on Lost. This specific photo was identified as being from the 2004 GQ magazine Men of the Year event. Celebrity number 3. A lot of people thought that this was Emma Stone until the exact source photo was found. And it's Adriana Lima again. This time from the 2004 Victoria's Secret Angels Across America tour. Celebrity number 4. Jessica Alba. Famous for a lot of stuff. Personally, I associate her with Dark Angel. This pic is from the 2017's Choice Awards, which pushes our time frame up a few years. Celebrity number 5. This is Travis Fimmel, taken in 2003 for the WB Upfront. Honestly, I don't know who that is. At the time of the making of this piece of fabric, he was primarily known for his modeling work and his run on the short-lived Tarzan TV show. But as of now, his most popular works are the show Vikings and the Warcraft movie. Celebrity number 7. Ian Somerhalder, known for playing Boone on Lost. This photo is from a 2005 ABC press party. Celebrity number 8. Orlando Bloom, aka Legolas. Taken in 2003 for a Japanese magazine, Kinema Junpo. And those are our celebrities. Let me get a big round of applause. So here's what we know from these images. So each one of these images of a celebrity on this piece of fabric was based on a real photo. And each of these photos were taken between 1999 and 2007, with most of them no earlier than 2003. But they could have been taken as late as 2009 depending on when exactly this fabric was purchased. Although these images are taken from real photos, they could be modified somewhat. It is evidenced by the photo they used of Orlando Bloom. In the original photo, his hands are up and he's holding beads. His hands and the beads have been removed from the fabric and now his arms are at his sides. It's also worth noting that most of these source photos belong to Getty Images.
$400 for a glass of fucking water?
User PM Me Your Ears contacted Getty Images directly, but their representative was unable to identify the person and suggested a reverse image search, which of course is not terribly helpful in this case. And after I saw that, I attempted something different. I tried to use an AI-driven search engine. They tend to be a bit more helpful if you're searching for something slightly different from the image you're looking for, but in this case it mostly just gave me drawings of Asian women and some guy who either looks like Phil Anselmo or Matt Jackson of the Young Bucks. It's definitely not either of them, but it would be pretty funny if it was. Oh, wait a second, I gotta hang up my Phil Anselmo, Matt Jackson, Jessica Alba curtains. PM Your Ears also contacted another stock photo agency, Alami, but they too could not identify the person. Note that that doesn't necessarily mean that the photo doesn't belong to one of these companies, just that the representatives they spoke to weren't able to personally identify them. Considering the types of sources these come from, mostly media events, I think it's extremely likely that the original source photo for this unidentified person, Celebrity 6, does belong to Getty Images. Another user, Future So Bright, just kind of tried to brute force their way through it, just combing through a bunch of Getty Images event pictures all the way through 2010, but they couldn't find anything. They also suggested that the type of outfit this person seems to be wearing is probably from a more casual event. This isn't really an outfit that you'd see at a red carpet thing where you'd see a lot of A-list movie stars, but rather something more casual like a TV or radio event. So that narrows down our field of top priority people to look at a little bit. They also noted that Travis Fimmel, although he's well known now because of Vikings, he wasn't really at level of star back then. Perhaps this person too, Celebrity Number 6, was also at that kind of not super famous level, but then they never ascended to the level of notability that Travis Fimmel did, which of course would make them harder to identify. And on that note, we do know that whoever made this design was willing to reuse people in it. I mean, you got 2 Adriana Limas. In my opinion, you can never have too many Adriana Limas. And one popular theory for this person is that it's Travis Fimmel a second time. And people have pointed to a few other images that aren't an exact match, but they help make the case. Another user, Prissy, notes that in one photo, Travis is wearing a shirt with a stenciled gun design that can match up with markings on the shirt in the fabric. The photo itself isn't a match, but it's possible that maybe he was wearing the same shirt in another picture that is a match. Standard Deviation 2 attempted to overlay an image of Travis with Celebrity Number 6, and the earlobe doesn't quite match. Granted, this is something that could be caused by issues with focal length or slightly different camera angles, slight modifications to the art maybe, but in my opinion, this to me just doesn't look like him. Some other popular suggestions are Evangeline Lilly, which would make sense considering there's 2 other actors from Lost in the mix. There's also Edward Furlong, who has really similar eyes and that length of hair, as well as River Phoenix. I have my doubts about them though, because it seems like they're not right for the time period that this designer was going for. Their features are definitely in the ballpark, but they're just really a little too early for this. The full list of people who've been suggested is absolutely massive and spans characters like Axl Rose to Val Kilmer, Sting, the musician, and I assume not the wrestler. In addition to these suggestions, a few people on Reddit claim that they've seen it as maybe a jeans ad or something in a magazine before. They just can't quite put their finger on it. And even the government is getting involved now, with Carrie Odell, who runs the Library of Congress Mystery Photo Contest. This contest has resulted in the identification of hundreds of previously unknown people from old photographs. And he was brought in on this mystery when a user of r/tip-of-my-tongue tagged him in it. He hasn't managed to identify it yet, but he did say that he would pass it around to some people who are good with this sort of thing. Another user, I'm the Man in the Bag, suggested that the best way to solve this would be to get a hold of the designer. There is a version of this fabric that can still be found. It's the same pattern, but in red and gray. Every instance of this fabric has the same product ID number, which leads back to a company named Letki Mraz. Letki Mraz is a fabric company from the Czech Republic. Man in the Bag was able to track down a 2013 newsletter in which Letki Mraz mentions their fabric vendors, which included Robert Kaufman, Michael Miller, and Clothworks. After being contacted by Man in the Bag, Michael Miller and Clothworks both said that this is not one of their designs. He noted that Robert Kaufman was the most likely source for this of these vendors. He noted they have a category for figures that this pattern would fall into. However, the exact pattern cannot be found on their site. Another user, DataCap0101, did manage to get a hold of Robert Kaufman. Hello again. I finally got an email back from Robert Kaufman. All they said was, unfortunately we cannot disclose the names of our designers. which is odd considering they have an entire tab on their website
Edelina,
dedicated to listing their
welcome
designers.
to my channel.
I feel it came from them, but they do not want to take responsibility for it. I think this is where you ought to look. And it would make sense for a fabric designer to not want to take responsibility for this design. Using people's images in this way could potentially open a company up to some kind of legal issues. But it's also quite possible this fabric was simply made by a company that wasn't mentioned in the 2013 newsletter. Realistically, I think tracking down the person who designed this pattern might actually be more difficult than simply getting the image in front of someone who recognizes it. Ultimately, I think that is the best hope of solving this case. And I don't mean simply thinking you know who the person is, I mean we've got over 200 suggestions. You kinda gotta have the exact picture to match it up with. And I know that's kind of a controversial stance on this topic. I've seen some arguments about it saying that it's too high of a standard of evidence. But there's so many people who are sure that their person is the person who you're gonna go with. And then you have to remember, there were people who thought that Adriana Lima was Emma Stone until the exact picture was found. So having the exact photo to match up with celebrity number 6 really is the necessary smoking gun to bring this to an end. A few people have created renderings in a hope of jogging someone's memory. You got hand-drawn extrapolations, tracings, recolorings. I know that when I saw this particular recutting, my mind went to Bjork pretty quickly, but I don't know. Some people even attempted AI recreations of the image, both static ones and moving ones. Some real uncanny valley shit. Realistically though, I wouldn't put too much stock in the AI guesses. I mean, I've tried to use AI to recreate my face from a blurry old photo on an old TikTok, and it didn't turn out so accurate. Made me look like some kind of Albanian Dracula or something. But nonetheless, all of these artists' renderings could perhaps help jog someone's memory. But anyway, that's pretty much all we know for now. Of course, if you have any ideas about who this might be, let me know down below. I'll add a link to the list of names people have suggested so far. Thanks to Axie from the Mysterious Song community for suggesting this topic to me. So this morning, on my very first full day back home from tour, I wake up to tons of messages from people telling me that the mystery of celebrity number 6 had finally been solved. And after looking over the evidence myself, I'm inclined to say that, in my opinion, they're probably correct, or at the very least, we're on the right track. But there are some caveats, and this is not a 100% airtight case. Of course, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, you should probably watch my first video on celebrity number 6. But if you don't feel like it, here's the summary. Around 2008, a Redditor from Finland purchased some fabric with a pattern featuring pop art style renderings of celebrities, mostly from the early to mid 2000s. They liked the design but didn't know who a lot of these celebrities were, so they went to Reddit to ask. And every single one of these celebrities could be identified except for one, the 6th one. Celebrity number 6. That is, until now. Maybe. From the very beginning, there's been a lot of different people suggested to be the real celebrity number 6. A lot of the investigation goes into mainstream actors like Evangeline Lilly, Lucy Lawless, Angelina Jolie. But you look through those and there's no real matches from this picture. And as people exhaust the more mainstream options, they start looking into the modeling world a bit. You get some highly upvoted posts suggesting that the person might be Olga Sarova or Shalom Harlow. No matches here either, but you do get a few leads that make you think, it's kind of close. So after all this time, I was not ready for people to tell me that the identity of celebrity number 6 is Brad Pitt.
Buongiorno.
I mean, just look at it. Come on, it looks nothing like Brad Pitt. If this was Brad Pitt, one of the most recognizable celebrities in the world, I feel like you would just know. There was even an eBay listing for a version of this print that had Brad Pitt among the names of celebrities, which of course led to a massive Brad Pitt search right at the beginning with no results. So I was not convinced at all, until I saw this post laid out by a user named the S.W.Frost. The post is about a photo of Brad Pitt taken by photographer Naomi Kaltman for GQ in 1994. At first I look at this picture and I'm like, no way. But the SF1 takes a few specific parts of this photo and compares it to the equivalent parts on the fabric. In particular, what sells me on it is looking at the shadow around his eyebrow and around his nose. The shadow on one side of his forehead also appears to match up if you were to flatten out the gradient there. And then you've also got the angle of his hairline, and for that matter, the shine of the combed hair matches up, with the highlights in this photo being stylized to match up with all the other celebrities. It's a pretty shocking revelation to just come out of the blue. I mean, you have a lot of people who believe that this was a picture of a woman in the fabric. On the other hand, though, you also had a lot of people who did think that this was Brad Pitt all along, and now they're feeling pretty vindicated. So that's it. It's a done deal, right? This is it. It's Brad Pitt. Not necessarily. Although the shadows and the facial features match up astonishingly well, there are some discrepancies. One being that although celebrity number 6 is clean-shaven, Brad Pitt has stubble in this picture. However, to that point, it's worth noting that on that same piece of fabric, Josh Holloway also had his stubble removed, so this doesn't necessarily bring it out of the realm of possibility. The person in the fabric's jaw is also a bit shorter than that of Brad Pitt in the picture, but as we can see once again with Josh Holloway, he was given a similar treatment. There's also the issue of how the side of the hair doesn't quite match up. You have all these strays flying out and about in the fabric, but they're not there. But due to the nature of the lighting in this photo, you would have to manually decide where the pieces of hair fall to make him a free-floating figure, otherwise his head just disappears into the shadows. A much bigger discrepancy, however, is the clothes. Although at first you see how the shadows of the shirt that some people thought might have been a lanyard or something like that are positioned in a similar way, and also part of the collar even flops over similarly. But then you've got all these little details that don't quite match up, and at the same time, it wouldn't make sense for the person doing the art to add them there for no reason. For instance, you've got that pocket area that some people thought might have been a gun design or some kind of embellishment or graphic, but in the photo, it's not really there. But at the same time in the photo, he has a shirt over his shirt that has a totally different coloring that doesn't appear in the fabric. Granted, as we saw with the picture of Orlando Bloom that was used in the fabric, they will take some artistic liberties. In this instance, Orlando's hands are removed from the photo and they fill in what his shirt might have looked like. One poster, Axie17, observed when redrawing it by hand that it almost feels like the shirt in this is flipped horizontally. And the issue of the shirt was also addressed by a user named Patrick85. He found a Metro Life magazine cover from 2004, a time frame much closer to all the other celebrity photos in this fabric, and he notes that the shirt he's wearing in this picture appears to be a closer match. Obviously, this wouldn't be the photo from the fabric, but perhaps it implies he did a similar shoot around this time, or there was a photo like this from this shoot. Or, you know, for some reason they edited a picture of Brad Pitt's head onto another picture of Brad Pitt's body, which doesn't make all that much sense. But the biggest discrepancy to me here is the ear. Celebrity number 6 has an ear that's extremely visible, whereas the photo of Brad Pitt, his ear is almost entirely obscured by his hair. While the artist behind the fabric has clearly taken some liberties with the artwork, there's nothing else that's anywhere near this extreme. Some have suggested that maybe the artist changed that to avoid copyright issues, but if that were the case, I would think they would have done that with all of the other celebrity photos as well. More likely to me is that perhaps the photo used on the fabric came from the same set, but it was a different photo where they repositioned his hair so you can see the ear, and also maybe he took that over shirt off and now you just see the shirt that's underneath it. And as we can see, there are other photos that exist from this set, so that's a possibility. But one thing that I think is for certain, even if this is not the correct photo, it's almost certainly based on a photo with this sort of intense lighting with strong shadows on one side. And after having seen this photo, I considered that perhaps something that made Brad so unrecognizable was the combination of this extreme lighting and the filters used to create this pop art effect. So I tried to recreate it myself from this photo and see. Once using Threshold in Photoshop, and another using a website that applies a posterize effect. What I noticed in both is that even though the eyebrow and the nose match up, if I made the effect extreme enough to create that circle of light on his cheek, the rest of his face becomes much darker than on the fabric. It could just be that the artist did something that I did, especially considering that all of the celebrities, after whatever effect is applied, are kind of stylized to match the artist's style. It could also be that this is simply an entirely different person in similar lighting. Something that's also evidenced by the fact that my version is pretty recognizably still Brad Pitt. The funny thing is, when I first started on this video, pretty much as soon as I looked at the images, I was immediately like, yup, that's the picture, like that is, those shadows are too good of a match, it's gotta be the same picture. But the more I look at it, the more I worked on this video, the more I wasn't so sure anymore. And one of the admins from the Celebrity Number 6 subreddit, PME Your Ears, threw up a poll. As of the time of me recording this, the results are pretty split with a bit of an edge going to not solve. So what do you think? Is this Brad Pitt? Is this another photo from the same shoot? Is this a similar shoot of a different person? Is this an amalgamation of a few different people creating a fake person who doesn't actually exist? Is this the work of Red Herring? Let me know what you think. Earlier this year, I was contacted by a man named Yuri who was searching for a piece of lost media. This particular piece of lost media wasn't a song, wasn't a game or an anime or anything like that. Rather, it was for a video known as Chechclear. Do not Google Chechclear until I elaborate. You see, Chechclear is notorious for being one of the first beheading videos online, as well as one of the most brutal. A 15-second version of this clip can still be found. However, it's said that many years ago, a 5-minute version existed. The disappearance of this 5-minute version is something that's shrouded in mystery and controversy. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at Chechclear. For people who grew up during a certain period of time online, looking at gore, particularly beheading videos, was looked at as almost kind of a rite of passage. And of all the violence I've seen online on websites like Ogrish, Best Gore, Lively, or for that matter, the countless other websites that came around, there's only really a small handful of videos that really vividly stayed with me in my memories throughout the years. And one that stands out is one of the first ones that I ever saw. You got a man on the ground with a boot on his head. Very quickly, a knife gets inserted into the side of his neck and cuts forward through the front of it. And as the knife cuts through the man's windpipe, you can hear the sound of air whistling through it. It's a sound that haunts me to this day, and if you've seen this same video, it's probably one that haunts you too. And until Yuri contacted me about this video, I didn't even know that there was a name for it, or that it was as infamous as it actually is. The video called Chechclear. As Yuri described Chechclear to me, I had to ask him, wait, is this the one where after the guy gets beheaded you can hear wind coming through his throat? That's the one. I never thought I'd see or hear about this video ever again. In fact, not too long before Yuri had contacted me, I was actually trying to find it again myself just to see if it was as bad as I remembered, and I couldn't find it. As it turns out, Yuri informed me that the 15-second clip can actually be viewed on YouTube as part of a Russian documentary covering the atrocities of the conflicts between Russia and Chechen rebels. The thing is though, this clip, it's short. It's grainy and 15 seconds long, and in the middle of the beheading there's a jump cut when all of a sudden his head's not on anymore. And if you search for this clip, you're just going to find the edited version from this documentary. Just by looking at the clip, you can tell that there's more to the video than the 15 seconds we actually see. And according to Yuri, there is actually a full 5-minute long clip. Not just including what we missed during the jump cut, but several minutes beforehand of the victim being beaten and berated and embarrassed. It turns out that a lot of people, especially recently, have been searching for this notorious extended cut. But the search for it can actually get really confusing. You see, throughout the First and Second Chechen War, many execution videos were made. Russian soldiers would find these tapes left behind, presumably as an intimidation tactic. But then these tapes make it out into the rest of the world, they get sold on the black market as snuff films, and eventually through that, they make their way online. This particular clip takes place in 1996 during the First Chechen conflict. Afterwards, it finds its way into file-sharing services, it's getting spread through emails, and of course it winds up places like Ogrish.com and Lively. But you wind up with a situation now where you have this thing from Russia that winds up in the English-speaking world, and you have people who don't speak Russian trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out where the pieces fit. And an environment like that is ripe for confusion and misinformation to spread. And as such, a lot of these videos get confused with each other, and they get mislabeled as various events that happened at the time. For example, one of the most common stories that this gets mixed up with is the story of Yevgeny Rodionov. So Yevgeny Rodionov was a 19-year-old soldier who was executed after several months of being tortured in 1996 during the First Chechen War. Reportedly, he was offered to have his life spared if he renounced Christianity and converted to Islam, but he refused. He wouldn't even remove his cross, leading to his execution. The story of his death led to a push to venerate Yevgeny as a new martyr, but The Russian Orthodox Church made the controversial decision to deny this due to a lack of evidence in the story and an unwillingness to canonize new martyrs. And where this ties in is one of the most popular supposed explanations for Chechklir is that the victim is Yevgeny. However, this does not appear to be a case, as by all accounts Yevgeny's death was not reported. I think it's possible that perhaps Yevgeny's popularity led to him being used to promote either this film or any number of the snuff films that were circulating at the time. Or perhaps it's just a case of someone hearing Yevgeny's story and assuming that's him. Another story claims that this is the work of a Chechen rebel named Salaudin Temirbulatov, nicknamed Tractorus, or the Tractor Driver. The oldest version of this account that I can find can be traced back to a user of the Ogrish forums named Hugh G. Rection in 2004. Although this has been mentioned in passing before, I thought I'd take this opportunity to restate that the Chechen guerrilla featured cutting the head off the Russian soldier in the infamous Chechklir clip is named Salaudin Temirbulatov. The Chechklir clip is one of 3 executions carried out on the same day by Temirbulatov. Russian Secret Services have a videotape filming the questioning of 4 Russian servicemen outside the town of Komsomolskoye on April 12, 1996. Temirbulatov himself shot 2 of them and then cut the throat of the 3rd serviceman, an unarmed 18-year-old conscript to the Russian army. And Temirbulatov would indeed be convicted due to footage from 1996. However, it's unclear if that video was Chechklir or if it was another clip from that time. But most interestingly, Huge Erection speaks of a longer version of Chechklir. According to Russia's Channel 2, the clip was bought in September 1999 by the Russian media. Channel 2 was the only station to air this clip in its entirety. That's right, a full-ass gore video on TV. The full video begins with a bearded Chechen guerrilla, Temirbulatov, kneeling on the back of a panicked 18-year-old Russian soldier. There then follows the bloody action that we see in our clip. The grotesque video ends with Temirbulatov holding the severed head up to the camera, laughing, and thus the uncut version of Chechklir becomes legend. Granted, this description is a bit different from the one that I've heard, but at this point nobody has any extended version of it. Enter a live leak user named Warlord47. Warlord47 was a Russian man, by some accounts a Russian soldier, who joined LiveLeak in July of 2007. Within a month, he began digitizing his personal collection of VHS snuff films from the Chechen conflict and uploading them to LiveLeak. One such tape being another incident that's often confused with Chechklir, the execution of 6 Russian conscripts in Dagestan, aka the Tukchar massacre. He uploads the video in 5 parts, and here's the thing. This footage has been seen online before, but it's never been seen in this high quality. A YouTube video by Joshua Kane compares the quality of Warlord 47's videos with the previously available versions, and the jump is massive. This guy was definitely the real deal. So when in the descriptions of these videos, Warlord 47 claims to have the full version of Chechklir, that's kind of a big deal. But of course, there's a problem. Although all of this message board discourse is, as far as I know, lost to time, according to Joshua Kane's video, based on his own memories, Warlord 47 was a little ass-blasted that he wasn't getting the respect that he thought he deserved. Having taken the time to sit there and digitize his VHS snuff films, upload them to LiveLeak, surely he deserved more kudos. But the story as it goes is that eventually, despite the lack of respect, he does upload the full clip to LiveLeak, only for it to get taken down within hours due to a copyright issue. An archive of a thread on the LiveLeak forums from January 28, 2008 allegedly documents the day this happens. Why was my Chechnya video deleted? Why was this video deleted? There's absolutely no reason for that video to be deleted. Copyright violations? Who are you trying to lie to? And then people ask me, why don't I upload anything on here anymore? When you have mods that abuse their powers, delete random media for no reason, it just isn't worth the effort. I was going to upload a few more videos aside from Chechklir, but that won't ever be happening on here or Ogrish. Pathetic. Hayden Hewitt, the only publicly known founding member of LiveLeak, would respond. He explains that a TV production company claimed to have the copyright for the clip, and due to the DMCA working the way it does, he must comply until the situation is resolved. To which, of course, Warlord is not happy. This video is not copyrighted by anyone, because there is no way in hell you can copyright something like this. The only person that could possibly copyright this video was the cameraman, and he's long ago 6 feet under. And you have to understand, these days, you as a YouTube viewer, you've definitely seen a lot of creators that you watch have to deal with the ridiculousness that is DMCA law. I imagine you're somewhat familiar with how strict it is and how easy it is to exploit, but people weren't as familiar with it back then. So you've got some people who to this day think Hayden was lying for some reason, just holding onto it for his own private nefarious purposes. But personally, I think it's really safe to say that they did legitimately receive a DMCA claim. And the thing about DMCA claims, even if you suspect that it's a bullshit claim, if you do not comply, you open yourself up to massive lawsuits. That being said, it's very possible that maybe this claim wasn't from the actual TV company. Perhaps someone was doing a little trolling. Warlord 47, after all, had at this point made it known that he took these things very seriously. He was a man to be respected. In other words, the exact type of person that someone might want to wind up for shits and giggles. But that's just complete speculation on my part. In any case, Warlord calls the other users of LiveLeak and Uskrs fools, says he's never posting on the site again, and I guess that's where the trail ends, right? Well, I did notice two pretty interesting things on the internet archive. The thing is, the video that got DMCA'd in this thread, the one that Warlord links at the very beginning, by going through the internet archive, I saw that it actually did get restored in 2009, and it was not Chech clear. This video was part 1 of the Tukchar massacre. That being said, something else that I noticed was, despite his threats to never post on Uskrs or LiveLeak again, Warlord 47 would resume posting on LiveLeak 2 months later, in March of 2008. However, none of the 4 videos he posted in 2008 appeared to be Chech clear either. So does that mean that, despite the rumors, he never actually uploaded the full Chech clear video to begin with? I noticed something else when I was rewatching Joshua Kane's video. I noticed that in the screenshots he shows from a now lost Uskrs thread, the URL the people are purporting to be the deleted LiveLeak post of the full Chech clear is a different URL from the one in the copyright thread. So I typed out that URL in the Internet Archive, and it turns out it was deleted due to a Terms of Service violation in 2009. But you go back to 2008, and there's something there. You can't see what it is because you need to log in, so the Internet Archive can't archive things behind a login screen. There's something there. So I thought that was the big break, until I noticed something else. The thing about that link, so we go back to 2008, and there's something there, right? But it turns out it's archived all the way back to 2006. In other words, a year before Warlord 47 had ever made his account. And whatever was there was sitting there for at least 2 years before it was deleted. If it's that infamous of a video and it's up there for that long, surely someone would have backed that up. Surely it would just be all over the place to find immediately. In other words, I don't think that other link was Chech clear either. So at this point, if the 5-minute long version of Chech clear is a thing that really ever existed, I have my doubts that it ever actually found its way online. I also think it's very possible that the extended version of Chech clear might have been another case of people mixing up multiple incidents in Chechnya. Or maybe it really is out there, just sitting on some old hard drive somewhere. Hanging on for dear life on an old VHS tape on a shelf somewhere in Russia. So after recording the bulk of this video, I actually had a chance to speak to Hayden Hewitt about this situation, and it seems like he came to a lot of the same conclusions that I did. Here's what he had to say. Hiya mate, I have no idea about a DMCA takedown for any jihadist clip ever. The longer version of Chech clear is a Bigfoot rumor. I've heard tales, heard from someone who claimed to have it, but through Uskrs and LiveLeak it never came up. I'm sure a longer version existed, but I have an inkling it died with the video camera that filmed it, given the clip came out back in the days when all clips online were very short. Sometimes people got it mixed up with another clip, which I think was called OFEX, but the two weren't related in any way other than it was Chechens killing Russian soldiers. I'd love to know where the idea came from about the DMCA. There are some funny folks on the internet. He also noted, though, that 2008 is a long time ago, so he checked in with one of the other staff members from back in the days who did remember the claim. You're kind of vaguely in luck. just had a message back. One series he uploaded included parts from a TV documentary about a massacre of Russian troops called the Dagestan Massacre, which might explain the more graphic bits in his series remaining. I remember that series of videos being truly horrific. And his final thoughts on the matter? The only thing I know for sure is that a longer Chechclear didn't ever show up. Anyway, that's the story of Chechclear.
Although Western animation, despite its best efforts, has often struggled to shake its image as a medium for kids, Japan, as far as I can tell, hasn't had this problem. Mature adult themes and over-the-top violence are regularly explored in anime and manga, and this has been the case for time immemorial. That's why when a number of you contacted me about a notorious anime depicting girls trapped in a bathroom who wind up in a gut-wrenching scene and heroing themselves extremely brutally, I thought, yeah, that's probably something that exists. But the interesting thing about this anime isn't necessarily its contents, but the fact that nobody can seem to find it. So for this episode of Tales from the Internet, we're going searching for the lost anime, Saki-san Obashi, aka Go for a Punch. Over the summer, I received a number of emails from you requesting that I cover the story of a lost anime. Here's one of the emails sent to me by someone named Not Molly. Hi there. Sorry if it's inappropriate to send this to your story tips email. I mean, this is literally the thing the email is there for, so be my guest. Firstly, I love your videos. I really enjoy internet culture and unsolved mysteries. Your channel is perfect for that. Your hair is perfect too. Oh, come on. Anyway, I want to bring a topic into your consideration. The supposed lost media, Saki-san Obashi, or Go for a Punch. Your videos have helped bring internet mysteries back into the public eye, and I would really love for this to be solved. I first stumbled into this while browsing X. Supposedly, there's an OVA from the 90s about a bunch of high school girls being stuck in a bathroom with no exit, and then violently killing themselves. Not Molly also attached a number of links to help in the search, and as a fan of Guro and horror in general, I was really compelled by this particular story. And I've actually been trying to come up with an anime-related story for this channel, so I thought, let's do it. The search for this lost anime begins in February of 2015 on 4chan's Paranormal Board. A user made a post asking for the most fucked up thing you've ever seen on the deep web. And of course a lot of the responses just mocked the OP. Nothing I can't find on the regular web. Posting about the deep web, eh? So when's your 13th birthday? Exciting getting older, isn't it? Others claim to have seen really crazy shit, like, you know, gore and torture videos and stuff like that. But then, there is the one response that would make this thread famous. Some weird anime about naked girls stuck in a large bathroom without doors, having a philosophical debate about never getting out of the room. After losing hope and starving for some days, everything goes downhill. They just start screaming and yelling. Then, they all commit suicide, either by smashing their heads on the floor or scratching their necks to bloody pieces. One girl helped the other to drown the sink because she asked her to hold her, but she couldn't do it. I cried myself to sleep right after watching that vid because I just didn't even know anymore. A 4chan user getting that upset by a violent anime? I'm not convinced. Why would anyone draw that with such precision? It was goddamn horrifying. Looked 80-ish quality, audio too, Japanese dub, English subs, lasted for about 30 minutes. No credits, but it seemed ripped. Voices sounded very young, but Japanese sound young in their 50s. Haven't found or seen it again. The name of the vid was something along the lines of Go for a Punch or something. The search for this anime started up pretty quickly in the thread with a number of people asking for the source. Nobody knew what it was, but they knew that they had to see it, so they started questioning the poster. How did the girls look like, Anon? And when did you watch it? Some of us are really in.
Looky for fun _ bot _ 1. Welcome to my channel.
La la. La 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 la.
Hey guys, welcome to this short tutorial on how to unlock all 8 new characters from the Legacy of the Moonspell DLC. Another simple one, Suto. He can be unlocked by evolving the 4-season weapon, which is the starting weapon of Menya, together with the also following the same principle of weapon, which is the starting weapon of Suto, together with the duplicator passive item. The last easy one to unlock is McCoy Oni. You can unlock him by evolving the Mirage Robe weapon, which is the starting weapon of Babiana, together with the Attract Orb passive item. Starting off with the first of the harder to unlock characters is Megalomania. This character can be unlocked by defeating 100,000 enemies in a single run with Menya. I recommend playing on Hyper mode, and to get 100,000 kills you will also need to play on Endless mode. These games will take about 40 minutes to get you to 100k kills. I like to get maxed out by around 25th minute and AFK until 100,000 kills. Playing on Hyper mode, and to get 100,000 kills you will also need to play on Endless mode. These games will take about 45 minutes to kill single run with Menya. I recommend playing on Hyper mode, and to get 100,000 kills you will also need to play on Endless mode. These games will take about 40 minutes. Next up is Megalosuto. As you might have guessed, he also follows the same principle of unlocking. To unlock him, you need to defeat 100,000 enemies in a single run with Suto. And the last character is Gavitioni. This character can be unlocked by killing a total of 6,000 Kappas, an enemy that appears in the Mount Moonspell map and can be found in the northwestern area around the Attract Orb on the ice or the southern pond. Here is the path you need to follow to get to them. I recommend that you kill at least 15,000 monsters, so that you can be sure that 6,000 of them were Kappas. Also use the Forbidden Scrolls of Morbane. To unlock the characters, you can also use the Forbidden Scrolls if you are interested. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Okay.
little, rather far apart eyes, almost like by Miyazaki. Most had bushy brown hair, and only one, the one that was drowned, had a really brightly colored hime cut. I watched it in 2011 for sure.
Raiden61.
More details if you
Welcome
want.
to my channel. Skinja Kad yo gravim bremena atomic hearts is gleeded stadival jujus ai preka jevrh.
Especially because of one particular scream one girl had. It had a really strange echo to it.
Mogu jedino da ti preporučim da igraš igru sa engleskim subtitlovima na ruskom. Pošto mi se ne sviđa uopšte engleski ovi speakeri. Zvuče jako...
I changed the pitch so it's more like it. I swear if I'll hear the real thing again, I'll go berserk. Pick related the girl with the hime cut, but imagine her with almost white hair. He then added some more details about what happens in the anime. I hope you have better luck than me. But at the same time, I hope you don't, because if you're anything like me, it'll be pretty depressing. It has this abstract feeling to it that doesn't go away for a long time. It definitely wins the time record for character development. I felt really bad for all of them. There was 9 girls in the room. 8 of them looked really similar, but all their voices varied. There was not even instrumental music, just occasional ambience throughout the video. What was most unsettling about the suicide scene were the weird camera angles and no horror music as I'd expect. Just girls softly sobbing and gagging as they ripped their necks open with their fingers. They looked like an embodiment of lost hope. And the head-smashing parts. I don't even want to go into details. Title of the video is probably not true to the original since this is deep web we're talking about. Even less reliable source of information than shitposters on 4chan. But even if it was deleted, there should still be a way of restoring it since it was once posted on the internet. That depends on time though. OP also had some clues about the file and the site he found it on. And also, sorry if I misled anyone. I'm fucking stupid, how could I forget? There were probably Japanese symbols in the title, but I had Windows XP at the time, so I could only see them as little boxes. It was like this, dash 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 go for a punch, dash 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 DL slash some code consisting of letters and numbers. I'm not sure if the exact amount of boxes is accurate, but I'm sure there was less boxes before the English text. By the way, the layout in the site I watched it in looks similar to today's Bing video previewer, pick related. And obviously, this is just an anonymous post on 4chan, so you should take it with a grain of salt, but other posters began formulating their own theories. Maybe it was an amateur anime from the 80s. Sometimes I think about music and how there is some really obscure stuff out there. My current obsession, Japanese avant-folk music, it makes me wonder if there were obscure anime or shit like that. And after someone posted a thread in the anime section of 4chan, a potential name emerged. I got the name Saki Sanobashi on A. Ring any bells? Funnily enough, searching that on Google gives me no results, and the mods/janitors just deleted my thread. Is this your anime, Anon? OP didn't respond to this question, and it's very likely that the user simply pulled that name out of their ass. Regardless, that name, Saki Sanobashi, has become synonymous with this lost anime. Later on in June, another thread emerged where users tried to figure out what studio it might have come from. Do any of you guys know of studios or animators who have a similar theme in their work, i.e. ambient music, abstract feeling, dark themes like suicide, simplistic plain character design, character development, violence? If we can narrow down studios or people who make this sort of stuff, perhaps we can find it. Same guy here. Anyone watch Boogie Pop Phantom? It immediately came to mind for me. I never finished it, but it seems to fit every one of those themes except for ambient music. Not sure if the original OP ever described the voices in detail, the whole thing may be poorly dubbed with cheap voice actors. If they are, chances are that it is an amateur work from a small group of people in a basement or something. It might explain the 80s thing since back then, quality was not exactly good. It can also explain the no instrumental music thing. He said the voices were very young, but each one was distinct, which made up for the generic character designs. This is a good point, but if it's an amateur anime or basement work, isn't it odd that some Westerners just happened to find and sub it? Unless there is, or were, some subbing group that somehow had access to obscure shows, subbed them and uploaded the more graphic ones to the deep web to avoid their shit getting taken down. Either that, some large company subbed it, but it got axed for being too explicit and or depressing for Western audiences, or the animators slash staff who worked on this amateur piece were fortunate enough to have someone who spoke fluent enough English to make comprehensible subs. Also, the fact that there are no credits makes it seem like it was either 1, cut by the subbers, or 2, part of a series, the rest of which is probably even more obscure and hard to find. Some 4chan users also liken this hypothetical anime to the work of Kazuo Umezu, as well as a manga named Shoujo Tsubaki, which was written in 1984 by one of my personal favorite artists, Suehiro Maruo, and adapted into an anime in 1992. It was also compared to a more recent work, Brain Damage, by another one of my favorites, Shintaro Kago. The search mostly died down, but it was reignited once again in 2018, this time with a Twitter thread by a user named Fabianski. Can one of you guys help me? I've been looking for specific manga, but I don't remember the name of it. It was about 3 high school students who get trapped in a room and talk about their lives and stuff. I remember that they all end up eventually killing themselves, with one of them helping one of the girls drown herself and the others bang her head on the concrete. I can't find any information about this, but I know it's real. Anyone? Okay, so it's banned in America, so I guess I'm going to have to look around. Okay, so 2 things. It might have another name called Saki Sanobashi, and maybe loosely based off another manga called Dragonhead. Dragonhead being a 90s manga that was adapted into a movie in 2003, but according to sources, this had an 80s anime aesthetic to it, so maybe Dragonhead is loosely based off of it? Later that day, Fabianski would return to Twitter, and this time, he had a YouTube link. Fuck me, man. And if you click the link, this video has been removed for violating YouTube's terms of service. What did Fabianski find? Well, luckily, that same link can be found in another 4chan thread about this anime. Here's some lost media for you. Do not watch this video. It made me feel nauseous and vomit. This video is cursed. And apparently, this video turned out to be a guy writing Happy fucking Valentine's Day in blood. I mean, for this to have gotten removed from YouTube, he must have done it real epic style, but this was not the lead that we thought it was. But then, a Twitter user named Hacher Musa, whose name I definitely just mispronounced, responded asking for clarification. And note that this person is currently curating the largest thread investigating the story on Reddit, so I'll link their thread in the description. Sorry to bother you, but what was that video? This was a long time ago, but I think it was manga scans. No mention of the Happy fucking Valentine's thing, just manga scans? Perhaps he was thinking of something else. A Twitter user named Purple Snake began questioning Fabianski, leading to another potential lead. Did some digging and realized that this same link was posted on several X threads a while back, including a Saki Sanobashi thread I made. It was a video of a guy writing Happy fucking Valentine's Day with his blood. No manga scans. What the hell did I see then, lol? Here was the thread. The link was posted only a few posts down. Now, you got me interested in this again. If it is true that you found manga scans, how did you find them? Because it definitely was not from that thread. Sorry about that. It's been a while since I looked back at this. I remember a while back on an X thread, someone may have posted manga scans, but they are poorly made. I do remember the vid actually now too. I think I got those two mixed up. Sorry. Maybe it could have been just a mock-up of what it could have been, but it was literally MS Paint tier shit. And then, Fabianski posted a link to another video, this time on Dailymotion. This one too is a dead link and it's not archived in any kind of way. And when asked about it, he said that he thinks it was a clip of a character getting ripped apart. And this, more or less, is where the trail ends for now. There's some investigation, particularly in the thread that I mentioned before, investigating leads such as perhaps there was an obscure work by Suehiro Maruo, and some people are investigating the names Gopher Punch and Saki Sanobashi. But as a number of people have pointed out, the name Saki Sanobashi is just a name that one person on 4chan came up with, and in 5 years has never been corroborated. If this thing really is out there, I think it will be prudent to focus primarily on just finding that story of the girls trapped in the bathroom. And that being said, the creator of the Reddit thread did add an aside that may be helpful in finding this video. Honestly, I seriously remember watching an anime scene like that on YouTube not too long ago, but I remember it being taken down. But the girls weren't naked. I distinctly remember they were wearing brown and cream-colored type sailor uniforms, with symbols like school badges or something in the shape of eagles. I remember the scene being so unnerving to me that I couldn't finish it at all, but all I remembered one girl holding the other girl while they flung themselves on the ground and one bashing her head into the bathroom wall. I swear this existed. And now obviously, this is a thing that started on 4chan. It could very easily be pure bullshit. But while it's rare, it's not entirely unheard of for this kind of thing that sounds like a bullshit creepypasta to turn out to actually be a real thing. Consider the case of The Clockman. The Clockman was a creepy animated short film that someone online swore they saw on Nickelodeon, but they just couldn't find. Even Viacom employees who might have known about what aired on Nickelodeon called this guy a liar, but sure enough, after 5 years of searching online, people found The Clockman. I recommend looking at Gamer for Mars' video on this topic, and if there's any updates to this story, I'll let you know about them. Anyway, goodbye. I've come to realize that when I make a video on an ongoing internet mystery, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand, it brings a lot of new hands on deck, a lot of enthusiastic people who are capable of digging up new leads. And sometimes it even brings mainstream media attention. On the flip side though, my involvement admittedly also sometimes hurts the signal-to-noise ratio. You have no idea how many people email me claiming that the most mysterious song on the internet sounds like their dad's old band and they really think he's the one who made it. But when I covered the story of Saki-san Obashi, the lost anime, I had no idea how much chaos this would cause. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, you should take a look at that video, but if you don't feel like it, here's a summary. In a thread about deep web discoveries, a 4chan user claims to have found a very gruesome 80s style anime that they haven't been able to find since. The file name for it included the words "go for a punch," and it involves schoolgirls trapped in a bathroom who eventually committed suicide in extremely graphic ways. The person who posted about it remembered being extremely disturbed by it, and a few other people on the internet seem to have remembered the same thing. But nobody can seem to find it, and that brings us to now. After I made my video on the lost anime Saki-san Obashi, it seemed like the search for it quickly geared back up. The Twitter users that I mentioned in my previous video seem to be getting together to get ready to start searching again. The boys are back in town. It's time. It's time for round 2. The subreddit r/Saki-san Obashi has grown to over 1,000 users and now has frequent updates on the search. And there was a Discord established, and that's where I first heard of shit going awry. Just joined the Saki Discord, and the voice chat is named The Bathroom, and over 100 plus people are arguing with each other. What have you done? Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Discord. I know I have one, but I very rarely use it, but to me that sounds kinda badass, and honestly really fitting considering the subject matter. But I can see how that could be annoying if you're trying to find something. I would hear little peeps about problems in the Discord from time to time, but this would become a much bigger issue later on, but we'll get to that. For now, back to the search for Saki. Shortly after the release of my video, several people hit me up with this image claiming that someone found a screenshot of it. Now, to me, it immediately seemed fake. I mean, if we're saying it was an 80s style anime, why am I looking at a picture of CG? Not to mention that none of the details seem to match, not the hair or the uniforms or anything really. And although this screenshot at first seemed to fool a lot of people, it's been mostly dismissed as fake at this point. Another lead would show up on Reddit from a now deleted user who claimed to have also seen it. I saw this anime on a Surface site, not Deep Web, a long time ago, 2007, 2008. I don't know the name because the version I saw had no subs, only had some kanji. I think it was kanji, so I can't confirm if the "go for a punch" tittle is real. I saw Wang's video this morning and the description brought me some nasty nostalgic moments to mind. My memory did its best to forget this shit. I love creepy anime like Midori the Flower Girl, and a long time ago, I found a surface site only about creepy anime. The name of the site was something like animebestgore.com. Take this domain name with a grain of salt, it was a long time ago. The site had a lot of creepy and full of gore anime, Midori, Genocyber, Devilman, and others. This happened during my summer vacation, July maybe. I found that site, and for 2 days, I watched as many OVAs as I could. That is when I saw a thumbnail with the anime girl's head on the ground. She had her brain showing. On to the right, there is a Japanese name, I can't read kanji. I clicked on the picture, and the anime began. It was in fact from the 80s or 90s. The quality was actually not bad though. The OVA begins with a black screen. I could hear something like Buddhist mantras mixed with the drum. This would play while a Japanese big red tittle slowly appeared on the screen. After the tittle appeared, the mantra stopped and I could only drops of water falling on the ground. The bathroom scene begins and it goes just like the 2015 post described. My version was complete, I think. It had credits in the end. In the end, during the credits, a sad Japanese rock-like music sang by a woman would play on the background. After the credits ended, the scene would change. You can now see a new girl with short red hair walking up in the same bathroom. After that, the camera zooms on her face as she screams. The OVA then ends. It was a strange anime. I felt uncomfortable when it was over. I'll be posting this on other related topics. Feel free to ask about details. I want to help with the hunt and maybe watch it again. People were excited about this lead and the user started to answer a number of questions. He answered questions about the uniforms, which he claimed they starred and then eventually got naked for reasons he doesn't remember. People would show him songs and ask if this was the music he was thinking of. He answered questions about the website that he found it on, which he said closed in 2011, according to something he was told by his friend Pedro. A number of people began to point out inconsistencies in his stories, such as how he seemed to edit the color of the girl's hair a few times. Finally, after people kept on pressing him, he admitted this in the Discord. Didn't we have fun? I thought you guys knew. This was supposed to be an RP thing. You can kick me, that's okay, but we did have fun. And kick him they did. And then he deleted his Reddit account, which apparently was 13 years old. I guess he was really interested in avoiding that hate mob that was coming his way. Shortly after, I received another email, this time with a screenshot from 4chan. I saw this in 2012 on Surface Web. It was one of those sites with a generic name like watchanimeonline.something, not net, com, gov, org. Probably full of malware, definitely dead, almost definitely not archived. I was using Windows 7 but don't remember the characters. I don't speak moon runes. I definitely don't remember any cannibalism. I'm pretty sure that's made up. I don't remember any chanting, but do remember red text and drums. I remember there being one central everyman girl who didn't have much of a backstory. Just wanted to go home to her parents and her kid brother. Hime cut girl. I think her name was Satsuki or something Suki. Is shorter than everyone else. Has kind of an ill girl vibe. She clings to the main girl, Saki, and comes to rely on her. Main girl, herein referred to as Saki, tries to keep the peace among the others. So if the other girls are reasonable, a couple just seem to start fights all the time. There's definitely no gore until they start dying, but some weird shots, maybe dream sequences, the bitchy girls sometimes start fights, escalate to punches/kicks, some bruising and light blood. I think two of the girls have a very Yuri vibe going on. One wants to be a bride/have a family. They might kiss/do some ero stuff. I don't think they had sex though. Remember one of them holding the other after she died for like a long time. I think one of them had shoulder-length blackish hair, and the other had really short brown hair, kinda cut like Sailor Uranus. They did have school uniforms on there. I don't think they were sailor style, just kinda standard skirt and blazer with a big red bow. Main girl, Saki, helps drown Hime cut Satsuki in the sink by holding her head under while she spasms. Saki bashes her own head into the sink/wall. They were subs, but they were shit. Generic yellow font and use a lot of awkward wording. Probably half machine translated, or done by someone who didn't care that much. Not great animation. According to the person who sent me this email, there were a few people who read this post and were like, yeah, that sounds like the thing I saw, but there's one problem. He was actually the guy who wrote the post, and he made the whole thing up to prove that anybody could just say anything and people will be like, yeah, that sounds right. He gave me some specific names on Reddit actually, but he also told me not to say them because he didn't want to start a witch hunt. Then there were some people who specifically wanted to look into the Guro angle. It got to a point where people were basically finding any Guro with a bathroom in it and saying, hey guys, I think I found Saki. A few people wanted to look into Guro-chan, an image board focused primarily on, you guessed it, Guro. But as this one 4chan user pointed out, Guro-chan, or for that matter the entire online Guro community, just isn't what it used to be, and the genre in general has been very damaged by censorship. Even if this anime did exist at some point, there's a very high probability that it's just lost now. Back in 2008, 2007, bro, that was back when the original Guro-chan was running in full swing. This site in its current state is just a shell and a minor glimpse of what it was back in those days. In earlier of those years, the Guro community was much bigger back then in general. There were dedicated forums to Guro, freak shows, scat, to share doujins, manga, and OVAs. And there lay the problem. If one of those forum sites shut down, it pretty much took all the stuff on there with it. Unfortunately, a lot of media is lost since those days, and I'm talking about a lot. Whole manga series were scanned, some translated and never really backed up. They are kept on crappy file hosts that all went dead within years. There are series that still to this day I can't find on the web anymore. And at that time, they were posted back in those years, they were already out of print media. Unless someone with a copy of such old stuff is still into the whole obscure community and realizes people are looking for it, then gone and forgotten it will remain. This was way before places like GE or EX Hentai existed that served as a sort of archive to a lot of each material. Although there was once a bug on GE/EX Hentai temporarily where you could surf the private talk, so you could see other people's personal galleries that weren't shared publicly. And I found tons of titles I thought were missing, as well as stuff I haven't even seen. Then the admins fixed the bug and that stuff was gone again. Seems a lot of those stuff that was privated was general due to poor reception Guro and similar stuff gets these days. I posted some old manga with Guro/freak show that was not posted before, and was very quickly flooded with tags by some of the community that causes it not to be visible publicly anymore. Unfortunately, this due to special snowflakes these days that have the mentality they need to suppress things like that because they don't like it. Point is that it's not just media that wasn't properly backed. It's also tons of individuals that are suppressing Guro genres, so chances are very slim in finding more obscure media in this genre. But I digress. The anime being described does sound familiar somehow, but everything about the original post seems like a classic 4chaner making up incoherent deep web stories to fit in with the discussion. In 2015 and before, back in those days, you did not need to go to the deep web to see anime Guro content. That's already a red flag. He cried himself to sleep? He is surfing the deep web and watching anime Guro and he cried himself to sleep? The person is lying to just have a cool deep web story. Don't get me wrong, if anything that certainly sounds exactly like the type of weird shit that came out in 80s from Japan, but too many red flags in that post to ever merit any credibility. The Reddit post backing up that claim does sound interesting, but in general, Redditors are out for karma whoring, so any non-evidence-backed claims from that site should be highly skeptical. And this poster is absolutely right. There are a lot of red flags with this story, and because of the perception of Guro as a genre, it's very likely that a lot of Guro, like the potential Saki Sadobashi, is simply gone because of factors of this anon posted. But as a number of people noted, it's possible that this work as a whole wasn't in the Guro genre. It could be that it's just that this particular scene was violent and got a lot of attention. It could be a smaller part of a bigger work, just like the Clockman scene was in Clockman. Anyway, now back to the Discord drama. A few days passed and I started to see people complaining about being banned from the Discord, with a few splinter Discords being created in its wake. As someone who, as I said, doesn't really use Discord, it was a little hard to follow this, but thankfully, most of the drama was outlined by a Redditor named Simlander88, the downfall of a Discord server. So, apparently, a Discord server is banning people left and right. A server called Saki, the Lost Anime, was called. I joined the server a few days ago and was actively helping out the cause to search this supposed lost anime. But after people lying and trolling, the server just went into a dumpster fire. The owner, who went by Eclipsemane, was the owner of the said server. My issue with his actions is not handling the mess that was going on for the past few days. He has been outed, but his own staff admins and mods and the community itself. Various reasons for the dumpster fire. An admin left due to not handling the shitposting. Another admin locked the general channel after a user was exposed for lying about his supposed anime he'd seen, leaving the entire hundreds of users to go apeshit. Promote another admin and went power hungry, started banning people over words. Another admin promotes a user to mod status, thus leaving the mod banning 50 users for no reason other than lulz. Some users came forward about witnessing this lost anime. Some, however, proceed to troll and allow the user in the server to flip their shit again. Now, when the owner deleted a role, the whole server went into madness, thus another admin leaving due to the mess the owner caused. When being confronted about why the owner deleted or lack of activity with the server, claims for clout, and if this anime is discovered, he wants his name out there. Fights with his own staff, banning every staff there even if online or offline, part or not even being part of his irresponsible actions, claiming the server got raided, yet all the people who were searching for this anime and pulled their efforts/commitments got hit with the ban as well. Honestly, it was a blast to meet the people at that server. Good luck with all the findings. Sorry, writing English is not my big language. And it seemed like this was it. The whole search was falling apart with lies, drama, and bad leads killing people's enthusiasm. In fact, this was originally where I was going to end this video, but as I was working on it, something else came up. Namely, this image. This image was discovered by a user named FNeo. FNeo has compiled a document containing leads on the Saki Sanobashi case. The document begins by analyzing the Google Trends data for the term "go for a punch." This data yields results as far back as December of 2004, more than 10 years before the 4chan post. And a particular interest in this search was found among Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking countries. This led to the discovery of an article on the Spanish fansub community at the time, who has now been emailed by FNeo. As of the time of me recording this video, they have not yet responded to him. And then it was on November 30th that the image of the girl was found. A 4chan post was discovered by a user claiming to have seen an anime similar in fashion. The post reads, "This shit is really lost. I remember watching it on LAN party during uni here in Macedonia. It had no sub, the nerds who were learning Jap translated for the whole room. It was called something like characters that I can't read. Additional information was provided by the user. 9 girls, I believe it was in the name I forgot all Jap I have ever learned, locked in the underground facility. They all had background story. One was daughter of some politician, the one with red hair was daughter of some Yakuza boss. There was some organization that locked them there and streamed the whole thing because they wanted a ransom. There was 100% head smashing scene, where the Yakuza girl smashed head of the blonde one, which was daughter of some loan shark, and there already was bad blood between them. She did it because they got food in exchange for it. This was back in 2011 or 2012. It was pretty well made, had chaos head vibes. The term, Japanese letters, translates to 9 kakudo, or 9 angles. Alternative translations, 9 occurrences, 9 degrees, or 9 corners. Using PD, the supposed name was split up into a tag-friendly format to allow for memory error of the original poster. The terms 9, 9, and 9 were used. The latter one produced more than 900 immediate and more than 1700 results after 2 minutes and was therefore dismissed. Angle, kakudo, and occurrence were used as tags and returned positive results, acquiring more than 21 files. One of them labeled Japanese characters.jiza contained the following images. Haha disgusting.bmp. This loosely translates to what is your dream, or what are your dreams for the future? And then we have the girl. This girl dies, nomad.bmp. The young woman passes away, nomad.bmp. Searching for Nomad returned results of a fan-subbing group that is locked outside access to its website at the time of writing this. A connection to a Japanese animation studio was also made. No solid disprovals of their connection to the screenshot have yet been made. As of the time of me making this video, there have been a few suggestions as to where this girl may have come from, but nothing's been confirmed or denied. You know how I said that this video might very quickly become outdated? Well, as I was editing it, a Redditor named 4test22 found the girl. That does not look like a girl, does it? I guess that puts that lead to bed. And that's where we're at with this right now. Hopefully all of the community drama is behind us, and the next time I have a Saki update for you, it'll be something more final. It's been close to a year since I last covered Go For A Punch, aka Saki Sanobashi, aka the Lost Deep Web anime. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you should probably watch my other 2 videos on it first, but if you don't feel like it, here's a summary. Many years ago, a 4chan user claimed to have seen a horror anime on the deep web which involved 9 girls trapped in a bathroom. After going through an existential crisis together, they proceed to alt-F4 themselves in a variety of ways. Bashing their head against the sink, drowning in the sink, etc. Although this could very well have just been that poster making all of this up, other people seem to have a vague memory of seeing this as well. And people have been searching for it ever since. There's a lot more to it, but this should more or less get you up to speed. So for the most part, the search seemed to have gotten the wind blown out of its sails back in December of 2019. That was when a post was made on the r/Saki Sanobashi subreddit by a user called Saki Sanobashi OP. I am the OP of Saki Sanobashi. It's fake, and I'm sorry. This post was removed very quickly for unknown reasons, but it was reposted the next day and this version remained. In the post, he claims that he made up the story originally just because he thought, the person on 4chan asking for real deep web stories was kind of a dumbass. And he came up with the English title Go For A Punch because that sort of awkward naming in Japanese title was common. My only purpose was to troll the OP of the original thread since he seemed pretty gullible, seeing as he was asking people about the scariest thing that they've seen on the deep web, and expected a serious answer from 4chan. I had completely forgotten about all this until recently, when Wang, who I watch religiously, uploaded a video about it. I was really shocked when I realized that he was talking about me, since I didn't think that anyone would actually believe my obvious BS. It was also pretty surreal that not only had my favorite YouTuber made a video about a stupid troll post that I made, but that so many people had dedicated time and effort into looking for it. He said that he hung around the community that emerged around the search, having a sensible chuckle at all the people that were so invested in finding something that he had made up. But as he saw people getting more and more dedicated and putting so much time into it, he started to feel bad, so he felt that he had to put an end to it. He apologized for letting people search so long, and he began to field some questions for people who were obviously suspicious of who he was. On the suggestion of John Lankmeyer, whose name I can't help but point out is an allusion to the fantastic director John Schwankmeyer, he posted the original image of the book from the thread, time-stamped in his camera roll. On the suggestion of Sister to Sleep, he shared the original Bing player screenshot, the one he used as an example of how the player looked, with its exit date. And on Donkey Kong is My Guy 46's request, he shared the screen from the soundtrack of The Shining, which had been lost from the original thread. People pointed out that it seemed odd that he would still have these things, but frankly, I kinda still have stuff on my phone from back then, too. I still have stuff saved from like 4 phones ago, and I only really delete stuff if I run out of space, and I'm sure a lot of other people are like that. As others pointed out, this evidence, if true, would mean that the whole thing is bullshit. But also, this evidence could easily be fake. And Saki Sanobashi OP wasn't the first person to claim to be the OP, he was just the first one that had any kind of receipts. And this post wound up being a big fracture point among the community that sprung up around the search. A community that from very early on, even before all of this, was already fraught with infighting. So now you had those who believed that Saki Sanobashi OP was the real OP, and those who thought he was a liar. But either way, it seemed like for that time, most of the focus of the Saki Sanobashi subreddit shifted from actual investigation to shitposting, fan art, and more or less just having fun with the idea of Saki than actually looking for her. It wasn't until June 26th, 6 months after Saki Sanobashi OP's post, that a user named Stelios Rotas attempted to debunk it. His post, entitled "We Have Finally Debunked Saki Sanobashi OP," brings up several arguments and is absolutely massive, so I'm just going to boil it down to its key points. Some of these include the fact that the original 4chan post says that the audio from The Shining was pitched up to make the screen more accurate to how it was in the anime.
but the vocal root post that he shared was identical to the unpitched version that was found on YouTube, as confirmed by Spectrogram if you don't trust your ears. Furthermore, as it turned out, this version of the song wasn't from the actual Shining soundtrack, but from a Brazilian cover of the song, one that wasn't as easily available when the post was made. Another was that the phone screenshots were from iOS, yet in the Discord he used Android. There's also inconsistencies in the file sizes between the original 4chan images and the ones he shared on Reddit, and either way, those things would be pretty easy to fake. He also asserts that Saki Sanobashi OP has a strangely good memory at some times, but a suddenly bad memory when it's convenient. And he goes on to accuse him of creating an ult to spy on the Discord and stay ahead of questions. This debunking was very well received at the time and kind of helped breathe new life into the search. I even recall an uptick in people asking me about an update around the time, although back then I didn't really think much of it. But all that being said, despite some of this evidence that Saki Sanobashi OP was a fraud might seem damning on its face, every single thing that's brought up does have a potential rational explanation. Inconsistencies created by varying file compression algorithms, misremembering where he got the song, and potentially just fucking up the pitch shifting when he thought he did it right back in the day. There's also the potential for miscommunication and the fact that memory tends to actually be pretty touch and go. Some things you remember good and some things you don't. So we've got some circumstantial evidence here, but not really any kind of smoking gun. And Saki Sanobashi would return with a massive rebuttal to this post, saying as much. A rebuttal that would receive another lengthy rebuttal from S.W.Frost. And that rebuttal would receive another rebuttal from Saki Sanobashi OP. And although I could go to each of these posts and break them down point by point, I really don't want to bore you with those details. In my opinion, there's no irrefutable proof on either side of this debate. Whether or not you believe Saki Sanobashi OP was telling the truth or not seems to have basically boiled down to whether or not you believe Saki is real.
Welcome to my channel.
For the most part, it seemed like r/Saki Sanobashi had become the domain of the non-believers. Thus, r/Saki Sanobashitsu was created by Starman Deluxe for the people who wanted to continue the search in earnest. And since this subreddit was founded, there have been a few leads that a substantial amount of time has been spent on. It begins in August with a post by a now-deleted user, D393268. In the thread, he speaks of an obscure Japanese film called Lady in the Sea of Blood. Lady in the Sea of Blood is a very obscure, extremely low-budget Japanese film from the 80s in which a woman brushing her teeth begins to bleed from her mouth. She becomes more and more amused as the blood becomes unstoppable, leading her to eventually just roll around on the bathroom floor naked in her own blood. Although people knew of the existence of this film, it wasn't until 2019 that a distributor of obscure horror and exploitation films known as Twisted Anger got a hold of one of the 3 copies known to exist and began selling a DVD of it. And in fact, this film is actually the second of a 5-part series, 3 of which have yet to actually be found. Obviously, this film is not Saki, but it was presented as proof that such obscure Japanese productions from the 80s did exist, and sometimes they had long, fruitless searches before they were actually found. Although granted, in this case, there was concrete proof that these films existed, as opposed to Saki, which we don't know. And although this post wasn't specifically evidence for Saki, people became interested in the distributor Twisted Anger. As a company that deals specifically with this kind of obscure media, perhaps they might have some insight into Saki. This prompted user Chris Abel to contact Twisted Anger directly. After speaking with a representative of the company, they agreed to help with the search and hopped in the Discord server. It was there that they mentioned that there was a rumored lost anime connected to the Sea of Blood series, entitled Blood Punch of the Lady. And here's where, honestly, it starts getting very far-fetched for me and a lot of other people. The Twisted Anger representative allegedly had some kind of special software that would help them dig up links that normal search engines wouldn't typically be able to find. And looking for the description of Saki, they come up with 4 links. The first, going to a link on the site called best183video.info. There's a message that says content deleted, and it's not archived. But with the software, Twisted Anger was able to see that it said 9 girls stuck in a bathroom while their parents tried to find them. The second goes to a live loop video that is inactive and once again wasn't archived. But according to this software, it had said, bizarre anime where 9 girls commit suicide for 5 days. The third link is actually pretty interesting. It goes to an interactive game on X-Fiction called Transylvania, which doesn't have anything to do with Saki, but it's peculiar that something this obscure turned up. According to the software, this was because the game contained text with the number 9 and the word lock. Something that was proven to be true. But it's the fourth link that was perhaps the most consequential for this investigation. A .onion dark website beginning with the word Dark Anime Inc. and a scrambled series of letters /anime/go for a punch. This link, of course, did not work. And while I personally have no idea how Tor addresses actually work, everyone who seems to have some experience has said that there's no way that this link was ever valid. Apparently, it doesn't have the correct number of characters, and also it should only contain numbers between 2 and 7. But somehow, despite all this, Twisted Anger managed to pull up an index file from this not working site. An index file that was supposedly from 2013, a few years before the 4chan post. After it was received, the index file was uploaded to sakivideos.tk so people could see it. As of the time of me making this video, the site is down, but before it went down, I managed to get a screenshot. Go for a punch. 9 girls suddenly wake up just to see that they are in an unknown place, which looks like a bathroom? Genre, Goro, date created 1986. And in the middle was an embedded streamable video that did not work. For a lot of people, this was it. This was definitive proof that this thing existed. That is, you know, if you believe that someone somehow used proprietary software to grab an index from a dead deep web link that never could have possibly worked. And furthermore, something I'm surprised I didn't really see anybody point out yet. So this page was supposedly created in 2013, right? And it contained a streamable link that the anime was on, right? Here's the thing. Streamable as we know it did not exist until late 2014. There was a company named Streamable that owned that website in 2013, but they were an advertising system for online content founded in 2007, not dissimilar to what Google's ad network provides. In other words, definitely not the kind of site that would have videos to obscure girl films. And a while after sharing these links, the Twisted Anger Discord account was hacked and subsequently banned from the server. I suspect that somebody is trolling me, and a lot of accusations have been thrown around, but I'm not comfortable enough with any of the evidence here to say that someone specific did something in particular, and I've tried contacting Twisted Anger myself, but as of now they've yet to respond. Regardless, some people did go further investigating this lead, looking into surface websites like Dark Anime and Dark Anime Inc. that did exist in the early 2000s. Monkey K1 goes more in depth about these in the pin posts on the subreddit regarding the search. To me though, the most interesting revelation was the rumor about an anime connected to the Lady in the Sea of Blood series. Although this was first mentioned by that suspect Twisted Anger account, it was actually echoed by other people not originally connected to the search. The YouTuber Brutality Will Rule 666, who specializes in obscure gore films and was found by the community due to his review of Lady in the Sea of Blood, mentioned that he had heard rumors of an anime connected to the Sea of Blood series. And when he was asked about the title Blood Punch of the Lady, he was certain that this was the title that he had heard. In a thread made by bad username 25 about Brutality Will Rule's video, a fan of the Sea of Blood series named Political Incorrect mentions that the original company that distributed the films was named Filmcore, and they would sometimes publish rare underground anime and hentai. One example he provided was the Mouse Pet special, which I can't show you, but it features a cover with Sailor Moon sucking a cock. Political Incorrect mentioned that he had also heard the rumors of the Sea of Blood anime. And although the Filmcore catalog would be a good place to look, that company is long gone. Regardless, some people did look into the Filmcore lead, and this led a Discord user named Maximov to speak to an obscure media channel called Innocentia's VHS. The owner of Innocentia's VHS said that Filmcore was known actually to just sell bootlegs of other people's stuff. They would redistribute other companies' hentai and sell compilations of fan-made hentai. Therefore, a better lead would be to simply look to the original creators of the hentai. And that being said, another user named Praised by Songs spoke to another distributor of obscure media called A Baroque House. In the short interview, they say that while it's possible that such an anime exists, it's very unlikely that it's connected to the Sea of Blood series. That's because the Sea of Blood series was almost certainly made just to make a quick buck and nothing more. It was also discovered that if Go for a Punch did ever exist, there's a chance that it was destroyed by Konami. I can't believe I'm surprised that this might all somehow lead back to Konami being Konami, even decades before Silent Hills. So in Japan, Konami has a series called Tokimeki Memorial, absolutely massive series that continues on to this day. And in these games, you can romance a cute anime girl and make her your waifu. So logically, of course, people make porn of this, and Konami doesn't like that people make porn of this. So they go and sue all the distributors of the porn, including a case where they award over 2 million yen and the destruction of all of this media. And now don't get me wrong, I find it extremely unlikely that Saki would in any way be connected to Tokimeki Memorial, as Tokimeki Memorial didn't debut until 1994. But there is the potential that Saki's creators were taken out at some point due to Konami's legal warfare against this industry. And this is basically where we're at right now with this search. It's still completely uncertain whether or not this thing ever actually existed, and if it did exist, it was preserved in any form. But all that being said, I think that it's really cool that this search has led to so much obscure media being rediscovered, and so many people falling in love with this grotesque content that they would have never otherwise been exposed to. But for now, I think that perhaps the closest we'll ever get to seeing Saki is this fan-created storyboard trailer. But anyway, that's all for now. I'm out. Hellraiser, released in 1987, is one of the most classic horror films in history. It tells the story of a man named Frank Cotton. After solving a mysterious puzzle box that was the key to untold pleasures, his body is ripped into pieces, subjected to extreme torment at the hands of the Cenobites, who don't distinguish between the sensations of pain and pleasure. Hanging out skinless in the attic, he tasks his sister-in-law, Julia, who he had an affair with, to bring him human sacrifices so that he may live once again. And as I give you this incredibly oversimplified description of Hellraiser, I know there's one thing on your mind. Surely, this would make an amazing game for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Well, as it turns out, such a game was in the works. In fact, it was actually one of many Hellraiser games that never saw the light of day. So in this episode of Gaming Mysteries, let's take a look at the Lost Hellraiser games. When I spoke about the unreleased version of the Freddy Krueger game for NES, I mentioned the possibility that perhaps it was Nintendo to put the kibosh on the whole thing. Nintendo's always had a more family-friendly approach to their games, especially at that period in time. It's likely that they wouldn't have approved the game where you play as Freddy Krueger and hunt down and kill kids. So if that wouldn't make the cut, you could be damn sure that a Hellraiser game wouldn't even get its foot in the door. But what if you cut Nintendo out of the picture? Say, by way of an unlicensed cartridge. It wasn't unheard of to release unlicensed Nintendo games in this day and age. This way, developers could avoid Nintendo's restrictive content policies. They could also avoid the exorbitant fees they charged publishers for each cartridge, as well as the high minimum quantities that Nintendo demanded and the wait times. There were companies like Tengen, who released the first version of Pac-Man that I ever played, and Camerica, who published the NES versions of the criminally underrated Dizzy games, as well as Quattro Adventure, a favorite of Nintendo World Champion, Floracker. There is also such a company named Color Dreams. You know what separated Color Dreams from the rest of the pack here? Their games were fucking terrible. They're absolutely famous for releasing some of the worst games to ever grace that console.
Don't let the beauty of the streets fool you, for you are about to enter a world of laser beams, exploding mines, and secret passages.
Don't let this man fool you. These games are trash garbage. I know, because some of the earliest videos on my channel were me playing Color Dreams games.
Fucking head until he dies, jerk off.
Then one day, Dan Lawton, the founder of Color Dreams, sits down and watches Hellraiser. This movie had a profound impact on him. He was so inspired by it that he knew he had to make a Hellraiser game. So he convinces his partners in the company to get together something between $35,000 to $50,000 to secure the rights to Hellraiser. But that wasn't enough. The vision was so much bigger. This wasn't going to be the usual fare that Color Dreams had been putting out. You can't just reskin Venice Beach, put Pinhead on a skateboard and call it Hellraiser. And now, it's often said that this NES game was intended to be on an improved version of the Wolfenstein 3D engine. A very tall order considering the relative lack of power in the NES. And looking at all the facts, I think this common telling of the story is getting a few things mixed up. Note that while Wolfenstein 3D was released in 1992, Hellraiser for NES was in development in 1990 and even had ads appearing as early as that winter. Wolfenstein, on the other hand, wouldn't even be in development until 1991. There's simply no way that Hellraiser for NES was going to get the rights to an improved version of an engine that hadn't even begun development. But that's not to say that Wolfenstein wasn't involved, but we'll get to that later. In any case, the vision for this game was absolutely huge, with ads promising things like over 1 million worlds, over 100 demons to escape from, the largest game yet for Nintendo. And now, the promise of over 1 million worlds to me suggests some kind of procedurally generated levels, like Diablo or something. And in any way, you're not cramming all this on a regular NES cart. But without being hamstrung by Nintendo's proprietary cartridges, Dan Lawton goes and hires an engineer, Ron Risley. And he tasks Ron Risley with developing a better NES cartridge, the so-called Super Cartridge. In an interview with NES World, Dan and Ron described the cartridge as using a Z80 processor that intercepted the NES processor's ROM and RAM to manipulate video in real time. To put it in layman terms, in an interview with the Warp Zone, Dan says, "We had a prototype built. It was great. It had at least 3 times the processor power of the Nintendo, with the extra processor sitting in the video memory space. We could change the entire screen every scan. By changing the content of the color registers, we hoped to come up with new colors also, although we didn't get to test that out. It was working, just no software." This Super Cartridge would undoubtedly provide an experience unlike anything ever seen on the NES before. Which is fitting considering how the Hellraiser films are considered by many to be some of the highest achievements of movie special effects. But there's a problem. You see, these things are going to be really expensive to manufacture. Thinking about it, I kind of picture a situation where it's like, imagine the Sega 32X, but if it was made just for one game. That's a really tough sell. And further complicating things was that this game was very unlikely to actually be sold in stores. Not just because of Hellraiser being Hellraiser, but because Nintendo was cracking down on the sales of unlicensed games in stores. So if you wanted to actually buy this very expensive, very niche game, you would have to get on the phone, after seeing an ad in a magazine, get on the phone with Color Dreams and order it that way. Perhaps they could have built up enough hype to actually pull this off, but it would have been a huge gamble. Thus, Hellraiser for NES gets shelved, and the only thing we ever see of it is this title screen that is quite possibly just a mock-up. As for what was actually completed of the game, Dan explained more in the NES World interview. About the possibility of a Hellraiser prototype existing, or at least the game files, Dan Lawton said, "The hardware was done, and the artwork was 20% done. There was no programming. It was a 45-degree down angle view with a maze of stone and walls and pits." So there you have it. So a 45-degree down angle view once again sounds more like Diablo than Wolfenstein. And then in 1991, Color Dreams discovers a way to solve their distribution problem. See, you're not going to get an unlicensed game on the store shelf with Nintendo running the show, but you know who doesn't have to worry about that? The Christians. Christians have their own ecosystem for selling their own media. And if you're in it, you don't really have to worry about having that tag at Toys R Us. And at that time, Christians didn't really have their own video games. So, Color Dreams rebrands as Wisdom Tree and begins making Christian games.
They're actually learning Bible stories while they're playing Nintendo.
Menace Beach gets reskinned as Sunday Funday. They make Bible adventures, and most famously, the only unlicensed game for the SNES, Super 3D Noah's Ark, a game based on the Wolfenstein 3D engine. It's rumored that id Software allowed Wisdom Tree to use the engine for free as a way to kind of poke fun at Nintendo's censoring Wolfenstein, but I think it's likely that that's just an urban legend and Wisdom Tree did pay for the rights. In any case, now you have Wisdom Tree, formerly Color Dreams, who has the rights to use the Wolfenstein engine, and the passion for Hellraiser was still there. So at some point in 1994, they take another shot at making the Hellraiser game. This time it's for the PC, and it's built on the Wolfenstein engine. One last Color Dreams title. Even less is known about the development of this version, however, but Scarecrow, the owner of a Hellraiser fan site at Cenobite.com, was able to get some info from contacting the developers. Essentially, they were so happy with how Noah 3D turned out that they were like, let's do it. Let's make Hellraiser, but with the Wolfenstein engine. Ultimately, though, their Hellraiser license was about to expire soon, so the clock was ticking. And at this point, Doom had already come out, so this game would have felt dated. So this game kind of fell through the cracks pretty early on. That being said, Cenobite.com was provided with screenshots of what little existed of this game, with one sprite sheet even still having remnants left over from Wolfenstein. Since then, there have been several other attempts at making Hellraiser games, but every single one of them has been fruitless. Shortly after Color Dreams' license expired, Konami made a play for it. As reported by GameSpot's video game Graveyard, according to EGM's West Coast editor Wataru Maruyama, who participated in the project as an artist, the Hellraiser game was loosely based on the movie by the same name and would have revolved around the goal of your character collecting charms. Although the license would suggest fairly gory creatures with chains and piercings, the development teams were told to let their imaginations run amok and create whatever they thought the creature should look like. The only prerequisite was that the characters needed to resemble whatever their assigned names were. The only character that had to be drawn exactly was Pinhead. Ultimately, Konami did not get the rights to Hellraiser, although it's unclear whether that was because the rights holders were simply not interested, or if they wanted too much money for Konami. Afterwards, another Hellraiser game would wind up much further along in development, one made by Magnet Studios, entitled Hellraiser Virtual Hell. This one was, for some reason, going to be another first-person game, now based off the Duke Nukem 3D engine. It's described somewhat in a blurb on Clive Barker's website. Doug Bradley shot his scenes on a day off from filming Hellraiser 4. The game was plotted and was to feature Pinball, a new Cenobite that flung steel spheres, a la Phantasm, at players. It was slated for an early 1996 release from Magnet Interactive Studios, and then, nothing. The prototype game opened with an image of a computer morphing into Pinhead, who then opened his mouth and in you plunged. The hell was red-misted and sulfurous, and as well as being like Doom with a 360 degrees feature, the walls and corridors contained machines and beasts that could be manipulated by the gamer. If you were to journey on to the Hellbound web, see our links page, you'd even be able to see a few screenshots of how it would have looked and even hear some sound samples.
No more delays, no more teasing. Time to play. Time to die.
Ultimately, this game never surfaced, mainly because the developers just thought it was bad. They even internally referred to the engine as Virtual Deaf, Dumb, and Blind, and they said the FMV sequences were just cheesy and not done well. The most recent attempt to make a Hellraiser game was announced in 2011, when the Weinstein Company announced that it would be creating TWC Games in order to turn its properties into games. The two they announced at this time were Scream and Hellraiser. Ultimately, the company wound up only producing two mobile games, Scream 4 and Piranha 3DD. The studio produced nothing else since 2012 and ultimately shut down in 2018. Maybe one day we'll see a Hellraiser game, or at the very least, a cameo in Dead by Daylight. And honestly, it's surprising to me that to this day, outside of a few
welcome to my channel.
There has not been a Hellraiser game. There's just so much you could do with that universe. And really, this goes for horror movies as a whole.
Raspali se društvo za...
Evo Milan učestvuje u nekoj prevari koja nije uspjela. Kažem da se učestvuje u nekoj prevari koja nije uspjela. Pa se sad variš ko?
Ko vara?
Sad je nova grupa,
Ne vidim. Kum, Milan, Niko, još...
Ne. Ja, Beka i Grdinovač.
Ujebać. Ništa od toga.
A? Ništa od toga.
Moram da nađem, čekaj, heal, ste me ostavili kerovima, emulatorom i...
Milana ne može niko da stigne. Kako će?
Kao me boli kun.
Ajmo na Kemokem kraj. Idemo da ih pobijemo.
Idemo da se bijete.
Ti je Turci, a?
Ne, idemo da se bijete.
A dobro jebote, šta ja imam od nje? A ona je, sad sam vidio. Opet mi pravi problem. Opet mi pravi problem.
Ono.
Jel ima neko hilje usput, jel vidite možda?
Imaš puni inventaru.
A?
Se neko tarat?
Glođem.
Glozješ?
Da, glođem lopaticu od preseta.
Pa kakva ti je vikni godina?
A šta ti je to prasi skrivilo?
Ne znam.
Jedno prase.
Molim. Igram Hunt trenutno, je zamislim. A ona je 100% bre. A ona je. Saška i njen brat su izak htijeli garant.
Idemo u Kemokem kraj.
Kemok.
Game where you're playing as Ken Free in a shopping mall, a lot of missed opportunities there. Although the Cannibal Holocaust game is still in development. But anyway, that's the story of the Lost Hellraiser games. Help me out here. Tell me what this is. If you know, congratulations, you can skip this video, and on your way out, tell me what this is, because I have no clue. And neither does the person who sent it to me. In fact, this person has been searching for it for 2 years. There's a lot of different things that this thing reminds me of, but I just can't put my finger on anything specific. And it just makes me think about
Kao papučicu za gas ili tako nešto.
How people were like, oh, this is a mystery from
Jel
the
to?
80s. Nothing like this could ever happen again.
Jer uzem da vežem miša sa selotitakom za nogu na palac, ja mogu da pucam. Napravim samo neke makeokijeve VSD.
Jel moguće da na jebeni heal ne mogu da letim? A pušti.
Ajde sad.
Recently, I received an email from someone regarding a strange cartoon character. Unknown cartoon character stumps Reddit TOMT. Evening. After 2 years, no one has been able to solve this little mystery of a bizarre cartoon cutout. Many people mentioned you in the comments, so I'm reaching out. Does this character look familiar to you? And there were a lot of things that it vaguely reminded me of at first. Right away, to me, this thing is emanating powerful Tim Burton energy. I thought of the Shrunken Head from Beetlejuice, the general look of characters from Nightmare Frankenweenie, but it also reminded me a bit of just a general promotional mascot.
A sada hoće samo da vas
specifically
zajebe
look like any
I
of these
pričat o tome.
characters. I thought of
Znači,
the honeycomb
kada su gomila da
or those little aliens from the last Halloween movie. And for a moment, I almost started to feel like I might have seen it before, like a Blockbuster video or something, used to sell candy or popcorn or something. But I really have no idea. I'm just grasping at straws here. But whatever it is, it definitely has its origin in some retail store. Let's take a look at the story and how this thing got to where it is. Let's take a trip back in time. A trip to the malls of the 80s and 90s. They looked a lot different back then. Not just aesthetically, but because of all the stores of years gone by. Places like Funcoland, Sam Goody, or here's another one. Tape World begins in 1979 as a mall store owned by the Trans World Music Company. As its name would imply, it was a place where you went to buy tapes. Music on cassette, movies on VHS, and as time went on, CDs and DVDs. Tape World was the most successful business under the Trans World Music umbrella, so it very quickly became the company's main focus.
Znaš da je Mace Windu, to jest onaj kako se zove...
But eventually, the name Tape World gets a bit outdated.
Samuel L. Jackson pristao da glumi u filmu samo ako mu daju ljubičasti sablju. On je birao boju.
Around the same time, you got a store called FYE for your
Već bi
entertainment.
često.
Also owned by Transworld Music, now renamed to Transworld Entertainment. It begins in 1993 with a single store in the Trumbull Mall in Connecticut, before very slowly expanding throughout the Northeast. By the time it gets to 2001, in addition to the various mall brands that Transworld Entertainment owned, they had also acquired a number of other failing record stores. And at that point, in the early 2000s, they decided they're going to take all of these properties that they own and make them all FYE. And along with such changes comes a lot of reorganization at the ground level. That's where the Tape World monster comes into play. During that period of organization, the FYE that Blink would eventually come to work at acquired the manager from that mall's old Tape World. These old record stores tend to accumulate a lot of stuff from different promotions
A još
over
koji
the years.
pasnik mi se
And the old
materijalizuje
manager
ovdje
from Tape World brought some of the stuff over to the new FYE. Most of it was instantly recognizable stuff like Slimer from Ghostbusters, Black, Harry Potter. This cardboard cutout was the only thing that could not identify. And that's basically all we know of the circumstances of how this piece actually got there. So let's take a look at the clues we can find from just viewing the piece itself. One very important thing to note is this character is 13 inches tall, and it was most likely part of a much larger display. Possibly
Ček, Milan igra s vama, pa nemate i problema, sad će on doleti.
the title of whatever this was from. Bing showed the back of it, and you could see tears where it was ripped off of a larger display. And she provided an example of a Simpsons DVD display, so you get an idea of how the different characters are attached to these kinds of things. Then, there's the issue of whether this is claymation or whether this is CG. At first glance, I personally thought this was CG, but I don't think so anymore after seeing what other people on Reddit said. I now believe that this cardboard cutout is a photo of an actual physical creation. The big thing that tipped off a lot of people is the pins in its head, which are very clearly real pins and not a CG rendering. And unfortunately, this being one of the most identifying features of this creature makes it basically impossible to Google anything about it. Because, you know, you Google Pinhead character or anything like that and you just get Hellraiser. And if you remove Hellraiser, it just leads you back to this thread. Another big tell for me is the cheeks. In the cheeks, you can see little imperfections in the surface that make it look as if it was clay that was molded into fingers or a tool. Especially on its left cheek, where you can see that little dimple in there. And you can see similar work on the eyes, nose, and mouth. So several people were saying this was claymation. I was of the opinion that this was claymation. But then I saw a comment by a user named Clever Cactus that got me thinking differently. I would say that it is actually not claymation. Or at least the picture of the specific figure isn't. Zoom in and look at the clothes he is wearing. Specifically, the shirt. See how reflective they are? They are painted on. So this figure is likely a solid finished sculpture that has been painted. Basically, this specific figure is rigid, and I doubt the characters were ever actually animated. At least not with this character. And although at first this might seem like a bit of a nitpick, it's actually, in my opinion, a very important clue. A lot of the focus of this search so far is on animation, chicken run. And it does bear a striking resemblance to how those characters look. But look at something like Wallace's clothes. They have a matte finish, because he's got to move to animate. If you take something with a painted finish like that and try to move it around, the paint's going to crack. It's no good for animation. So why would something like this exist? It would mean that this character, at least this version of the character, was not meant for me. It doesn't necessarily mean that this wasn't a character from an animation, but it does mean that this instance was created specifically for the photo. And in my opinion, being a piece of evidence towards being an advertisement for a non-animation product. As I suggested earlier in the video, perhaps some kind of advertisement for candy or some kind of snack. That being said though, Bink did contact the current manager of the FYE to ask about this possibility. Over 100 comments, 160 subscribers, no leads on Pinhead Wall. Did it redacted mention if it was a candy display or something? It was from a movie. It was back when every movie had a huge corrugate display. it's possible that they could be wrong about this. I mean, this is the current manager, once again, and not the old manager who brought the piece over. But on that note, I did see a few interesting possibilities regarding this possibly being from some kind of film. One user, Vislavslav, brought up the possibility of it being a side character from a knockoff film or something. I don't have any answers either yet, but I'm going to be looking a bit more as well. A claymation / stop motion character with a thumbtack crown seems like it would be easy to find. Also, some pants and shoes and shirt give off a clown vibe. Even the tacks kind of resemble a red, white, and crown afro wig visually. So weird. The scale would imply small characters or toys. The aesthetic is circus. Literally, being small and part of a larger display, it's safe to say it was a peripheral. But the style is so specific, it shouldn't be hard to find the it belongs to. It's very Tim Burton inspired, but it looks like actual clay and not CGI. The character isn't smooth, you can almost see counting tool marks on it. My guess is it was some sort of knockoff film aimed at kids needing to look like Burton. So maybe one that was promoted in the wake of Coraline or that little wave of resurgent stop-motion film. On looks alone, I would have guessed it was just from an animated short, as there were a ton of those, and they could be weird and foreign and offbeat. But those seldom have DVD releases, unless it was part of an anthology, which seems like a stretch. Similarly, Pogo still floated the possibility of it being an employee's personal project. Big responded that she considered the possibility of it being some kind of local or indie creator.
Čak hladno mleko, možeš sam paziti da ne... To kod nas ili oko nas? It's gotta be faster than light. Ako si odigraš God of War, može, samo čekaj jedno 4-5 minuta. Ma sipaj samo vodu, ne moraš ga... Idem sad se zaleti to da je za to sudopera. Kako se to poslije odlepiti. I will do my best. Not to. Huh?
animation, but to her it seemed unlikely knowing the manager and the other pieces they chose to bring. Rexel Durbin brought up the possibility of it being foreign, and to me, the look of it definitely has some kind of European energy. But as being pointed out, it would be odd for something like that to have a display in a mainstream US retail store. Leo Coolidge brought up a few other possibilities. Okay, so I don't have any news to give you, but this thing has taken up my entire brain since I saw it. So, I want to at least offer my findings. I've looked up most of the major claymation films, and I feel relatively confident this isn't some forgotten character in one of the classics. The found art, pushpins, beads for eyes, suggests a cheap budget, though that might be a design choice. He's not from Men in Black, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was practical effects in a live-action movie. Stop-motion and non-stop motion movies tended to be cheap-looking in this way. This isn't progress, but I skimmed over a DVD display in the title. My bad, at first. There were a ton of music videos from this era that used stop-motion, so I looked just in case. Reasonably certain that's a dead end. Do you yourself remember it being from a feature-length film, or is that word of mouth? Hoping to eliminate it being from a short film compilation or something even weirder. Also, I sent this to my friend group because I know people who are even bigger animation nerds than me. Nobody recognized them.
Al kad staneš ovdje ovako iza vatre, onda on dođe, pa se još sprži dodatno. Hajdemo. Vidiš?
But still, at this point, enough eyes have been on this that if it isn't something like that, it would have to be something more obscure. And that being said, there is a long
list. To da nemaš problema sa bosom, ali te kjeravi pojedu život.
Movies, Men in Black, Box Trolls, Coraline, Nightmare Before Christmas, Spy Kids, Wallace and Gromit, Monkey Bone, Mary and Max.
Ima čitavu taktiku za bossa izgrađenu, ali prvi kjera ga naredi.
Video games, Psychonauts, Neverhood,
moja pretpostavka je stamina.
Music,
Ne. To nije rješenje. Šta kad nemaš stamina šot? Možete da naučiš kad treba da hodaš da bi te regenerisao minimum stamine. Minimum stamine ti je pola onog bara stamine. Da ti je minimum koliko moraš imati. Da bi mogao da središ, na primjer, jednog imolatora ili jednog armoreda ili dva kera. Treba ti pola stamina bar. A ako nemaš stamine i nađeš na 3 kjere, možeš samo da pucaš sebi u glavu. Ali to nije rješenje. Nemaš ti 6 stamina šotova. Kad tad će ti nestati? A šta kad se sa Milanom štekaš 20 minuta u boss areni?
Pa onda uzmeš to tweet kad igraš s Milanom.
Apes there came across the video and was hoping to find the Tape World monster perhaps lurking in the background somewhere. Nothing was found in that video, but I think this might be the best method. Knowing that the Tape World monster was
ili možeš da naučiš kako da koristiš stamina efikasno. A šta ja znam.
If we could see either a photo or a video containing the full display, it will probably give us the title.
Ili rješenje da podigneš 2 operativne sistema ili da naučiš da ne otvaraš u brauzeru porno sajta.
Ne, fora je da naučiš kako da otvaraš porno sajtove i da ne sjebeš.
Eto viš, a zašto onda 2 usera imati?
Suncoast Video, Circuit City. Although granted, there is the
samo kontrola.
Da, sve te ne za dupe dobriše.
You know, maybe 1 month Tape World just had a sale and there's
znači singularitu opasan, a?
Ma ne za dupe dobriše. Nema pojma. Nema
u životu nisam video čovjeka koji ne ume da razmišlja. Koji ima veće obrazovanje i ne ume da razmišlja.
Ma gdje be on ima obrazovanje, be on je neki
on tvrdi da ima akademsko obrazovanje.
Ja sam doktor.
Dobro, obojica tvrdite, da ste doktori nauka. Svako može da tvrdi.
Ja sam doktor biokemije.
Dobro, i ništa. Upravo tako, ništa. Šta ćemo sad?
Nisi se neki baviti, ti znaš šta je.
Ja sam tvoj jajčani mikrobiolog. Koristim 2 jaja za mikrobiologiju.
Svako jutro.
But honestly though,
Pričam
we're
neke
early on in the
mikroorganizme
search, and I have a good feeling that someone watching this video will know something about this character. With all the lost media topics I've covered over the years, it might seem like most of these things are fake, they never get solved, or they're wild goose
Moram da
chases.
pitam
But
Stankovićku
sometimes,
da ta
believe it or not, these
mikrobiologija
things
prošli put nije
actually
zajebala
do get
nešto.
solved pretty quickly.
Pošto
It's
sam
rare,
je
but it happens.
mikrobiološki
Take for
naštetao.
instance the story of the Tape World monster, which I literally covered 2 weeks ago. Not
Znaš,
only was
Milan.
it identified within a day, but as the week passed, a lot of details about its production emerged.
Lada.
And strangely, this story
Moram
wound
pitam
up tying
Stankovićku
back
da
into the story
mikrobiologija
I
nije
made a
nešto
few months
zajebala,
back
pošto sam je
about the fake
mikrobiološki
Duran
naštetao
Gray song.
prošli put.
I know that sounds ridiculous, but bear with me in this new episode of Tales from the
Stankovićka
Internet.
se ne javlja, tako da verovatno nije ništa.
Whenever a YouTuber covers a lost media story, the dream is that you're just going to put it in front of all of these new eyeballs, and someone, out of that crowd of someone will just know automatically. They'll remember what it is and just most times that doesn't happen. Although, believe it or not, for my channel, the Tape World monster actually isn't the first example. Back in December, I knew one of them entitled Medieval Song, which had been misattributed to various J-rock bands such as Glay and also the anime Vampire Hunter D.
Šta se neće da smisli?
Ajde Milane, desi otišao sad.
And a lot of people who saw my video just happened to know that song.
Stamenkovića, a?
I got hit up on a bunch of different platforms by various people, so I'm not exactly sure who found it first, but in the comment section of my video, Zolby AB calling it was voted to the top, and that is Armored Apparition's Time of Death from Vampire Princess Miyu. And as it turns out, looking through the comments section on that upload of the song, which is sitting out there in the open with several thousand views, correctly identified since 2009, others in the past had embarked upon the same journey themselves. It makes you think about how many times in history this has probably happened, where a person has searched for a song for years, and then all of a sudden, they just stumble on it out of the blue on YouTube. And now we have another case of such a quick solution, the Tape World monster. Before I get into the solution, I have to address the pin controversy. Because I got a lot of people saying to me, oh, you know, why do you keep calling them pins? They're thumbtacks. Listen, this right here, this is a thumbtack. The top is flat, you put your thumb on it. It's a thumbtack.
Ja sam im rekao, ako mi speed test net pokaže 1998, raskidamo ugovor odmah.
Looking like all the colors of the rainbow. He doesn't turn into Dude Love. These are thumbtacks. But anyway, shortly after I create my video, there's a subreddit created, r/TapeWorldMystery, made by SadTeen837. Early on in the search, a few different potential creators were contacted. First, there was Jamie Shannon, who created Mr. Meaty. User the DGN emailed him and received a response. Hello, I'm afraid that very unique item is not made by me, so your search must go on. Funny, another person wrote me about this, whatever it is. Multiple other people also contacted the stop-motion animator Lee Hardcastle, and it was Skelecool124 who received the response. Well, I've had 3 emails asking me the same thing. Crazy. Nah, nothing for me. Good luck with your search, LH. The sculptor Cleat Shields had also been contacted by several people. A response to user Gooby. Hello. Unfortunately, I don't have any information for you about this character, nor do I recall ever having seen it before. Many messages have come my way about this, and though everyone is very polite and kind, I simply don't have time to respond to all of them. So, would you kindly communicate to your fellow students my lack of knowledge about this? I would be grateful. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help, but I wish you all the best of luck on your quest. May thanks, Cleet. Another potential lead was brought up by SadTeen, the subreddit's creator. Killer clowns from outer space. Considering the clown-like appearance that some people suggested about the Tape World monster, it kinda makes sense. And also, Killer Clowns from Outer Space was distributed by a company called Transworld Entertainment. If you recall from my first video, this was the name of Tape World's parent company. And perhaps, if not Killer Clowns, daleko od srca. It is actually something I came across when I was working on my first video. You see,
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words cannot.
And Transworld Entertainment, movie distributor,
Jovan ti viče na kavu.
To već nije u redu, to nije lepo.
User the DGN had also brought up an archive of an old tech contest where people making art using these. Unfortunately, most of it hasn't been saved in the archive. You might remember that Blue Tack was actually one of the things that was post. Spikes. As it turns out, a Redditor named Super Mario Sunshine 2 had watched Spy Kids a few years ago, and a little detail stood out to them. Something one of the Spy Kids was told after getting dropped off to school. So in Spy Kids, there's a TV show that one of the main characters, Junie, is obsessed with. He watches it all the time, he draws his own ideas for Fooglies, and he collects the toys. It turns out there's a lot more to these Fooglies than initially meets the eye, but there's no need for me to spoil the movie for you right now. One of these action figures is Food. The other action figure is the tapeworm. Now this would imply that the tapeworm monster is one of Food's Fooglies. But here's the thing, and this is part...
Ne radiš ono što sam ti rekao.
Idemo, ne rade.
The damage is absorbed.
Bad boy, Sevilla. Pokaži. Pam.
Da ne sam bio fazno da to razdeli, ono, zatiocima na Instagramu.
Srpska se te u Baskova čuje, i na svakog da obraduje, da poladimo ugalj, zlato, srebro, aluminijum.
Tek da napišem Sašku da je pronaći da je klope neki dio.
Se delije, naše zemlje se bije, kolo do kola, se do Stambola, do kolo do kola, bilo se do Stambola.
Na zubariše, doktoriše? Jo? Da li je moguće da je lik snajperico odavde u onaj kurac Madonu jebote.
Ideme do pucajke.
How the robot can
Ljudi!
Gdje su ne rade? Gdje? Govori!
Da. Zombie bije meni, ne bije njega, a ovaj stoji po njega. Neće boli se!
What's the difference between robot or
psuješ, možda mi kažeš, ja krećem ti dižem. Šta je šapo, dođi vamo, ajde, jebote, kako si nenormalna.
Human shell, that's it. Human shell, and inside is robot.
Dođi kod mene, ajde, dođi.
Android is human shell, but essentially it is a robot.
Ne.
A ne, tu se motaju okolo, samo propušavaju da nas zapale, mada ja mislim da sam u vodi. Vidiš da motaju u baki. odlazi.
Oh no, you cannot abuse them. Fucking... Oh, the damage! We dying! Evacuation! Tank, bitch! No, it's good game.
A njima je crven trag od Milana, jevi ga, zato znaju. Buba ti je za leđa, Buba.
How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm not watching movies, I'm not watching any seasons, any, you know, how you call them?
Poslao sam je.
Listen guys.
Ajde još jedan, nemoj da.
If you want to have stream every day and then you want me to, I need to step up, you know, because also I'm watching too much hentai.
Nemoj mi sad filozofira.
On my free time, yes, but I need to step up to the plate. That's the life of the content creator. If I'm gonna...
Vaška se raspada, bre, šta je uradila s nogom, jebote, ne mogu da verujem, jel?
I can deliver them to the guy already, okay.
Znaš, Milan,
He's here.
Vaška se bre raspada, šta je uradila s nogom, jebote, nije normalno. Sad ti počne slika.
Bolje da ne znaš.
A kad budeš vidio, usraćeš se, jebote. Nije ništa operisala, kuvala je kafu.
Opekotinu.
Prolila je vodu.
Stop watching hentai every day, that's the problem.
Koliko mogu samo da završim ovaj jedan dungeon.
I told myself, okay, today video.
Pa interesantna igra, da počnete da probaš definitivno.
Humora 6000. Welcome to my channel.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?b=77zyn0wee0. Pomalo nam je Chrono Trigger ili Chrono Cross. Po ono, naraciji, znaš.
Watch.
Znaš.
Click.
A karakteri su mnogo.
Trust me. LOL.
Znači, kad bude ima slobodno vremena. Moram bi baš sve odmah. Odmah sada, skidaj ga će.
Just to not forget.
Šta je ovo?
And the mission is clear. I need to rescue the MMO world. You guys are waiting for something. Nice.
50 melee damage, 50 spell damage. 4% damage over.
I am out to watch.
Ajde, samo gledam.
Sigh.
Yeah.
We need to be at least level like...
Hey there, it's Josh. Welcome back to Let's Game It Out. We're checking out Big Ambitions today. Developers, thank you for a key. Speaking of these developers, I've played one of their games before. This one.
Iron Classic? No. No.
Rekao sam glupači, nego što ona nije mogla da ode, pa je tetka odjavila, ova je nije odmah kupila, tek uveče je donela. To je moralo odmah da se stavi.
Ajmo na njih, ajmo na njih.
Na njih.
Told you.
Neću da idem na bossa.
Da, let's game it out.
It's good.
Yes.
Neću da idem na bossa, neću.
Što se svađate? Što se svađate?
Moraš.
Nemoj se svađite.
A mora samo da ste umen, sve ostalo je manje više.
Sve ostalo opcijeno. Sve ostalo DLC.
Heroj, ej.
Možda me citiraš za ove. Mora samo da se umre, sve ostalo DLC.
Ja još samo da instaliram DLC za ženu i za djecu.
To je opcijeni DLC. Taj sadržaj ne moraš da kupiš.
To je free content.
Jeste, free update. Današnje žene ti... Kako uzmeš ženu u današnje vreme dobiješ free DLC decu. Dolazi u bundlu. Dolazi u bundlu sa dvoje dece.
Neka, ja bih rekao neka. Tamo onaj što te javi, što ti ne pravi neki skup.
Dobro, ne moraš da se mučiš, ne moraš da čekaš 9 mjeseci, ne moraš da ideš kod doktora za veštačku ekologiju.
Ove Filipinke
Kako nije? Kakve to veze ima? Kakve to veze ima?
One su najluđe, one pitaju, ali odmah ćeš da vodiš računa i u meni i u moje dvoje dece. Rekla, gdje je taj tvoj što ti pravi od decu, pička ti be?
Pa što on ne vodi računa o njih?
A ne, Filipinke imaju posebnu taktiku. Pričala meni ona Australijanka.
Da?
Kaže, ona još sa 14... Ona još sa 13-14 godina odaberu svog čoveka, svog života.
Jeli, koliko taj ima godina?
Rode mu jedno dete, onda nađu nekog zapadnjaka. Udaju se za njega, rode mu još jedno dvoje. Posle 2 godine mu otku pola imovine i decu i vrati se svom čoveku.
Pa šta ima tu loše? To je dobar taktik.
To su najjačeg
taktike.
Drolje Filipinke.
Duše, možeš dobiješ...
Žena, ban.
Možeš dobiješ palamar.
Šta?
Ove što rađaju neće dobiješ palamar.
Ne znam što je palamar.
A misliš onaj debeo brodski kanal?
Palamar. Jedan...
Nađe vam funkciju. Negdje emulator neki da se ne zaleti na nas.
Ali stvarno oni imaju tako neku fizionomiju, javu ti da svi izgledaju ko žene.
Najluđe su ove što su već rodile, ove koje najodvratnije sise na svetu imaju.
Nemaju sise. Mojki. Ovaj mi je on totalno bezpun. I šta je Nenad rekao? Gdje da se ide? Sad ću da letim na automat, pazi da neću.
Evo ti ga gore.
Čuti, vidio sam ga.
Čuti.
Ti je levo od vrata, još jedan nije ušao, Nenade.
A zato što moram polako da ne šalim, nije to ko ti bam bam. Pa gdje nema mečkova?
To Milan uči kako se igra. Čovjek koji ne razlikuje dva puca.
Mi si dole, a? Si dole ili?
Dole si, dole.
Ma da, nema više, a? Nema. Nema više, slušam Jovina. Ovdje je moj kade. Ovo napišem kredite kod 90.
Ti zajebavaš?
Ne, to, prisliču na mi 90.
Pa nema point.
Jebote KD.
Nema point.
Šta radiš?
Ej, nije, još je tu četvor.
Kako nema point?
Nema point, dalje ćeš igrati s njima. Ćeš da resetuješ svako malo.
Pa da. Sa 2.5 sam pao na 1.37, ništa.
Aj, to je do jaja. A će ti više.
Ti onda igraj Allah Akbar, igraj s 50 HP.
Allah Akbar.
Na početku meča se zapalio, stavi sebi 50 HP, kad te ubiju reci jebi ga momci, ja morate uzeti bombu.
Allah Akbar.
Šta misliš o tome, Nado?
Ovo je tamo. Uzman si.
Jesam, a ne ti isklepio. Ađe nije mogo nije.
Useless, kako će biti koristan? Efektiva mu je 10 metara.
Ne, čovjek nije normalan. Kad je diktator, kad kači polaroid slike koga je sve od posla i ono ispraća, ne znam, koju Kardashianku ili koga, ono već. A borac, diktator je. I kači na zid, a ono sa Schwarzeneggerom zagrada. To i Schwarzeneggera je jebo.
A, Saša Baron.
Ali najjača scena mi je ono kad visi na onoj zici, pa baca cigle iz ugrtača, pa Kenja, pa kad pukne sajla kad je udario jajima u prozor, ono je ibi.
Znači, krčma neka i klinke pohodne, znači, ono, razvrat.
A jesi gledao braća Grimsby?
Sodoma i Gomora, ja rekao gdje mi... Ja se iznijem. Šouknec. I tako. A, kako si me vidio? Jes, pikali malo. Za koga tamo je, znači nema ništa. Važi, ajde, da zove kva. Znao sam njega da mu čestitamo, evo, Uskrs pa, eto. Važi, ako se ćemo. Uskrs se ne zna. Šta radiš? Nećete puno izdržavati, ja rekao samo čestitam Uskrs. A ništa, brate, bio na fudbal malo danas. Sinoć je bio izlazak, bili do kule i tako. Dobro, fino je. Nije bez veze ovako neki lokal klub ovako. Bili ja, Tomić i neki njegov rođak, neki Crne Gore, taj lik onako isto okej, pozitivan. U suštini ovaj skino je Tomića da se mene, a da, nije Tomić loš nego ono udarno. Kada sam imao slobodu. Nije bio stav fokus na tom. A tu, na veštačku. Pa Kole mi juče pisao poruku i danas ja se čuo s njim i kaže on gleda kao, bilo nas je bio. 3 ekipe ono. Samo mi smo bili najbolji. Dobre ekipe više. Nije ja, Žuža, zamisli Žuža Bugar i Felix nam je bio branio, ona Nemanja. I neki, znači, 2 klinici, ali dobro se dobro. Jesam, ali strano, nisam znao. A? Koliko mi pol? Uči to, pa nemam pojma, ono sad baš što vidim za vrijeme obiće ove nedelje, pa malo da pošetam. Jesi gledao onaj Carbot Animation? Imaš onaj short od 2 minuta. Onaj Carbot Animation Volcano Manor. Da li malo... Ali znam da ti izlazi na telefon.
Volcano Manor.
A imaš 2, 3, imaš... Čekaj. Imaš zapravo 10-ak, ali imaš Volcano... On kucaš Carbot Animation. SC. Carbot. Car B. Ne znam? Evo ti. Mislim, izbaci ti najnovije.
Manor, jel?
Ma, izbaci ti najnovije, samo mi stavi jednu link. Taj, Mog Palace. Imaš i onaj... Ovo su baš radili kao pesmu. Samo počnemo. Znaš, onaj peska moraš da se spomniš. I ovoga je drugi. Da ne stigneš do runa. Imaš i mrtvu tamo, da se sjećaš mogu paliti. Gledaj sad na zadnjih par sekundi.
Behold the guy's horse, now available. The fan, the legend, now available.
Jel da? A imaš i Volcano Manor, ako to nisi gledao. To nije pesma, ali imaš ono... We'll get the world together! Jesi gledao? Together! Manor. A imaš Karim, Volcano Manor. Lik bije sliku, znaš, na zid. Kjer već liftom da je. I love that. A, skidam. Ali čekaj, nije ovo taj. To ti je Rijkaard, ja mislim. Samo stavi, imaš tu playlistu, znaš. Evo ga, ovo dobro, ne. Evo ga dobro, vidiš, Rijkaard. Ne, Rijkaard, to sam ja mislio. Ono je s Diablo, znaš, ne zvuci. Kao kamera, znaš? Kamera nolo, ne znači da snima. Ima dobro majicu, viš? Recimo ima, majicu kao rani, znaš, onako kao nacrtan, imaš tu... Baš su ono... A dobro, mislim, nema para za te zebanci, ali dobri su motivi. Uglavnom, mislim da taj lik, on i njegov brat, oni dvojice kao animiraju, znaš to, prave kao slike. Čekaj, završim ovaj dungeon. Hoćeš da igraš ovaj... Yep. Ah, ne prosio online. Gledaj što mu radio. Kao Jim Bros, znaš. Nema gdje pobjegnu. Evo viš kako sam majci, viš? Ovo viš kako rani fina da izgleda.
Roman_the_Russian. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Šta? Ovaj, lol. Kako se ovaj ovdje pojavio? Znaš kako igra snima, ono što snima. Jesi mi sramo da mi mira? Koga? A, ništa. Ako ne znaš koga, never mind. Forget what I said. La 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 la. I said no.
A la 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 long, a la 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 long.
Mimir, ti znači šta to, ne? Neki nordijski...
Fakir.
Da, fakir. Zašto? Mudrac. A šta je, završio si u onom hramu sve, ali? Šta si pokupio kao magični taj upgrade za njegov luk, to je to, ali? Si saznao nešto novo, ili?
Pa nisam u suštini, sam pobio te Dark Elfove, a oni su rekli kao, ovaj mi je rekao,
glavni... Jesi možda neke valkire nešto?
Glavni boss mi je rekao, kao, nisi trebao to da uradiš, kao pogrešnu stranu si izabrao.
A dobro, ali to je koga napao? Oni tebi ili ti
pa oni su napali tamo, valjda te obične elfove, kao koraptovali su kao...
Dobro. Onda je Kratos rekao da... Headed with these fucking snakes. In this motherfucking place.
Oh, it's not there.
Not like you even care if she was.
Mind your tongue, boy! Until our journey is over, one of us must remain focused. Do not mistake my silence for lack of grief. Mourn how you wish. Leave me to my own.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
No. Why would you? Do not know my ways. I know it has not been easy.
Kesiksi. Welcome to my channel.
In the light, I felt only moments pass. If that is of some comfort to you.
That's good to know. Really. So, should we go back to Midgard?
Jesi li našao s druge strane one zmije nešto? Znaš? Znaš da ima s druge strane repa par onih hramova, onih gluposti. Sjećaš se? Ali nemaš funkciju, ne?
They swore the sirens, evil creatures singing to them from nearby islands, were in fact their wives and daughters calling them home. They endangered the crew, steering us toward the reefs.
How did you fix them?
We threw them overboard.
Grčke mitologije, ne?
Well, good thing I didn't drink any seawater. Right?
Yes, it is.
Piše como kalkulator reda, piše.
Možeš ti izaći izi? Ne?
Može.
I see you've been busy.
How observant.
I am known for my attention to detail.
Ko je Sindri?
Obrata do...
What? A koč?
Found anything good in Fafnir's storeroom, like maybe a whetstone? I know it's not my business, but if I were you, I'd wash off that symbol painted on your neck.
We were told it would help protect us. Was that a lie?
Oh, no, it's a protection stave, all right, but you can't render that pigment into paintable texture without blending it with boar urine. And is that really better than death?
Maybe a little.
Well,
Što ti je rekao? Ono što ti na veštica nacrtao.
Kao pišaće.
Sindri, have you always been so...
Clean? Don't I wish. No, I was just as unsanitary as the next dwarf until the day a Vanya witch set me straight. She discovered magic. There are hundreds of thousands of tiny beasties on everything around us. Oh, so small you can't even see.
No.
It's true. And if they get inside you, they make you sick. But the witch told me there's one wood, the oak, that's a natural deterrent. Stops the beasties from spreading. So now, I make all my handles from my... See? I think of these things. Okay, back to work. What can I do for you two?
A? To si zaboravio da pokupiš, da?
A znaš šta, dešava se nekad, to sam skontao malo glupo, kao...
Da neprijatelji dropuju runu,
Dropuju i ono, ako te ubiju u fazonu, a na primjer ubiješ bossa nekog ili mini bossa, a ubiju te minjon i kao ono ostaje loot od toga bossa.
I sad možda uzmeš nazad, šta? Pa uzmi. Pa šta para je?
Mislim da ne.
Dobro je film. Dobre. A?
Piši ko nekad 2, 3 reda, piši. Znam da je gužva, srce će. Runik.
Imaš runik 3. A šta ti daje runik kao šansu da ih zalediš, jel tako? Jesam dobro shvatio?
Increase both runic and elemental damage.
Runik ti je, mislim, šansa da ga zapališ ili zalediš i to, znaš?
Pa da...
A čitam se ti na dalje.
Who knew?
I ovdje je quick quest. Čekaj, imaš da ga upgradeaš odmah ili? Tako ispada. Čekaj, ga je equipao, nije?
Da, sad sam stavio da ga equipao.
But no, just it was a question. I'm fine. Fine piece of work, if I say so. Myself.
A budući da si ima 2 na runik, ako imaš 30 možda ćeš vidjeti neku razliku. A šta nisi equipao,
That looks amazing.
Aha, sad jesi.
Was there more to
Aha, to nisi equipao, to sam te pitali.
Ne, sine moj, ljubi tebe tata tvoj.
Tam imaš 50% fire damage resist, ne?
Piši ponekad 2, 3 minuta. Piši. Ovo to je interesantno. Nije mjesto... Nije mjesto. Gdje je ovo kao equipovanje? Ti objasni.
Šta je gdje koji fon? U šta je soketovan?
Verovatno i u drugi armor, jel? Pa da.
Samo u pijent.
Pa da. Onaj armor. Da.
A u suštini tu ti daje kao spisak svih enchantmenta, je li tako?
No. If of defense.
Taj ne daje ništa posebno. Dva imaš. Možeš da je kupuješ 3 maksimalno, vidiš?
Da. 36%.
To ti je možda protiv specifičnog bossa.
Pa to su bili ovi elfovi. Dobro, sad sam to prešao, tako da mi ne treba.
Prošla opasnost.
Dobio sam aronik na 51.
Gas?
Pa imaš kad gledaš skillove, znaš? To sam gledao. Stavi na skillove. Određeni skillovi ti traže, na primjer, runik da imaš, ne znam koliko da bi mogao da ga kastuješ ili da ga upotrebiš. To sam gledao.
Tako. Expose weakness. Choked by others.
So how come Brock's blue and you're not?
Boy.
Oh, it's fine. Very good question, actually. You see, my brother's not as careful as I am. In fact, he prefers to work with metals using his own bare hands. Ugh. No gloves. Says it's the only way he can hear what it wants to be. Touch enough raw silver and it changes your skin irreparably. That means forever. I wouldn't bring it up to him, though. You know how sensitive he can be.
I guess that makes sense.
Or faster. There's a fine line between ambition and greed.
Dobro.
To ti fali još nešto, piše ti tamo, znaš?
Gdje?
Otvori mapu, piše ti Real Tier Encounter 1 od 2, vidiš? Samo to još fali u ovoj oblasti. Vidiš skroz dole.
Aha.
A neđe, nešto što nisi mogao da otvoriš, vjerovatno, moja pretpostavka. To ti ono kad kreneš da zatvoriš onaj kao procep, onaj portal, pa se kao spawnuju, pa tada ih pobiješ.
Jedan sam našao sad skoro. Ako nije neđe ođu. Prevareni ima sud. Kuda se ide sada? Nemam pojma ja.
Pa možeš Ima li kakav marker tu da, ono, ne marker, nego orijentir, da ono vidiš vizualno, ono, da znaš okoli si došao, ok, tu je hram, tu sam bio, ovaj test, gdje nisam bio, jer sam tako zakuljeno, ono, ne vidi se prsten.
Nije baš više ovo boje zaklanja, znači šta, koji kurac, ono. Nije baš...
Nije random već.
Sjajnije to... Evo vam nešto sije. Se vraćamo. Da.
Kako se već...
Tako.
Pika random.
Pika pi, Pikachu.
Pika pi, pika. Gdje samo kovač bio, šta?
Kako ja sad znam šta, ja sam kao tu, šta? Odavde sam došao, ali... A evo, ne znam, pičku materiju.
Mogu se preskočiti ti kamene, tamo u šumu. Desno, mali će put. Pretpostavljam da nema, nekako mi ne deluje baš tako. Ne može se to tako uništiti. Ne mi deluje da ne. Nema, kako pogledaj mapu, uopšte nema logike da se tu da prolazi. Džaba pokušavaš, ti tu pipkaš. Hidden chamber of Odin.
Ja sam tu da došao, ali ne vjerujem, mislim da je ovo bilo opcijno sam. Ja mislim da sam došao, prilično sam siguran, sam došao do odavde.
Od desno?
Ne, odavde, znači, odavde. Šta ovdje, od odakle? Znači ovdje sam bio, znam, s ovim kretenom i onda sam išao kroz ovaj testnac i tu sam onda prošao ovdje i imao ovamo desno jedna oblast i ovdje sam, znači, u ringe tempo.
Ima ništa po tom jezeru. A?
A kako će, mogli postaviti gornu glavu, to je katastrofa. Sedi gdje si, udobno se smesti. Prevari ima sud.
I love the art style of Elden Ring's map, and the broken ships dotted around the place only reinforce that idea. Now, we could go into speculation on who owned these ships and small vessels.
Šta hoćeš play through da vidiš taj dio, šta? Možeš premotati slobodno pola toga. Ovo velika sam gledao, ali pravi dobre gajdove iz igre, znaš? Gledao sam Metal Gear kad radi.
I kako sad?
Neđe sad?
Znači, neđe ovamo ima da se skoči, sad ću se...
Da se skoči? Ne može da skoči, možda pritisneš.
Ne, ti ovdje.
X.
Znači, uopšte, ne, znači, nema... Ođe je voda i kao neki ogromni jebeni marker. Znači, gdje ja vidim tu kao da može put.
Father, I have a confession to make.
3 minutes.
All those voices in my head. Well, this wasn't the first time. Back when we met Brock, his animal warned me about something hiding in the trees. That's why she didn't want to cross.
She told you.
Well, I could just feel what she was feeling, what she was afraid of.
It happens again. You tell me. Understand?
I promise.
Samo tekne sebi. Ale? Ovo je teleport. Dobre, ništa.
Sad ne mogu
Escape.
nići izgleda.
Ovo se nećeš zaraditi. Igra open world, ali nije toliki open world.
What now?
We have the light. To Midgard.
Ja mislim da treba s tom strelom da pucaš te kristale, nisam siguran. Znaš?
Imaju.
Sigurno. Rekao we have the magic light. E?
It's crazy to think that all the realms exist in the same space, one on top of the other. It's like this room lets us travel without moving.
Alo? Čao, si dobar. Pa ja sam poslao poruku da znači neću, jednostavno ne mogu, neću ono po 15 sati da vozim, ono previše za mene i to je to, rekao sam od Đegora će da me stavi i ono čestitao sam Uskrs, ali on mi je samo ono kao čestitao i meni Uskrs i ništa mi nije ono odgovorio na to sad. Ti ga jebi ga nazovi, ja ću doći ujutru u firmu, pa će me rasporedi, pošto tako uvijek biva, ništa mi ne javi inače, nego samo dođem u firmu pa me onda pošalje, a ti ga nazovi, jebi ga, ne znam šta da ti kažem, ništa ti nije, da. Ma brate, totalni ono indijanac je brate, znači ja sam trebao da budem u subotu u krugu, on mi javlja nešto, ono ludilo, ideš, nije mi on javio, nego mi onaj dečko javi, Dragan, javi mi kao u Kraljevu ideš sa mnom i na kraju me zove Fritz u 7 ujutru, gdje si ovo ono, a trebao sam budem s njim na krugu. Ja rekao, Frile, nije ni znao čovjek ide dolje, znaš, a ja ono, znaš, rekao, javio je vjerojatno njemu, razumiješ sve čovjek, i on ono čovjek izdimio. Da. Pa treba to da uradiš, treba, realno treba. Jer boli te ovo, pa, mislim, pa. Ma nikakav, ne ti ja kažem, nikakav. Ma ajde bre. Da. Normalno. Jest. Apsolutno. A nema poštovanja, brate, nikako. Znači, kod da si kjer, ono, bez ičega. Šta? A tebi ništa ne javlja, znaš to? Ne znaš ništa, niko ti ništa nije javio i čo? Vada. Ne znam, mislim, mene ono, ja sam odustao, brate, znaš, ono, boli me i mene boli kurac i to je to. Ma paka, to je katastrofa, mislim, to je, brate, ono... Kamiona, jest. To sam ja isto rekao, jest. Strašno, brate, strašno, ono, kao bojštine, ono, ne znam, brate, ono, niđe veze, ono. Pa ne, brate. I onda on očekuje od nas neku profesionalnost, neku ozbiljnost, pa druže, boli me kurac, ono, pa jebe mi se. Aj, jebote. Pa ne znam, ma da. Kamioni, ono, neispravni, boli kurac, šaljete s MG-om, druže, MG, ne radi mu pumpa, znači, ono, drndanje, onaj mali smo prodimili onaj dan, ono, još se živcira, rekao, pusti, boli te kurac. Nije bio iskipovan, mi ga nismo imali mjesta i to je to, i sad da li ga je neko iskipovao, ne znam. Mađe, brate, ma on je promašio, bruže, profesiju, nisi za to izrao, ma ajde, brate. Da. Ma znam, pa pričao si mi, pa jest. Jest, pa jebi se ti tamo. Pa da ti sve javi, da ti sve pripremi, da sve, ma kak. Jest. Ma, razumijem te totalno, ma da. Jest. A ne znam, stvarno smiješno. A on to zna, da ti te pita možeš li, Duško možeš li, znaš, moj molim te ako možeš učini, ono, nije problem. Ma beži bre. Ma beži bre. Pa mi...
01 Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Potrošna roba, brate. Tač, bravo. Yes. A slušaj, da ti ja kažem, više njima trebamo no ni nama, znaš. Tako da, samo mi treba da smo pametniji i to je to, znaš. Da. Ma da. Jeste, znam. Ma jebem se, pa šta ti je, čovječ. Pa, niko ti neće čuvat, moj brat, ništa, niko. Ma slušaj, u četvrtak mi odemo, čovječ, onu liniju ti znaš, odemo odemo za, pomozi meći za Rabrovo, tamo gradište. I odemo sa MG-om, čovječe, i znači, raspada se, nešto mu je i gubio gas, onaj mali vozio srećom, posle nije gubio. I čovječ, on nam kaže, ladno, kaže, ajde, kao pođite do Smederevske Palanke. Znači, nije dovoljno, Znači, ja gledam realno ovo, ja da sam bio sam, ja bih rekao duže neću da idem i će ovo. Znači, već je 12 sati, smo na putu i on me pošalje u pičku mater Smederevsku Palanku, dolazim opet 8 sati kući, ma jebi se bre, da ono. Bože, sačuvaj. Ne? Da. Da, jasno. Da. Jeste. Ma ajde, beži bre. Jebem se. I to nas je vidio taj dan, znaš, i kao, jeste se umorili? Ne, brate, svež sam, baš mi super, sjajno se osjećam.
You're a funny guy, Sally. Okay. Navukli, da.
Ti ne moraš da pauziraš da bi naukao. Da bi stigao kući, evo te žive. Ma ne, kak. Ma kak. Ne znam šta da ti kažem, eto. Ne, ja sam rekao ne, ja imam svoj stav i to je to, neću da te radi to i... Da. A kaki zombi ti kao magarca na torni. Majde bre. Ma kao. Pa ja sam... Eto, ma ništa, Dule, sada ti kažem, da, napušteno, znači, boli te ovo, samo gledaj sebe i čuvaj sebe. Baš tako. Ajde, ćao. A sve to meni jasno, brate moje. Šti meni pečat, s tog goveda. Ovdje na lijevu ili left. Što si koja pola šolje čaje jebo.
Ova je bila uvrh puna. Misliš ja ti dam uvor, izliče se.
Aj, kako misliš na mene?
Znam, mislim. Sam ja tu tastaturu.
Misli mi kad tebi lete.
Taj space se zaglavio.
Svi još misle da si dete.
Od popanja, nemoj se da si ga ti ulubio.
Ma mora da sam ga ja šedi.
A ne, ja sam ga, došao je Marko Strake.
Jao, i on igra 5 miliona sati, ja igram 2 sata i ja sam ga ulubio. Taj ne prdi.
Znaš gdje koristim space? Nigde.
A s čega ja lupam?
Evade. Space evade.
Just came back from another realm. And we met your brother. Wait, not in battle.
Did you let that seed saw put hand to your blade? You do know he lost his talent, right? Just up and left him one day. Tried taking me down with him.
Ja ne prti.
Did he botch up on our
glavi, samo da ga opet. Ulubilo se, konenti se, ulubilo se na levo. Znači počeo da mi skače umjesto. Ja ne znam koji sam igrao ušao, no skače mi karakter umjesto. Šta je ovo? Nekako su uspije šapci ga da fino vlavi to dugo.
But you know what really counts? Consistency. And I got that coming out of all of my parts.
Šta bi čvrknuo ga jednom i...
What did you do?
It's better.
To je to. Što na hodzici.
Gdje ja sad to kao vidim?
Da je enchantment, pogledaj. Jedan od tih runa gluposti. Ma nije to, nije grip. Ma kaki, nije to. Isto dobio. To je skin običan.
Piši!
Dobio si enchantment, čovječe.
Piši ko neka 2, 3 reda, piši. Su amuleti. Znam da je gužo i da nećeš stići, a imam. Šta imeno? Ali treba se nabuđi da bi bilo. Ima samo defense.
What's it gonna be this time?
Gledaj to kamen. Šta?
Ko da kupim. Random.
Što je tu gamble? Šta ti dao, novi armor? Kurac, ne možeš ti.
Moj dobar. Defenders of the Faith.
Yeah, boy.
Imaš ti pare?
Anything else for you? Later then.
Nešto ti je dao, sam ne znam šta. Znaš?
A nema pojma, vidiš da ono šta, ovo su enchantmenti, šta kao da stavim enchantment da sekiru i gdje je taj enchantment?
Ne, dao ti je free neki enchantment, sam ne znam koji. Znaš? Nije ti dao amulet. Nije ti dao pommel sigurno, to budi sigurno. Da je nešto od toga?
What realm you gents shaking off? Let me guess. Alfheim?
How'd you guess?
I'd know that smell anywhere. Used to spend my fair share of time there, but they ain't allowed me on account of the incident.
What happened?
Well, ain't too sure your daddy's gonna like me talking about it on account of all the swearing and stealing and fucking.
What?
Don't judge me. You're the one came in all reeking of elf. Stirs up a man's memories. Go on now. I got things that ain't gonna hammer themselves.
Samo da ovdje šans. Ili možda nisu.
Do you remember the way back to the Black Breath?
Of course. We need to walk across the bridge to the Vanaheim Tower. Are we going to the Black Breath or exploring? Your choice.
Atreus, here.
Yes, Father.
Še odakle dolutala ona se.
Ja?
Še odakle dolutala ona strela kroz zid.
Random, taj hram putuje kroz prostor, šta? Ovo.
Gdje sam bio?
Ma promijenio si kraljstvo, prešao si kao...
Ozbiljno, nisam znao.
Pa to sam pročitao da piše, pošto znam. I znaš gdje si bio? Ask me. Ask me out.
Sam tu ulođio ovaj rog.
I won't blow into it if you don't. I won't blow into it if you don't.
I kakav? Zmija otišla. Sam pogodio.
Šta?
Zmija se pomerila iz vode.
Look, we rode past that statue of Thor earlier, when we left the witch's cave.
And what direction is that?
It's mid-morning, sun isn't there, so that's south. Southwest?
Good.
Here we go!
Gdje ti ideš?
Ovako zalebio, znači. Kupiš odmah postanu crveni, tako to sam mislim povalio.
Mislim da.
Ako ga ne pokupiš odmah, nego pokupiš malo kasnije, pretvori se iz zelenog u crveni, mislim da sam premetio.
Almost. If we could just find the other pieces of the language disk.
Nisam siguran da sam bio već. Naravno, piše nekako mrljavo. Ne mogu ni na bostovo. Jo, šta pišu ovdje? Bolt dok. Yes. Sam htio nešto da uradim, da.
Fafnir, to je vuk. Znaš li, odjeno vuk, ne Fafnir.
That's some statue. Who built it, you think?
I do not know.
Ship again. I wish we could have gone on a trip like this with Mother. She could fight, couldn't she?
Yes, she fought. You with me.
To da raznostim slučaj. Da li tu ima neka bure.
So, know any good stories to pass the time?
What kind of story?
I don't know. Mother always had stories. Weren't you told me when you were a boy?
There was a man I knew of long ago. His stories were brief and purposeful.
Sounds fun. Do you remember any?
There was one that concerned a hare and a tortoise.
Like the witch's house?
Unlikely.
So what happens?
They wager on a race between them. The hare is too confident of victory and foolish, while the tortoise is steady and disciplined. The tortoise wins.
You haven't told a lot of stories, have you?
Da se nešto budaš oko toga hrama. Pokušavam da skontam šta je poenta.
Ovdje sam bio, ako se ćeš, pa nisam mogao...
Nisi mogao da ih istamburaš.
Šta je ovo, Mystic Gateway?
A, teleport je mislim.
Interesant.
To nije bilo tu prije. Ili nisi mogao...
Nije bilo, nisam
da. Nisi imao interakciju.
I dalje su prejaki. Pa ne da sam ovi izubijali.
Pa ne, ja znam da i prošli put ste ono iz udarca bili. Nije problem.
Zašto, rekao ih kurac? Još su jebazoni. Šesti level. Treba da ga bolje oprema.
Što je tamo?
Će vidim.
Sve funkari, ne? Tamo se gdje spopust. To gdje oni su na zvonce na dom. Da, evo ti sekretari.
treasures from 4 different realms. Do you think that Fafnir went to Alfheim too?
I do not know.
Aren't you curious? He sounds interesting.
We go to the storeroom to collect anything useful for our journey, not to learn more about the dwarf.
Ovdje možeš da dođeš ako nemaš onaj ability, ili tako?
Found anything good in Fafnir's storeroom, like maybe a whetstone?
On pita za onaj kamen dostani, šta?
Why don't you just make up with your brother already?
Da li on ili brat?
Make up with him? Because he's an obstinate
Mislim
pig
da on.
incapable of change. Because he says the most about me just because he's insecure. Which, let me tell you, is subpar. Because he blames me for the things that are my fault.
Huh? Like what?
Would you pardon me, please? I need to collect myself. Ready and ready. Okay, come back when you need some more.
Će pet neki seks, no?
Možda najbolje mi se sviđa kako odrađeno šuma i ovaj kamen.
Tekstura. Svijetljenje isto fino, znaš, senke i kad izađeš tamo gdje sunce svija baš. Izgleda tamo.
Da generalno sve dobro sve.
Uh-oh. They must have gotten here first.
Samo je dizajn i on nekako navrat nanosi tamo.
Piši ponekad 2, 3 reda.
Još jedno, nemoj boru broj.
Vodio sam ga onako fino dere.
Support tarče.
That was good, right?
Your skill continues to grow.
There's something up there.
Da. Gdje je treći? Dođu u brdo. Da nije ispod vodopada. To.
Atreus, follow me.
Evo ga žabra, vidiš? A? Ptica, vidiš? A jedan ti neđe odvojen, onda moraš da dotrčiš do ona dva, nije predalet, znaš?
Evo ga.
To me za reč. Double the range, double the fun. Zanimljivo levo da si ide. Ti si otišao ispod vodopada, ti si ne bi put ne zalijevo se.
Če, putli...
Učinjavac.
Dobro se jako učinjavac.
To. To bi se učinilo, no? To sam prvo vidio, nisam vidio dobro kada bi nešto.
Find another entrance.
To je možda neki...
To je izlaz.
Izlaz, sorry.
To je izlaz. Zašto vrata kad možeš ući ispod vodopada?
Ja. Neka borba je bila ovdje. Piši. Piši pa nekada. Piši. Kuda izgleda ovaj armor?
Kao aligator na koži. Dobro, naš izac.
Look here.
Another map. I will find something useful here.
Gdje je to? Gdje na kojoj steni, šta?
Under the watchful eyes of the face of stone until I return. Ispod neke stijene, nešto kao neki...
whoever's made it inside. I hope they didn't take all the treasure.
Ovoga ne mogu udarati nešto. Eksplodirao.